Hello and welcome for everybody tuning in to the 370th episode of the Dean Withers Show. Thank you so much for being here, both on YT and of course on TikTok. If this is your first time tuning in, make sure to let me know in the comment section. Okay, I feel like a vast majority of our audience is returning. You've been here before, but I mean, every single day we're always drawing some new faces in, and that's pretty cool as well. And that's also crazy. The 370th episode. Insanity. Now, if you have never been here before, let me tell you what we do. First and foremost, we keep you up to date with what's going on in the crazy world around us. Every day, something new happens, and we talk about it. Second of all, we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, my life, the lives of every single person watching the stream. And by the way, approval ratings of Trump are finally starting to show that. The news broke this morning that Donald Trump actually has the lowest approval rating that any president in history has ever had at this point in their term. That's insane. Okay, so it looks like the work that we're doing here is paying off. It looks like the work that many people across the country, regardless of its educators, political commentators, news reporters, or just activists across this country, organizing with your friends and family, is paying off. And I just want that, okay, to be known. So hopefully you see the light at the end of the tunnel and you fight harder than you ever have before. But of course, there's still people that still do support Trump, and his approval rating is not low enough until it's zero. So we're going to continue the debates. Now, before we hop into the first debate, we already have the very first Trump supporter of the day already loaded up and connected into the live stream. We're going to go over the breaking news. It's kind of crazy. Okay, Kristi Noem's husband. I'm looking for ways to word this because it's really nuts. Kristi Noem's husband was caught cheating on Kristi Noem by paying adult models thousands of dollars at a time to engage in sexting and in the mutual sharing of explicit photos. But that's not it. It gets worse because according to Daily Mail, the body who originally reported the story, when the models would share explicit imagery of them topless with him, he responded to them by saying, and I quote, well, actually, I don't quote. I just meant to click on the tab where I had all this information open, but instead I exited it out. My bad. Give me like 3 seconds because I have it bookmarked. There we go. He would respond to them after they would share explicit imagery of them topless by saying, and I quote, you turn me into a girl. Should I put on leggings? In which he would then in return share photos of him cross-dressing in lewd circumstances, wearing fake breasts, leggings, photos from behind of his buttocks, and all these photos are publicly available on the internet. They've been leaked as well. If you want to see censored versions of these photos, make sure to check out my TikTok or my Instagram. My videos posted on both of those two platforms. Now, that's wild, okay? It's insanity. The issue here, by the way, is not cross-dressing. That's fine. Okay, no one cares, cross-dressing isn't wrong, but rather a cheating on your wife, but B, the cornucopia of hypocrisy that comes along with being the husband of a woman on administration and a part of a greater movement that like hinges and fuels itself on homophobia, transphobia, the exclusion of the people that don't fit these traditional norms that would include, okay, men who'd cross-dress. So it kind of looks like the calls coming from within side of the house today. Happy Trans Visibility Day to all the trans folks tuning into the live stream this afternoon. What a crazy way to start the live stream with some crazy news. At this point, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. I'm going to go to pass the mic off to this Trump supporter. They're going to tell us why they're MAGA. I'm going to take a moment to blow my nose, so if you're watching on YouTube, the screen is momentarily going to go black. Live stream, take it away, bro. Tell us how the hell you still support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Donald Trump.
Well, he's the best president that I've ever had in my life. It's hilarious that this guy has 5 million followers, and he has to unplug his mic because it doesn't have a button on it or any way of muting it other than that. But anyways, that's besides the point. Donald Trump has done nothing but try to make the world better for American citizens, and not just the rights of American citizens, but the rights of all humans. And I don't think that you can debate that in any real way other than bringing up fake statistics like the latest poll that you just quoted out of nowhere that makes absolutely no sense. There are more MAGA supporters now than there ever has been. You guys keep trying to do this thing where you say, oh, are you guys regret your vote yet? No. Not a single MAGA supporter regrets their vote. In fact, the exact opposite. More and more people are becoming MAGA in the Republican Party because they're realizing that we have no other option than to get as far away from leftism as possible.
Wow, there's so much in there. First and foremost, I just don't want to put up with like the messages on TikTok. Guys, he's not driving. He's a passenger in a car. We proved this likely before you tuned in. He turned his camera on. He showed that he was the passenger in the car, so he's good. Now, wow, there's so much to laugh at here. There's so much to correct here. The last thing that you said is there's not a single person that voted for Trump that regrets their vote, and MAGA is larger today than it ever has been. What a way to start the debate. We could look at the most conservative pollsters that exist on planet Earth or in America, like for existence, Rasmussen. They are a very far-right polling institute. I'm not even sure I correctly pronounced their name. And even they are reporting that Donald Trump's approval rating is the lowest that it has been ever out of his 2 terms. So your claim there that nobody regrets voting for Trump and that his approval rating in MAGA is higher now than ever, okay, is completely fictitious, completely incorrect, and completely delusional.
It's definitely not. Didn't they say that he was going to lose the presidency?
No, I think that they were the only people that said he was going to win the presidency.
That say that they are polling Americans.
They're like, dude, they're like the conservative pollster. They are the conservative pollster. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
There is no conservative pollster. There is uniparty pollster and there's leftist pollster. There's no conservative pollster.
Okay, then how are you determining that MAGA is larger than it's ever been?
We have a Republican Party and we have leftism.
Okay, so if you don't think that there's any like non-biased conservative pollster, how are you determining that MAGA is bigger than it's ever been?
By paying
Because
attention
even Fox
to the numbers
News
and the amount of individuals who are actively supporting him on social media, between TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, you are seeing more support than you have ever seen. Twitter, X, whatever. You're seeing more support for Donald Trump than you've ever seen. It is just going up and up and up. And not only that, we see exactly what he's doing, and we see all of the disingenuous lies of the left. And other people are seeing that too. People that were centrists before, and they're moving into MAGA territory. Not because they like Trump, but because they like our movement. Because Trump isn't our movement. He's just our current figurehead. But the MAGA movement has been going on for a long time. Before it was Ron Paul. Now it's Trump. And eventually it'll be someone else. But the MAGA movement will not end. And the search for justice in this country for constitutional authority will not end. The executive branch will be restored. Project 2025 is real. We, of course, gaslit you guys and told you it wasn't. And Project 2025 is being implemented. And it's amazing. You watch it every day. Look at it every day. It's happening. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, you are super duper delusional because you're telling me that there's not a single polling institution, including Rasmussen or Fox News, that you trust. You don't think Fox News is on the right. You think that Fox News is anti-Trump, and that the means in which you use to determine that more people are more MAGA than ever is this general claim of social media, X, Instagram, and TikTok. But even if we look on social media, we look at X, we look at Instagram, we look at TikTok, we see so many people that have been vehemently outspoken about regretting their vote for Trump, about ending their support. Okay, like I was actually just on X last night and I saw post after post after post saying, you know, what we voted for, no new war, America first, what we got, new war, Israel first, so on and so forth. And now you're responding to that with a form of bias here, where you're identifying data that contradicts your claims MAGA is bigger than ever, by, of course, that data being people saying that they no longer support Trump, by rather saying, well, they were never MAGA to begin with. So I think that your evaluation that Donald Trump has more support today compared to ever, because it hinges on this this exclusion of data that contradicts the claim, because whenever anybody says that they no longer support Trump, you just say that they're never MAGA to begin with, is just like incredibly biased, incredibly
you have to
like
go and look at their social
stupid
media posts.
and incredibly dumb, and it makes you look embarrassing.
I know a lot of those people that you're talking about. I know a lot of those people you're talking about. I have tons of Facebook friends, and I've looked, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And those people were not Trump supporters to begin with, or if they were, they were just surface level. They were surface level conservatives. They are what we call rhinos, Republicans in name only. They don't support the Republican message, and they don't support Americanism.
Yeah. I mean, what a cope. What an embarrassing cope for you. I guess we'll just go ahead and leave that one there. We can let the audience evaluate what they think about a man claiming that MAGA is bigger than ever, when even Fox News and Rasmussen are telling us that his approval rating is the lowest it's ever been.
Just my last point. Not
your last point, because I actually want to respond. No, you're not going to run away from the liberal that's smarter than you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to make my voice heard here.
Go ahead.
As you made a lot of points there, saying that Donald Trump was doing what is in the best interest of human rights and the lives and rights of Americans and American across the globe. That claim is just belligerently untrue. Okay, I mean, he has the blood of 174 girls in Iran on his hands. Okay, he has the blood of American citizens on his hands, like Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, Renee Good, who were murdered by ICE agents who he then defended. Okay, he's been infringing on the rights of American citizens, taking birthright citizenship away from those that have it. And now you're interrupting me by claiming that the tomahawk that hit the Iranian elementary school is from Iran. Well, that's not true, because a U.S. military report admitted it being an American strike, then cited old military equipment and old intel about military facilities and their locations. So once again, the DoD admitted that that was our strike.
It was definitely not our strike. And you know what?
Then why would the DoD say it is?
And these countries need to stop pretending that they're going to attack us.
Then why would the DoD say it is?
There's many people that work for the government. They all say different things.
No. This is the U.S. military official report.
You're creating a monolith when it's an individual.
No. This was a report.
No. It's an individual. It's a guy that wrote that. Some guy wrote it, right?
No. It was a report.
So, hey, tell your dummy.
It was an individual who told us about the report. Okay, but it was the report that took the blame for the strike on Iran.
No, there was one guy that did the report. The one guy wrote it. It wasn't multiple guys that wrote the report. It was one guy.
Oh my goodness! So it's an official DoD report that says it was a strike.
One guy wrote the report.
So what is your evidence that it was an Iranian strike?
Okay, buddy.
What's your evidence that was an Iranian strike?
Because that's what Iran does. They bomb themselves and then say it was us.
Okay. So you're basically saying their evidence is trust me, bro. That's what they do. Okay, so we actually have a track record of committing war crimes in the Middle East. That's just what America does. Okay, remember the hospital under Obama. Remember all the war crimes in Vietnam. Okay, remember all the war crimes in World War II. There's not a single historian that would dispute that we engaged in many war crimes in World War II. What about the Korea War? Okay, that's what the U.S. does. So therefore, I'm just going to use your same logic here. Okay, my evidence that it was an American war crime is because that's what America does.
Yeah, you weren't there, neither was I, so you don't know anything about that.
Are you
going to start calling American troops baby unalivers now?
Are you Christian? Are you Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
Okay, you're an atheist. Oh, wait. Okay, so
no, I'm an atheist.
Jesus' resurrection as an argument. Do you think that the Holocaust happened?
Who would deny that?
Okay, I'm happy that you accept that the Holocaust happened. Good. But were you there? You weren't. So this would be an example of how we could agree that things occurred even though we weren't personally
honestly,
there.
Who would deny that?
Well, hopefully nobody with a brain. No one should deny that the Holocaust occurred. But my point is that we could believe that things happened even though we were not personally there. Okay? Because you just tried to use that standard. Well, Dean, you weren't personally there at that elementary school. I wasn't personally there at that elementary school. Therefore, we could argue
we don't have details about what happened in Germany.
Listen, the point that I'm making here is that we could agree that things happened based on evidence, even if we were not personally there.
I'm going through a crappy internet service area.
I think that you're just going through a crappy life in general with that mindset. Is this where you drop and you run away, or is this where the conversation naturally ends?
Oh, you poor little guy. You poor little guy.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not ending yet unless you drop me.
I think I'd say that to you.
The point is you weren't there.
Okay. Yeah, the point is that even though I wasn't there, we have evidence that indicates that it was an American strike, like the report from the DoD and like other circumstantial facts, such as the fact...
We definitely don't have evidence. We have propaganda from Iran.
Okay, so you'd argue that the report from the American DoD is propaganda from Iran?
The report from one guy within the DoD? Yeah, no, that's not the end-all, be-all of this situation.
You keep on saying...
And on top of that, we know that this is what Iran does. Iran attacks their own people and claims it was Israel or the United States or someone else. That's what Iran does. And I'm not even a fan of Israel, but I'm telling you that that's what Iran does.
Okay, so you keep on claiming that it was just a report from one guy in the DoD, not the DoD as a whole. So there's a difference between one person launching their own independent investigation outside of the DoD, but this was officially classified as a U.S. military investigation. So not only does this mean that it wasn't just merely one person, but it was also operating under the oversight of the U.S. military. And now you're accusing me of lying I'll give you sources. If you go on Google, you type in U.S. preliminary report, U.S. to blame for Iran strike on a girls' elementary school, then you'll find the main source from the AP.
Preliminary report now
you'll
becomes
find
the end-all
secondary.
be-all
You'll
from
find
one
secondary
guy.
sources.
Preliminary report from a guy.
Okay, so once again, these sources dispute the notion that it's from a guy. And then second of all, the reason why it's labeled as a preliminary report and not a final report is because all of like the white paper and the different tape that they have to battle through to make it official. But the report includes direct evidence that it was an American Tomahawk that came from us, most notably the fact that it was built in Boulder, Colorado.
It wasn't an American Tomahawk. It was evidence that was planted.
It included photos of the Tomahawk that demonstrated that it was built in Boulder, Colorado.
Now, I have as much proof that it was evidence that was planted as you have proof that it was the United States that actually did the strike.
Okay,
I know
please
that we
give me
didn't
the evidence.
do the strike. I saw
please give me
video
evidence
of
that
the
evidence was
strike.
planted.
I saw video of Iran shooting their missile and the missile coming right back down and hitting the exact location where that school is.
Tina, thank you so much for the meter shower.
And we've seen video of that. It exists, so you can keep playing games. But either way, that's not the point here. The point isn't that the United States is bombing Iran. The point here is that Project 2025 is real. It's happening, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You made it about Iran. I didn't care about Iran. It's something that you're obsessed with. I care about the fact that Project 2025 is real, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. The United States is a constitutional republic, not a democracy, and we will never allow your democracy to happen in this country. We will maintain our republic. That's all I really came up to tell you.
Okay, so the first thing that I'll say is in response to your claim that, well, you have a video of Iran striking a missile out the elementary school. So that was posted by the older millennial, and that video has actually been debunked because some really smart geographical locators on Twitter were able to take that video and demonstrate with the use of the background exactly where on a map that video was taken, and it was taken 1,300 kilometers north of the girls' elementary school on a different day at a different time of day than when the elementary school was hit. So you're wrong there. Then the second claim that you made about Project 2025 being inevitable, there's nothing that I could do to stop it. Well, I mean, I think that you just proved that claim wrong because you just left the live. You ran away from me. See, in the same way I stopped you by causing you to run away, leave the live, end the conversation, is the same way that we're going to stop Project 2025, is the same way that we're going to stop the Trump administration, is the same way that we're going to hold the lawless recklessness accountable, which is by exposing the truth, is by nominating and voting for candidates in midterm races that want to hold the administration accountable, that want to uphold the law, that want to uphold the Constitution, and want to fight for real material change for the people. So I actually appreciate you for leaving there, sir, because in leaving, you prove my point. In leaving, you disprove your point, because what you prove is that you guys are scared of the truth. What you prove is that you guys are scared of accountability, and what that proves is that you knew it's coming. In the same way you knew, if you didn't leave the live, that you were about to get fact-checked, and you were about to get proven wrong. That same motive is true from that we'll see in the midterms in reference to new politicians in Congress holding the Trump administration and the lawless GOP accountable. Now, of course, like I said, you guys have probably picked up on it by now, the guy left, so we're going to move on to the next guest. I mean, what like a victory for the anti-Trump movement there, because I feel like that really symbolizes quite well where MAGA is as a political movement. They're hell-bent on believing in their delusion, and then when they get fact-checked, they just scream, whine, cope, and run away. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Jesus Christ, I'm actually good at guitar. No.
Let's move on to the next guest. We got James Compton loading up into the box. I will ask you to please only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in, James. Do you support Trump? James, I'm going to give you 5 seconds here to respond. I see that you want to pause.
Hello?
Hi. You keep on leaving the app. I can't hear you unless you are on the app.
All right. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Hold on. Can I call you back in like 2 minutes?
Yes.
Or
yes, you
request
can.
back up in 2 minutes?
Yep. You absolutely can. Let's move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you are following our rules. If you want to know what the rules are, I will go and put them on that phone screen now. You got to be 18 plus American to MAGA. That's about it. Please do follow those rules if you want to join the live stream. Me and my moderation team will be looking at the people inside of the queue. We're going to be like scouring your account, really dissecting any information that there's publicly available on there, like your profile picture, your name, any information related to your account, your posts, your reposts, etc., so on and so forth. And if we're able to credibly determine that you're not a Trump supporter, you're under the age of 18, you're not American, that we're just going to go to ban you from the queue. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I just have one question for you.
I do appreciate you so much for coming up, sir, but unfortunately, okay, I got to disconnect you. There's a couple people I want to thank real quick. Thank you so much, Release the Bats, for the $10 donation over on Super Chat, who says, sadly, I missed Parker live because I was at work, but I'm happy I get to listen to Dean on my long ride home in traffic. Thank you for everything that you do, Dean. Much love and respect from SoCal. Well, shout out to you in SoCal. Love it down there. I am familiar with the traffic, though, and thank you so much for the love and support. Nike, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, who says, we're not gaslit for Project 2025. We kept saying that he would do it. We knew Trump would also do it. Also, the stupid guy's logic, if it's negative about Trump, it's false. That's what we hear from so many of our guests on a daily basis, Nike. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars. Same thing to Aria with the $20 as well. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Y'all are awesome. Aria with the $20 says, I know you not calling us dumb, and you've been going against every word you've uttered so far. You're a loser, buddy. Take the L. I would assume that was directed to the last guest. He was crazy. Thank you for the $20 in support, Aria. Shout out to you. Same thing to Link. Thank you so much for joining the membership team over on YT. Thank you so much for your kindness. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Haley, for the $15, who says, ask the guest girlfriend to blink twice if she needs help because, boo, this guy stinks. Oh, yeah, I know. For real, that guy sucked. And then Katie and Serena, thank you both so much for the $20 donations over on Venmo to start the day off. Oh, my goodness. Let's get 200 Serena and 200 Katie W's. That's Katie with a K, by the way. Thank you both so very, very much. Serena with the 20 says, good to see you. Love you. Love you too, Serena. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Katie with the $20 says, hey, Dean, can you use this donation to remind people to make sure that they are registered to vote and vote in the midterms, please? Thank you for all that you do. I 110% agree with Katie here, guys. Please make sure that you're registered to vote and make sure that you vote in the midterms. They are so very important. And then quickly over on PayPal, we just have two people to thank, then we'll hop back into the debates. Holy moly. Evelyn, thank you so very much for the $100 donation on PayPal. That is fucking insane. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Evelyn. I want to see 1,000 Evelyn W's down below. That is beyond kind. You already know this. You've been so kind to me in the past, Evelyn, and I say this every time. I'm so grateful for your love, your generosity, and not a bone in my body deserves it. I want to see 1,000 Evelyn W's down below. And you asked me, no need to say that on air, so I'll keep it to myself, but just know that he is in my mind. Thank you so much for the support, Evelyn. And then Michelle, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal as well. Thank you. Please do show some love to Michelle down below in that chat for the $50. Michelle's asking a question here. Wanted to ask about crypto from Parker's Live. We were talking about crypto over there. Is it a good idea to sell if I wanted out of Coinbase? Somebody told me to let it be. No progress there. What should I do? I thank you in advance from Vegas. Love what you do. Well, it depends on what your loss is. If you're up so far, I don't know. You could get out if you wanted to. If you're down and you just want to take that money out, it depends. If you A, immediately need the money, then take it out. That's fine. But B, if you don't immediately need the money, personally, once again, this is not financial advice, but this is just what I'd do. I'd leave it in there. Wait until the Iran war finishes. Markets will ultimately start to rebound, and you might be able to cash out with a little bit more money, with a little lower losses than you would if you were to right now. But I appreciate you for the $50, Michelle. Very, very kind of you. Now, everybody in the chat is asking me to flock MAGA. I'll leave that decision up to my mods. But while I was thanking donors there, folks, I did just get 2 warnings for misinformation from the last guest. And that unfortunately means that we have to restart the stream. This is a decision not made by me, but unfortunately forced by TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, this won't affect you. I'm so sorry, you guys. We literally just started the stream, so I guess it's better to do it now compared to later. Ah, man, this really sucks because we're only 30 minutes in. It's fine. So for the 12,000 people with us on TikTok, guys, we still have 4 hours of debates. Like, we just started the stream. Chances are, if you're watching right now, you either just caught the end of the last debate or haven't caught any debate. Please come back. Here's how to do it. Hit that follow button, top left-hand corner if you haven't already. You'll find me on your following list in less than 5 seconds because that's how long the restart takes. They're very, 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 very quick. A faster way to come back. Once the live ends, it'll say live has ended. It'll show you my profile picture. You click on that profile picture. You'll land on my account page. Count to 10, 15. Refresh the account page and you'll be able to click back into the new live. I'm so very sorry that we have to do a restart, ladies and gentlemen. TikTok is forcing up my hand here. There's nothing I could do. So let's just get it done with and out of the way and then continue the stream Let's do that now, folks. See you all in 5 seconds. Oh my goodness, I hate having to do that. But unfortunately, it's necessary. I got to. If I don't do it, then we lose account access. Oh man, that sucks. I hate doing that so much, dude. L's. L's in the chats. Let's get some L's in the chat. L's in the chat, quite frankly. L's in the chat. Yo! Welcome back into the live stream, everybody. How we doing? We've already hit the restart. Let's get some L's in the chat for TikTok Force in her hand there. Let's get some L's in the chat for TikTok Force in her hand there. And we're going to hop back into the debates right now. Thank you so much, Santana, by the way. Appreciate that call out. Shout out to Santana. Let's go to get that very first guest loaded into the box right now. I really do hope that the Trump supporters came back. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. So real. So real. We get Marcus loaded up. Hello, Marcus. Do you support Trump? Marcus, I can hear you in the background. Did you set your phone down?
What did you say?
Hi, Marcus. You're on the live.
What's up? Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. Why are you laughing?
Because I was getting some Dayquil, and I didn't expect you to pick me.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. How old are you?
32.
All right. Sounds good, man. Just going to take like 3 people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. Hunter, thank you for the $1 on Venmo saying vote blue in midterms. Deadass. Bree, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Joseph W's. And Fassi, thank you for the $11 as well. He says, always good to see you, bro. Good to see you as well. Thank you for the support. Then Ashley, thank you for the $10. Who says, work late, so I'm listening live. I usually catch the VODs. Well, that's cool, Ashley. You got to catch us live today. That's awesome. And one more here over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Links, for the $20. Thank you so much, Links. Show some love to Links and all of the other donors down below. Links with the 20 says, is it real that Trump wanted to put sanctions on the ICC to get immunity towards war crimes and to stop investigations towards the Republicans? I just seen a video on it. So I cannot verify the claims about wanting to put sanctions on the ICC, but I can verify the claims about him pressuring the ICC into giving them amnesty over the war crimes in the South Caribbean. Yeah, that was a breaking news headline that was reported on by everyone like a couple months ago. I do remember that, Link. So that is real. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, Marcus.
I just believe that he's for America and protecting America and upholding the Constitution. And yeah, I know, right? But
I got to ask you, first question. Why do you think he's for upholding the Constitution?
I mean, I don't believe that he's ever gone against the Constitution.
Executive Order number 14160. He infringed on the birthright citizenship section of the 14th Amendment.
In the proof?
Executive Order number 14160.
Okay, so why? I mean, can you still be president but still go against? I mean, that sound like communist to me.
What sounds like communism to you? I'm confused.
Going against the Constitution as the president, you're supposed
Then
to
you think
uphold
Trump
it.
is a communist? Because not only has he
No.
gone against the Constitution with EO number 14160 and the 14th Amendment, he's infringed on the First Amendment, saying that we just need to kick media off air. I mean, now the chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr, is saying that they're going to revoke the media licenses of companies that do not report favorably on the war in Iran. Okay, he got Jimmy Kimmel kicked off. He got Stephen Colbert kicked off. Okay, he said that the press is the enemy of the people, and he said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. He's threatened the Second Amendment by directing his DOJ, to try to find any and all ways to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. Okay, he's gone against the Fourth Amendment.
Threatening is not breaking the law.
It's going
Or
against.
having an opinion is not also going against the Constitution. Everybody is allowed an opinion.
Yeah, but some opinions can go against the Constitution. If an opinion contradicts the Constitution, in virtue of that fact, then the opinion goes against the Constitution.
That's the same thing as disagreeing with the law. So, like in Colorado, in Denver, it is illegal to vacuum at a certain time of the day. Some people could disagree with it, but you can still follow the law, but still disagree with it. You can have an opinion, but not break the law, go against it. So I believe.
Yeah, but what we
that's
see is that
where-
Donald Trump does break the law.
So, how can you break the law but still be president?
Because the ways that we would remove a president for breaking a law would require either the invocation of the 25th Amendment by his own administration or an impeachment in Congress. Right now, his administration is dominated by loyalists, and Congress is dominated by loyalists.
That sounds corrupt.
It is. It's one of the reasons I don't support the GOP. I don't support MAGA, and I don't support Trump, and you shouldn't either. But here you are on the other side of the conversation supporting Trump. Virtue of that fact, allowing said corruptness to unfold right in front of our eyes, doing nothing about it. What we do about it is we vote in the midterms for candidates that want to hold the Trump administration of the GOP accountable, who will be on the left.
I do believe it was the same way whenever, no matter if it's a Democrat or Republican, they always have Congress on their side. So it's like it's corrupt either way, Democrat or Republican, no matter who's president. So how do we fix that?
The corruption that we're describing here, okay, is Donald Trump intentionally and belligerently infringing upon the rule of law, human rights, and the Constitution, not being checked for it. Okay, we have not seen the other presidents in modern American history, particularly the Democrats like Biden, intentionally and belligerently infringe on the rule of law and the Constitution on a daily basis, my friend. But I want to keep this conversation to the scope of Trump now that I've informed you that your original claim is false when you claim that Donald Trump supports the Constitution by giving you crystal clear examples of him violating the Constitution or threatening it with his words. Do you still support him?
I support his presidency. I don't support him as a person.
Okay, usually Trump supporters will make that distinction when talking about the personal characteristics of Trump, like the fact he's a rapist. Okay? And I disagree with that distinction in that context there too. But you actually are making an error here by identifying the distinction of his presidency and him as a person, because all of those actions that I just described of him infringing on the Constitution, okay, were orders from his presidency.
Yeah, I can agree with you that he's not perfect, and nobody is going to be a perfect president.
This is the
No
MAGA
matter
script.
who
You
is,
told me.
Even if you were president, you would not be the perfect president.
But you
How can
told me
anybody
this is
be
the
perfect?
reason you support him. Like, you told
This
me,
is
Dean,
not the
I
reason why I
support,
support him.
you said, Dean, I support Trump because he's a constitutionalist. He abides by this important document. And I'm like, no, the fuck he doesn't. Here's a billion violations. Okay. And then you're like, well, he's not perfect. We can't expect anybody to be perfect. I still support him. So then identify the clear reason why you support Trump as president. What is it? You got my attention. Tell me.
I like what he does when it comes to making serious decisions. So
Like which
what's
ones?
going on-
What are the great
So
serious decisions
I'll
he's
talk
made?
about the most recent one is what's going on in Iran.
Oh, yeah. So him lying to you, me, and the rest of the American people by telling us he was starting a war on the basis of an imminent nuclear threat. By the way, we know that's a lie because that's what his own director of national intelligence has told us, under penalty of perjury, by the way. That's why she told us. To start a new war in the Middle East that's costed upwards of $1 billion a day, costed the lives of American servicemen and women and the lives of little girls in Iran. Clearly, my friends, okay, this is not a decision that you should support. And he knows this, too, by the way. That's why he ran on no new wars.
So if Israel is our ally and they're getting bombed by Iran, aren't we supposed to help our allies?
Okay, well, I need to make it clear here. We bombed Iran. Israel bombed Iran. Not the other way around, okay? It wasn't like the IRGC was launching ballistic missiles at Israel, then we decided to step in. It was, we decided to launch ballistic missiles at Iran, and then they launched ballistic missiles at Israel.
Yeah, it's called being proactive. It's like any situation in life. You don't wait for somebody to hit you. If they're coming at you in a threatening manner, you defend yourself. You be proactive. You don't be reactive and wait for your face to get smashed in and then throw a punch.
But that's
right?
what I'm saying is a lie. Donald Trump said that we need to proactively start this war because they purport an imminent nuclear threat. They did not
And how
purport
do you
an imminent
know that
nuclear
they
threat.
don't?
I already told you. Because Tulsi Gabbard, our director of national intelligence, appointed by Trump less than a year and a half ago, had to testify in front of Congress under penalty of perjury, and she admitted that we destroyed all of their nuclear capabilities months ago and that they haven't even started on rebuilding them. There was no imminent nuclear threat. That was a lie.
And how long ago was that?
How long ago was what?
When this statement was made.
Oh, like a week ago.
Okay, so there should be like a script or of the court.
There's a
proceeding?
video of it. You want to listen to her say that?
Sure.
Perfect. Let's do it together.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of
There you go. That was
So it said
easy.
it was last summer that it was their facility was destroyed. Last summer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's saying, and this statement was made a week ago. Meaning,
Yes.
And it also stated that there were no.
No efforts to rebuild
No
their
efforts,
enrichment
yeah.
facilities. Yes.
Okay, but if somebody is going to do something that could get them, attacked, wouldn't there be procedures put in place where nobody would know if you are making those efforts?
Okay, so basically now what you're saying is that, well, Donald Trump was lying, okay, when he said that they purport an imminent nuclear threat, because nobody would know if they purported an imminent nuclear threat, and Donald Trump claimed to know it.
Well, they
Right?
did. No, they did last summer.
But you just said that we couldn't know if they did.
No, with the efforts that they're making new.
But there is no
facilities.
new efforts. That's what the Director of National
And we know
Intelligence
that
just
there's
testified
not
to.
any new efforts.
Because we're the goddamn United States of America. We spend over $1 trillion on our military per year, which includes vast investment into intelligence across the globe.
I agree with you on that statement.
That's a direct... Dude, come on, man. If anybody alive would know, it would be U.S. intelligence. And that is the director of U.S. intelligence. She said, she didn't say that we don't know or not if they've started to rebuild their nuclear capabilities. She claimed that we know that they haven't.
And have we attacked them since?
Yeah, yes!
And have they attacked Israel since?
In response to our attacks and Israeli attacks, yes.
Mm-hmm. So we still need to stop them from attacking Israel.
Oh my God! But those were defensive strikes. I'm not defending the IRGC by any way, but it is absolutely true that those were defensive strikes. We struck Iran with Israel. Israel sent missiles. We sent missiles. Okay. If Iran is then going to turn around and send missiles that hit Israel, that is a defensive strike by definition.
Okay, and if you're going to make a defensive strike, knowing that Israel has allies like the United States of America, which is that has the
So
strongest and
basically
best
what you're
military in
saying
the
is that the
world,
justification
why
for
would
the
you-
war is the response from Iran after we started the war.
So
So the
if
war
I-
only
so-
became justified, okay, once Iran responded? So basically what you're saying here is if that you walk up to somebody and you punch them in the face and then they punch you in the face, you're justified in punching them in the face again? No. You started it. They were defending themselves.
Okay, so if I start it and I get hit, I just take a beating? I don't.
Well, that's what you should do. Yeah, yeah. They're completely justified in the defensive hits. Yeah.
Okay, but if they
So
keep striking,
can we
when I
agree?
stop
So
striking-
like, listen, you're
they
just
keep
being
striking after
you're
I stop
actually
striking-
actually just being like such like a little incompetent fool. Like you should be embarrassed, right? Like because once again, can we agree that Donald Trump lied when he said the reason why we started this war is because of an imminent nuclear threat? Can we agree?
No, I cannot agree on that statement.
What is the evidence that they purported an imminent nuclear threat?
The fact that they just said it last
think
summer that they did have nuclear facilities.
Wait, last summer?
You said that statement that person made in court said.
Wait,
that
the statement was that we completely
last summer
destroyed their
they're-
enrichment sites last summer.
Yeah, so in that case, they did have nuclear facilities.
Last summer? Not
last
today.
summer.
What does the word imminent mean?
Immediate, like right now.
Yeah. So do you see the issue here?
I see the issue that
Right,
yeah,
because
that-
you're saying that right now they purport a right now immediate nuclear threat, even though they only had enrichment sites that could be used to create nukes a year ago that we destroyed a year ago.
Yes.
See how that makes
But
no
at
sense?
any point,
like
they can
imagine this.
start
Imagine this. Okay.
their efforts
Let,
to
let,
make
let me ask
new-
you a question. Let me ask you a question. A year ago, you owned one gun. Okay? And a year
Yeah,
ago,
you can say that on TikTok.
I took, yes. So a year ago, you owned one gun. And a year ago, I took that gun from you. Now you own no guns. And you've made zero effort to get any new guns. Is it even possible that you could purport an imminent firearm threat to me?
Yes, and I'll tell you how.
Okay, tell me how.
The fact of having the pew pew in the first place is proof of me having the ability to obtain one. There is your imminent threat, is that I still have the ability to obtain one at any time. Just like Iran still has the ability to obtain a nuclear facility at any time. Yes, they may not have started any efforts to make new one, but it's possible that
The
they
mental
could,
gymnastics.
because
The mental
proof that
gymnastics is
they-
actually disgusting.
what?
The mental gymnastics is fucking gross. It's just so gross. I just think that you're such a gross person for trying to justify war with mental gymnastics and complete nonsense. Let me just ask you a question. Is there a single soul watching the live stream right now that agrees with what this guy is saying? I just need to know of if how many like full-on morons there are in the stream.
They're all your followers, dude. Of course they're gonna agree with you.
Think about what you're saying. You said that an imminent threat is an immediate threat right now. Okay? And you're arguing that they serve an immediate threat right now because they have the ability to maybe at some point in the future rebuild the facilities that would be required to produce nukes in the future after years of rebuilding the facilities and after years of enriching uranium. Does this mean that every country purports an imminent nuclear threat to us? Because damn near any country could start building nuclear enrichment facilities if they wanted to?
Yes.
Then the word imminent completely loses its meaning. Because imminent does not mean possibly could 20 years down the line. Okay? Let's put it this way. If you tell me that you're going to kill me in 20 years, do you purport an imminent threat to my life right now? Or will you only purport an imminent threat to my life in 20 years?
No, that's a threatening statement. So I had threatened you right now.
No, I didn't ask you if you threaten me right now. I asked you if you purport an imminent threat to my life right now. If all that you told
if
me
I
was that you're gonna
threaten you, yes.
wait, I had you connected to a polygraph machine where you couldn't lie and you were telling the truth, okay? And you said, Dean, I'm not gonna kill you right now, but I will try to kill you in 20 years. Do you purport
That's still a
an
threat.
imminent threat to me right now?
Yes. If
Then
somebody
you
told
don't
me
know
that,
what the
I'd
word
still
imminent
be
means.
afraid of them.
Wait, define the word imminent.
Right now.
Okay, but we just agreed that it wasn't right now. It was in 20 years.
Yes, but that making that threat, you could change your mind and do it right now. If
But
you're
that's
gonna
no.
make that
But
threat
we're
right
listen.
now.
We're saying that you are not going to change your mind. So given that you're not going to change your mind, do you purport an imminent threat to my life right now?
Not changing my mind, no. Or
Okay,
not the person not
okay,
changing
exactly.
their mind.
Okay, exactly. So because Iran, okay, had not started rebuilding any of their nuclear facilities, and even if they were to, it would take years to rebuild them, and then years to enrich uranium to the extent required to produce nuclear weapons. Did they purport an imminent nuclear threat right now?
No, not with nuclear.
So then
facility.
Donald Trump lied.
No.
You fucking idiot! You just agreed that they didn't purport an imminent nuclear threat!
If they have the possibilities of making.
Oh
new
my
facilities,
god!
then
Oh my god! You just said that they didn't purport an imminent nuclear threat! You gotta be joking me! Did you come up here to rage bait me? Did you come up here to turn my hair gray? Did you come up here to cortisol max me? You cannot say that Iran does not purport an imminent nuclear threat, but Donald Trump was telling the truth when he said Iran does purport an imminent nuclear threat. That is a clear as day contradictory statement. Cortisol spike! Holy fuck! Holy shit, cortisol maxing. Cortisol maxing, take a breath. Sir, do you know what a contradiction is? Marcus, do you know what a contradiction is?
Yes.
What is a contradiction?
Is making a statement, but your actions go against what that statement is.
No, that's called hypocrisy. A contradiction is when you affirm something to be true while simultaneously affirming that same something to be false. That's what a contradiction is. And that's what you just did. Because
Can
you
I
affirmed it to be
explain-
true that Iran did not purport an imminent nuclear threat, while simultaneously
explain my
affirming it to
perspective on
be
this?
false that Iran purported an imminent nuclear threat.
Can I?
Our
explain-
country's so fucking stupid. Our country's so fucking stupid. We're like, this is why we are where we are.
I
like-
agree. You got people saying no kings, yet there is no king. That's pretty stupid.
Oh, buddy.
Only one time there was ever a king in the United States of America. And we got people saying no king. but
Oh
there's
my
never been
god.
one.
Oh my god. So the point is that Donald Trump wants to be a king. The point is that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. The point is that Donald Trump wants to be a monarch. Okay? And that he's engaged in actionable steps to achieve that goal of fascism and authoritarianism by condensing power to himself, position himself above the Constitution, calling for the execution of his political opponents, trying to install himself for a second term after he lost the 2020 election. Okay? And the reason why we say no kings is because we refuse to hold Donald Trump, we refuse to let Donald Trump do what he wants to do, and we're advocating to hold him accountable and to prevent him from achieving what he wants to do.
Yeah, and going in the street and saying no kings is going to stop that from happening. You
So
need a little
actually, it raises
power
more
than that.
social awareness. Okay, point number one. Okay, it gets people together. Okay, we had 9 million Americans show up, point number two. And then once we have those 9 million Americans showed up that are energized, ready to protest, okay, we then spread the importance about voting for candidates in the midterms that are ultimately going to serve to hold the administration accountable. Point number three. So yes, they are actionable steps that will absolutely help to further the likelihood that Donald Trump will be held accountable and will be prevented from engaging in mask-off authoritarianism.
And how many Americans are in the United States?
344 million.
Yes, and only 9 of that.
It was the
That's not
largest.
enough to-
It was the largest
anything.
single-day protest in the history of this country. And what matters isn't
Still
even
not
just the
enough.
amount of people that show up. Boots. Actually, it is. It actually is. So 9 million votes has been the margin of like all presidential elections in modern American history. So A, it actually is. But then B, the message doesn't just reach the people, okay, that show up boots on the ground, okay, on the day of, but then the message also reaches the people right through word of mouth, through news, through the internet, through social media.
Okay, so you sitting here explaining the no kings thing makes sense, but you got to have a better, I don't know, name for it because
The other thing didn't make sense. I just don't think that a
saying
lot
no
of things make
king-
sense to you.
just saying no kings doesn't make any sense.
Well,
There's never been one.
See, the thing
and there
is,
can't be one.
well, see, the thing is that Donald Trump has taken actionable steps to achieve a monarchy.
Sure, he might have taken actionable steps, but that'll
Wait, so
still
you
never
agree? Wait,
happen.
why do you support Trump as president if you acknowledge that he's taken actionable steps to achieve a monarchy?
I just said that he's not the perfect president, and nobody will be.
But like
But I
clearly,
can
I feel like
still,
that's not just like an imperfection in which we should
I
discard
feel
because it
protected
threatens the core
to
American
live here.
identity. Like that is the core American identity is built on a foundation, okay, of republic. It's built on a foundation, a separation of power. It's built on a foundation, okay, of no kings. Right? So you're telling me here that Donald Trump wants to be a king and he's taken actionable steps to achieve authoritarianism, to achieve monarchy, and then you're just writing it off as a little imperfection that you could discard.
The fact of the matter is, no matter who is president, even if it's Trump, that's still nobody will ever be a king in the United States. That's just not how our country is ran, and we have set it up with the Constitution and with the amendments where it will never happen. There's
But we
too many
need a
steps in
president who
play.
doesn't stress test those things because ultimately, when they apply constant pressure, such as Trump has, sometimes the stress test will break and the authoritarianism will be able to seep through. Like, for example, giving ICE memorandums to arrest people without judicial warrants, even though that's in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Passing Executive Order number 14160 to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, even though that's in violation of their human rights. Illegally deporting 300 Venezuelan immigrants in violation of their Fourth Amendment right and 14th Amendment right to due process to a place in El Salvador where they're being tortured. The defense of the murder of people like Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, and Renee Good, where their murderers, ICE agents, are either still in the job or just at home chilling with no criminal charges pressed against them because Donald Trump's DOJ has refused to work with local authorities to investigate it because, once again, the unilateral control and rule of Donald Trump. Right? Like, what matters here is the fact that these systems could break as a whole in the future and that they are already breaking in particular ways in certain scenarios today. And that's why you shouldn't support him as president in consideration to these facts.
I mean, who is the alternative?
So you're asking who the alternative is. So right now, because we're in the midterm season, there's no alternative. And the best thing that we could advocate for and hope here is to impeach Donald Trump, which will, of course, then give the metaphorical crown to J.D. Vance. But J.D. Vance is a lapdog. He's a follower. So right now, he's the lapdog and the follower of Trump. But if we discard Trump and we prove to J.D. Vance that if he commits those same high crimes, we'll do the same to him, then he'll be a lapdog and a follower of Congress. And that's likely the best practical outcome that we could achieve before the next general election.
I disagree that JD Vance is either one, a lapdog, and two, a follower.
Come on.
You cannot
He's
be
like
put in
based
his
his identity
position
off
and
of
be a
being Donald
follower.
Trump's little good boy. That's who
You're
J.D. Vance
telling
is
me
as a person.
in
It's a little
order-
good boy.
You don't just wake up and become vice president, especially as a follower. You have to be a leader to get in those positions.
How does he lead?
Well, for one, he was a United States Marine.
Okay, being a Marine doesn't mean that you're a leader. In fact, many of
Yeah,
the
it
foot
teaches
soldiers
you leadership,
are by
especially
definition
if you're-
followers because they follow
that-
orders.
No,
And listen, I'm not
no
even like
matter
trying to
what
like shit
position you
on
are
like
in the
Marines
United
here, but
States
I'm
military-
saying that, you know, in many senses, being a foot soldier, being at the bottom of the rank, teaches you to be a follower.
yeah,
'cause
but
you follow
don't
orders
stay
from
at the
above.
bottom of the rank. They teach
I mean,
you to.
you work your way up the ranks, but then you still are
Exactly.
yet
And you have
following
to
orders
become
from
a-
above.
and they teach you leadership. There's also leadership schools.
Okay, but
that you
how does
have
he
to
lead?
go
That's what I'm
through.
asking you. Is how does he lead?
Being the vice president. Talking
But what
in
does he?
front of the
What does he
millions of
do?
Americans.
What does he do as a
Telling
vice president
millions
that's
of Americans-
leading? Well, like, I give me an example of something that JD Vance has done as vice president to demonstrate skills of pure solo leadership, not just following the command of the president above him. Can you show me where JD Vance is split from Trump
That he split from Trump?
as a vice president? No, you can't. And by the way, this isn't even like a point against him, okay? Because it's kind of the job of all vice presidents to be a little good boy and follower of the president. I just want to point that one out there, okay? That's what they're supposed to do because they're supposed to present themselves as one, and ultimately the person who determines how they're going to present themselves as one is the president. So like the
I
position of being a
disagree
VP is
because-
by definition, okay, a role of following, not leading.
Then that means every vice president in the history have all been followers. And
Yeah, by
especially
definition,
when
it's
they
a
need
role
to
of being a
step up
follower.
to become the president.
And the
like,
reason
in
why I'm
the-
saying that this is explicitly to be true of JD Vance is because he used to be a Trump hater. He said that, like, you know, Trump is like America's Hitler. He hated that guy. But then he, like, started riding Trump's coattails with the rest of all the followers and lapdogs in Congress. Okay, just disregarded all of his principles. As a Marine, he took an oath to uphold the Constitution. As vice president, he helps Donald Trump violate the Constitution, and has since been able to climb the ranks by riding on Donald Trump's coattails. By definition, he's a lapdog. Yeah, cope laugh. I don't give a shit. You just know you're wrong. And I'm sorry for being abrasive, but I seriously think that there's an issue with the way that you navigate politics. It's like embarrassing. Like earlier when we were having that conversation, okay, about the war in Iran, and you're like, oh, Dean, they do present an imminent nuclear threat because they could possibly rebuild nuclear facilities in the future that we know they have not tried to rebuild, right? Like,
Wait, can I
cope
explain
laugh
my
to
perspective
the
on that?
max.
Can I please explain my perspective on that?
Try it, dude. Last chance.
Okay, so I'll give a easy example. If somebody wrote the number 6 on the floor, you got one person standing in front of it and one person standing behind that 6. To each person, that number is going to be different. To one person, it's going to be a 9. To the other person, it's going to be a 6. And both people are going to be telling the truth when they say what their perspective is. That's a 9. The other person can say that's a 6. But they're saying two different numbers, but they're both right because of where their perspective is. That is my perspective on the imminent threat situation. Because if they have done it before, then the threat is still there, knowing that if they are willing to attack Israel, knowing that the United States will get involved, and they still attack, they don't care. They're still going to do it. And
Dude,
I
they
don't want there
didn't
to
fucking
ever
attack
be-
Israel the 2 times. Okay, the 2 times under Donald Trump's administration that they've attacked Israel has been in response to Israel attacking them.
Yeah, and they did that knowing that America would get involved. That's kind of dumb.
Dude, America attacked Iran with Israel in the first place. It's not that we got involved after they struck Israel. It's that we got involved with Israel to strike them first.
Yeah, again, we're going back to being proactive.
But
There's nothing
proactive
wrong
of
with
what?
being
What are we being
proactive.
proactive about? What would have happened if Donald Trump didn't start this war with Iran?
We don't know.
Oh, so then you don't know what we're being proactive about? Wait, so then I just want to clarify. Are you arguing that we
That's a
don't know what we're being
hypothetical
proactive about?
Yes, I know what we're being proactive about.
Okay, so then tell us what they would have done if we didn't go to war with them. Because last time you said, I don't know, but that would have been the thing that we're being proactive about. Therefore, it is true that you don't know what we're being proactive about. So we're just starting wars recklessly, claiming proactive strikes, but then we're like questioning here, what are we being proactive about? We don't fucking know.
No, making sure they never have the ability to make nuclear
Dude,
facilities
you
ever
fucking
again.
idiot. You don't kill people because they may at some point in the future have the
why do
ability
you-
to maybe hurt you. That's not a thing. Like, listen,
Why do you
listen.
go
Oh
straight
my
to
God.
insults when you
I'm
disagree
sorry
with
for
somebody?
accurately describing reality. You are an idiot, and I say that with my full chest because
That's
the
an opinion.
language and the arguments that you are making are so incredibly damaging. You're like, oh, I don't know what we're being proactive about. I'm just going to accept that Donald Trump is right when he says we're being proactive about an imminent nuclear threat. And when the U.S. Intelligence Committee says there's no imminent nuclear threat, says that they don't have any uranium enrichment sites, says that they haven't even started to try to rebuild, I don't care. They're an imminent nuclear threat, you guys. They're an imminent nuclear threat, you guys. We need to be proactive. What would have happened if we didn't go? I don't know what would have happened if we didn't go to war with it. We got to be proactive about something. Let me tell you, Dean, we are being proactive. I just don't know what it is. I have no fucking clue what we're being proactive about by killing 174 girls in an elementary school. I don't know what the hell we're being proactive about by restarting war in the Middle East when the last time we did it, it led to the deaths of 1 million innocent Afghanis and Iraqis. I don't have a clue what we're being proactive about by restarting a war that has cost $1 billion a day, has already cost the lives of servicemen and women, and will likely cost the lives of many more. I don't know what we're being proactive about when we started a war which led to the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, and which then increased the price of oil for every country on earth, has thrown upwards of 50 countries so far into an oil crisis because they're reliant on the Strait of Hormuz and they don't have any reserves. So now they're rationing the oil that they do have. Same thing with fertilizer, by the way, that Strait of Hormuz also oversees the transfer of fertilizer. So now food isn't growing. Now there's food shortages in which are starting and which will only continue into the next year and a half, okay, which it's increased the price of manufacturing of all goods by 3.4% in 1 month alone, right? This is the energy, the attitude, the embodiment of characteristics that destroy this world, that kill people. And if it all reduces down to, no, I don't know why we're doing this, but we got to do it. Okay, I am going to call you an idiot. You are a dangerous idiot.
What makes me dangerous?
Because of all the outcomes that he just described that are being propped up and supported and only being allowed to continue by the rhetoric that you're espousing.
And what danger do I pose?
The danger that you pose, okay, is the vocal, ignorant support of the dangerous things that are killing people.
Ignorancy is not dangerous. It's
Ignorancy is
not
dangerous
having-
when weaponized to support the death of humans. When weaponized to support.
That is so inaccurate. I did not say I support that.
That's what
Ever.
the fuck do you think happens in war, dude? Because you're using this to support the war in Iran. What the fuck happens in war?
That doesn't mean I support people, unalive, being
It
unalive.
does. No, it does.
No, it
If
does
you
not.
support the war, then you support people dying. You cannot separate those two things. Okay, they are.
No, yes,
they
you
are.
can.
They are necessarily intrinsically intertwined with one another.
Do you believe it is something needed that was needed in U.S. history, a war, ever? Or do you think that we should have never had a single war in history?
Sometimes I do think we need to go to war. Like when we went to war with the Nazis and we killed the Nazis and we ended the Holocaust. Yeah, I supported some of the actions that were true under World War II. Not all of the actions, by the way. So that's why I won't say I support World War II as a whole, but I do support particular wartime engagements, such as the liberation of the Jewish individuals being executed and genocided through the Holocaust, in the execution and killing of the Nazi Reich. Okay. Right?
So does that mean you support people dying or being unalive then?
Yeah, like I do support the Nazis dying. I do support the guards of the different internment camps dying. I do support Hitler dying. Yes, I do support those people dying. Yes, that is what it means. Yes.
I don't know. That just, to me, it seems very insensitive.
Oh, it's
To support
insensitive to
anybody
say that I
being
support
unalive.
Hitler dying. Really, Marcus?
Well, I mean, it's a life.
God. Yeah, a life
Yes, he's a
that
terrible
shouldn't
person.
exist. A life that should be ended.
Or his actions should be ended.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are we doing? What? We have lost the plot. Dude, seriously, Marcus? Serious?
I
This
just
is where
don't
we're
want
at?
anybody to be thinking
Dude,
that I
Dean, you're
support.
being insensitive because you support Hitler dying. Get a fucking grip.
I don't
the
support
plot,
that.
The plot has been lost. The plot has just been lost, dude.
Well,
Like
what do you
right
believe the
right
plot
after
is?
like, and this is like rolling off the back of you saying that you support not Trump going to war in Iran. You support the strikes on the girls' elementary school killing 174 people. You
No, I
support
don't.
the fact that every single time, then you wouldn't support the war.
I support necessary actions.
What
to
was
be
the
taken
necessary
place
action?
to keep to help our allies, because that's what the point of being an ally
To
is.
help our allies, we shouldn't be allied with
Why-
countries like Israel first and foremost.
Why?
And
What's wrong
why?
with Israel?
Why? Well, what's wrong with Israel? Probably genocidal ethno-expansionism.
Can you explain what that is? That's the first time I've ever heard of that.
Genocidal. So I'm saying that the state of Israel is genocidal because they've genocided the Palestinian people. And then dangerous ethno-expansionism is a fact that enshrined into the Constitution of Israel. They self-define as an ethno-state, and they are hell-bent on the illegal expansion, of their state. Good reference of this would be the current illegal occupation of the West Bank, the current illegal occupation of Gaza, admittance from the IDF and from the state of Israel that they will be under their occupation, that will be their land, the attempt to build the greater state of Israel.
Maybe I can agree with you on that.
Is there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him?
Yeah, I'm sure that
Like
there
what?
is.
What if he raped somebody?
Like I said, I don't support him as a person.
I
But
said,
that has,
but answer my question. If he literally
that
raped
has
somebody,
nothing
would
to
you
do
still
with him
support?
being the president.
It has nothing to do. Wait, him being a rapist has nothing to do with him being a president.
We're
Do
sticking.
you
to
think that
politics,
rapists should be able to
and
get
you're going-
hired at like
Okay, you're talking
children's
about his
elementary
personal life
schools?
comparing.
Do you think that
I'm
rapists
talking
should
about his
be?
presidency,
Do you think
I'm
that
not talking
rapists should be
about
able to
his
get hired at
personal
girls'
life.
elementary schools?
Never, no,
Why?
because they pose a threat.
Okay, so you think a rapist would pose a threat in an elementary school, but a rapist wouldn't
Yes.
pose a threat in the Oval Office. Why?
Because we're talking about politics. We're not talking about a personal life. We're talking
Wait.
about politics.
Why is one's personal life less relevant to the president than it would be to a teacher?
I'm talking about his choices as a president, making choices to.
Wait, answer the question. Why would one's personal life be less relevant to the president than it would be to a teacher?
A teacher goes to school every day. The president does not.
Because they lead the country every day, which is more impactful than going to school every day.
Well, I'm trying to stick to his political decisions.
But his political decisions are influenced by the person he is, because it's the person he is who's making the political decisions.
You have a point.
The point that was abundantly clear.
But again, there is no other alternative. Like you said, if your opinion is this.
So if he was a
advance of the
child
lapdog,
rapist, would you
I
still
wouldn't-
support him because there's quote unquote no other alternative?
No.
Okay. So you just threw the no other alternative argument out the window. Then you also just threw
Okay.
the supporting the person from the president out the window. So why would you stop supporting him if he was a child rapist, but you wouldn't stop supporting him if he was an adult rapist?
No, I mean, I would stop with supporting him either way.
Okay,
As
so
a
now you
person.
concede.
No, I did not concede. I support his presidency.
Would you still support his
political
presidency if
decisions.
he was literally a child rapist?
No.
Okay. So why would you stop supporting his presidency if he was a child rapist, but you wouldn't stop supporting his presidency if he was an adult rapist?
Okay, I feel like you're coming up with a straw man, and you're cornering.
You don't even know what the word
the
straw man
argument?
means. What cornered you was your logic, not my counter argumentation against your logic. So answer the question, please.
Because you're asking me a question about his personal life, and you're not asking
I
me a
want you to
question about
answer
his
the question.
Political decisions.
Why
How he is
would
as
you
a
stop
president.
supporting
What-
Trump as president if he was a child rapist, but you would not stop supporting Trump as president if he was an adult rapist?
Oh my gosh.
Are you going to answer the question?
No, it's because it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of.
So you would, so
question.
you admit that your logic is cornered to yourself. You admit that there's an
No,
issue.
your question.
Oh my God. You're making it my fault that you gave a bad argument? What is going on? What the hell is going on? The goal of an effective debater is to be able to demonstrate why the view of the person they're debating is damned if they do, damned if they don't. Therefore, they have to discard the view as a whole because it's inherently illogical. And that is effectively what I've done to you. You're the one that told me you would still support Trump as president if he raped an adult. You're the one that told me, so you would stop supporting Trump as president if he raped an adult?
I would stop support. I don't support him at all. In the first place, as a person.
I
His
didn't ask you as a
decisions that he
person.
makes
I
outside
strictly
of
used the
Oval
word
Office-
president. Would you stop supporting
We're
Trump
talking
as
about-
president if he raped an adult?
I have to say no.
Exactly. Would you stop supporting Trump as a president if he raped a child?
Yes, I would stop supporting him.
Why would you stop supporting Trump as president if he raped a child, but not if he raped an adult?
Okay, you've got me confused. I would stop with the words. I would stop supporting him regardless.
So you actually would stop supporting him as president if he raped an adult?
Yes.
So if I could prove to you that Donald Trump raped anyone, you would no longer consider yourself MAGA. Right, Marcus?
I know what you're about to pull up. The Carroll-
Right, Marcus? If I could prove to you that he raped anybody, you would no longer support him as president, right?
Correct.
Okay, so here's the jury verdict form from a civil court that concluded Donald Trump raped a woman by the name of Miss Carroll. At face value, this jury verdict form is going to be confusing to you and many other members of the audience whose first time it's the first time seeing it. So I will explain it now. We look at question 1 and 2. The first question says, did Miss Trump rape Miss Carroll? Jury said no. Second question says, did Miss Trump sexually abuse Miss Carroll? Jury said yes. Why? Well, because the legal definition of rape in the state of New York at the time was very strict and narrow. It was purely and only the forceful penetration, okay, of a woman's female member with a man's male member. However, what Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll, and what she proved in court, is that she had her female member forcefully penetrated with his fingers, not his penis. So, strictly legally speaking, it only counted as SA. But colloquially, the way that we use the word rape, it would absolutely be rape. And I do apologize for confusing the names there. I think I said Miss Trump. My fault. But you get the point. There's the proof that he's a
Why is number 3
rapist.
not answered?
Because they didn't require them to answer question number 3, because it was implied by question number 2. Okay? We look at the text under question number 3. It says, if you answered yes, the text under question number 2, if you answered yes, skip to question 4. If you answered no, continue to question 3. Okay, because they answered yes, and forcible touch was therefore implied by sexual abuse. They skipped question number 3 and then went to number 4.
Why? Okay, why was it preponderance of evidence, meaning 51%, 49%, instead of beyond a reasonable doubt?
Okay, so you're already wrong. Preponderance of evidence does not mean 51%. Preponderance of evidence means 51% or above. Okay? And that's because this was
More
in
likely
civil
than
court,
not.
not a criminal court. Okay? And in this case, I do believe that they proved it to an incredibly high degree, because I don't think that there's any reasonable doubt to the evidence suggested, okay, which would suggest a standard of evidence to be closer to around 92%.
Why was it civil instead of criminal? And why
Because the
hasn't it become
criminal statute of
if you-
limitations had expired, meaning that she literally could not pursue criminal charges against Trump for what he did to her, regardless of the amount of evidence that she had.
Even though he was proven to be guilty
Yes.
in civil court.
Yes.
Okay, that should be changed.
I agree. But now that I've proven to you that Trump is a rapist, do you still support him as president?
I cannot.
So I've changed your mind. Good. Very good. Thank you for coming up. Now, everybody, we just got another restriction and flag on the live stream on TikTok. We're not going to do a restart immediately. I appealed it. We're going to see if the appeal goes through to prevent another restart. Okay. But what I just want to demonstrate to you guys is that TikTok does not like what we do. TikTok takes us down. When we're changing minds, okay, we get the ban hammer. We get punished for it. So, but I am very happy I could change that guy's mind. Wow, I did not think I'd be able to change his mind in the slightest. You know? Holy cow. That one caught me out of left field. My God. All right, I'm going to go thank a couple people, and then we're going to go to get that next guest up here. Wow, what a W. I really didn't think that we could change his mind. We did it. We did it, guys. We did it. I did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. Tori, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. That is very kind of you, my friend. I really appreciate you so much for all the love and support that you've shown me. Let's get 200 Tori W's down below. Tori with the $20 says, I swear if I hear another man call it his quote-unquote personal life, I'm going to lose it. Being a rapist is not a personal life. I know. Yeah. What? Thank you for the $20, Tori. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Tori down below. Same thing to Jay. That is Jaie. Thank you so much for the support, Jay, with the $20 over on Venmo. Jay with the $20. Once again, thank you. Show some love to Jay in that chat. Thank you so much, man. Says, Caller needs to understand that 6 versus 9 analogy doesn't work when Democrats are saying 6 and Trump is going chair. Really good point. Really good point. Thank you so much for the $20. You are awesome and really good point, Jay. Tyler, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, Dean, you are wasting your time on this caller. He has no moral compass nor common sense. Tyler sent that donation in 25 minutes ago. Tyler, I'm very happy to report that you've been proven wrong. Ross, thank you for the $10 as well. Let's get 100 Ross W's. I appreciate you. MAGA and Zionists have these issues: cognitive dissonance, intellectual dishonesty, hypocrisy, motivated reasoning, confirmation bias, denialism, selective exposure. Absolutely, Ross. Thank you for the $10 and the truth nuke. Ricky, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says, Dean, thank you for what you do. Well, thank you, Ricky. And then Tori, thank you for the massive $50 Super Chat. That is wild. That is so much love. That is so much money, Tori. $50 is a shit ton of money. I do not deserve that. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Seriously, thank you so much, Tori. Holy crap. Tori with a $50 says, Caller, no one is expecting the president to be perfect. We expect him to not be a predator. You wouldn't let him watch your daughter. Why would you let him make decisions for her? 110% Tori. That is such a good line. That is such a bar that I think I'm probably going to steal that from you. Thank you once again, not only for the $50 Super Chat, completely outrageous. Thank you so much for the support, but also for the complete bar that I'm definitely 110% going to steal from you. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Gabby, for the 125. Oh my God, the $125 donation on PayPal. That is unreal. Why are y'all being so kind today? What is going on? Thank you, Gabby. Show some love to Gabby down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love and kindness. That is wild. Let's get 1,000 Gabby W's. Gabby with a $125, completely insane, says, from Gabby, hope you're well, Dean. I just got back from spending a few days away from home, including the internet and news, to enjoy some peace and nature. I highly recommend. But the first thing I had to do was catch your stream. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Peace and love. Peace and love to yourself, Gabby. That sounds really fun. A detox that we could probably all use. Thank you so much for the $125, Gabby. I hope that you had fun. Show some love to Gabby down below. James, thank you so much for the $10 as well on PayPal. James, I really appreciate you so much for the support for me in the stream. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to James. Hope that you're enjoying the stream. Same thing to Piper. Thank you for the 5. Mandy, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal, who says to help lower your cortisol. Thank you for all that you do. Dude, I was cortisol maxing in the middle of that last conversation. I'm happy that I took a breath, was able to lock back in and change his mind. Thank you so much for the love, Mandy. Let's get 200 Mandy W's. Very kind of you. Like I said to the last person, I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Same thing to Philip. Thank you so much for the $10, who says, Dean, Iran has slingshots. That's still an imminent nuclear threat. Get with the program. Anything is an imminent nuclear threat if you set your mind to be creative enough. Dana, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I absolutely love your debates, Dean. Thank you, Dana. That is D-A-N-A. Show some love to them down below. And then same thing to Richard. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate you, Richard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the study that you saw from the Cato Institute, Richard, that you're asking me a question about, is absolutely right. We're caught up on Super Chat. We're caught up on PayPal. Let's quickly catch up on Venmo. Thank you so much, Valerie, for the $25, who says, I just read today that Donald Trump signed an EO on voter suppression today. Have you seen this? I've not seen this. Valerie, please link that to me. I will happily take a look at it. Thank you so much for the $25. Let's get 200 of Valerie W's. That is so very kind of you. Anna, thank you for the $18 donation, who says, new follower, super impressed with your content. Thank you for devoting yourself to finding the truth and not a specific narrative. Stay strong, bro. Thank you, Anna. That's crazy. New follower. Well, I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. That's awesome that you're tuning in. Show some love to Anna down below in that chat, one of the first timers for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lars, thank you for the $15, who says, please make him stop. I'm losing brain cells. That came in before he changed his mind. You've been proven wrong, Lars. Well, I hope that you regain those brain cells. Serena, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, I heard a good joke today, this guest, once again before he changed his mind. You've also been proven wrong, Serena. Look at us. Same thing to you, Misty. Thank you for the $5. And then Lacey with the $10. I appreciate you so much, Lacey. And then Abby, thank you for the $20 donation, who says, please do an impression of Trump bragging about how we're cortisol maxing now. We're cortisol maxing. You've never seen somebody cortisol max to a higher level than right now. Me, I'm doing it. Me. My diaper's full. My diaper's full. I shit my pants because of how I'm cortisol maxing. Have you ever shit your pants because of how you cortisol max? You have not. I win. I'm cortisol maxing harder than you ever have. Thank you for the $20, Abby. Same thing to you, Alexa. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, and I just read your message. Hey, Dean, I've been watching you since I was 16 and I recently turned 18, so I'm excited to be able to send you a donation now. Thank you for everything that you do. You're absolutely amazing. Well, thank you for the $10, Alexa. That's crazy. Sometimes I forget for how long I've been doing this. A couple years. That's wild. Thank you for the 10. Same thing to Peter. Thank you so much for the $65 donation over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Peter. Let's get 500 Peter W's. Who says even Fox News is reporting that Trump wasn't made aware of how bad this war would get, ultimately saying that the people around him failed him because this war is indefensible, and even Fox News is admitting it. Isn't that wild, Peter? It's good to see you, by the way, brother. Hope you've been doing well. Thank you so much for the $65 donation. Then we just have one last one here from Lacey. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, love what you do. I have to show you some love. Thank you for helping me get through countless shifts at work. Keep up the good work, Dean. Well, you as well. Thank you, Lacey, for the $20 and the kind words, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Very, very kind of you, Lacey. Then one other honorable mention here. Thank you so much, Blake, for the $5. Blake says, did you see Nick Fuentes mention you on a show last night? I actually, funny enough, did see a clip of it. He kind of mentions me a lot, though. Every like month or so, he brings my name up somehow, one way or another. Thank you for the support, man. We are all caught up, y'all. We are all caught up. We're going to go ahead and give it another 10 minutes to see if we're able to get the restriction that we have on our account repealed if we're unable to. Fortunately, we're going to have to hit the second restart of the stream, which I know is super unfortunate, you guys. But we're going to give it another 10 minutes, see what happens. Also, I've been reading some critiques from you guys that I will thank too many donors at one given time. It'll take up too much of like the show time that we could spend debating. So because of that, what I'm going to try to do here is break up thanking the donors into more frequent segments that will just take shorter periods of times. So then you guys don't have to like wait around before the next debate. I will never not thank the people who support me in what I do here. That's just something I've always done, something I'll continue to do. So we'll just try to break it up into more frequent little bite-sized chunks. But if you do want to support me, support the show, or just ask a question, you can find the Venmo and PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, and the handles at the top of the phone screen as well. And I'm very thankful and grateful for everybody who showed so much love and support to what we do here. Popcorn, welcome in.
Dean, how's it going, man? I appreciate the invite.
Well, I didn't invite you. You requested to join. It's going all right. I've noticed a trend with you, Popcorn. Can I tell you what that trend
what's
is?
That? Yeah,
Where
what's
you come
the
up
trend?
here, like with a prescriptive argument that you think is going to be a winner. You quickly understand that it's in all reality a loser. Okay? And then you leave.
Right. So, do you have any proof of that? Any examples to share? Or are you just talking? But
I actually think I do have proof of that. I think that you're actually featured on my YouTube channel, actually, in one of the videos that my editor picked out of you owing me like $2,000 because you lost the debate, then you left. So, yeah, the proof is just, on my YouTube videos. Go take a look, man.
So, one, we didn't bet 2,000, we betted 1,000, and the bet was Trump saying a certain something with Howard Stern, and I proved you wrong. We all heard it. But also, I gotta say, I love when the left eats the left.
You admitted. One moment. You admitted that you were wrong. You admitted that you were wrong.
On what?
On what you had said.
And what did I say?
It's been a couple weeks, popcorn. Let me think about it.
But
you
it's pinned
said
to your-
that engaging in unconsensual sexual conduct is not always sexual exploitation.
Okay, so
Then you denied saying that. Okay. And then I said, I'll bet you $1,000 that you said that. And then you said, Dean, I accept that bet because I never said that. Then I replayed the VOD to where you said it.
So the exact claim was, because if you fast forward it to like 2 or 3 minutes after the video that you posted, I'm sure you cut that part out. I did tell you that, oh, I am sorry, I'm wrong. I did not hear the second part to the question.
Oh.
You left that out, didn't
And that's why you lost
you? You
the bet.
left it out,
And
didn't
that's
you?
why you lost the bet. And that's why you owe me $1,000, buddy.
And also, no, I don't think we bet on that. And do you got proof that I bet on that?
We bet $1,000 on it, dude.
No, we bet $1,000. Well, one, I thought it was 2,000, but yes, we betted $1,000 that Trump said a certain something that he didn't
No,
say.
we bet $1,000 that you said a certain something that you denied saying.
Right, and you're saying I can find this on your YouTube channel?
Yes. You don't
All right,
remember
awesome.
this?
Now I remember the other, but I remember that conversation, but we didn't bet on it.
Wow.
Yep. But boy, Takesha is, I think that's her name. Takesha is blasting you and AG on her live.
That's not her name. Her name is Tashika.
Oh, Tashika, whatever her name is. Anyway, I love when the left eats the left.
Well, I
But,
just completely ignore her because she's insane.
Yeah. Well, let me pull up this. If you want to thank some donors, I like to pull up the video that you posted. Or do you want to play
Tashika?
it? Or?
I've
No,
no interest
no.
in listening
No,
to
no.
anything that Tashika said.
No, I'm not talking about her anymore. I'm talking about our bet.
So you want to relitigate you owing me $1,000?
Yes, I'm going to do that. Yep.
Dude, okay. If I end up being right, okay, will you give me the $1,000?
Well, let's look at it. So
No. If I
yes,
end up
that's
being
it.
right, will you give me the $1,000?
Yes, if you end up being right, yes, that's why I made the bet. But okay, Dean Weathers, right? So you're live here. So where can I find this?
Cocky MAGA man owes me $2,000 after losing this debate. Posted on my YouTube channel 2 weeks ago. Oh no way! My editor sent me the clip. Give me 2 minutes and I'll find the timestamps. Yo, thank you so much, editor. Thank you. My editor already sent me the VOD that it's in. It's from Trump vows quote unquote death, fire, and fury in Iran as war spirals out of control. Okay. Yes. So editor, I guess I won't refer to you by your name. Do you have the specific timestamp? Is this the specific timestamp?
So let's go with your lie number one, that Trump bragged about barging into the locker room full of underage women. Can you prove that? Yes. And I would like actual evidence.
Okay. Is it like in here, editor? Because this is like I'm looking for the very specific timestamp. I don't want to listen to like 3 minutes. Because it opens up to the start. What are you uh-ohing?
Because you're wrong about what you're talking about, and you're.
Why do you think I'm
just
wrong
starting
about
to
what I'm
figure
talking
that-
about?
About what we bet about.
Why would you think that? I'm opening
Because
it
we
on my
didn't bet
computer.
on what you said we bet on.
Wait. Why would you think that? I'm opening my computer right now so I could just pull up the VOD and play it for you.
Because I remember betting on something else, the $1,000.
Okay. Yeah,
and
I'm about to prove you wrong, my friend. I just have to find the VOD on my computer. Listen, I'm about to make a band. I love that. I love that for me. $1,000 is a shit ton of money. All right, and then the timestamp is 2 hours 37 minutes. Editor, can you actually help me find like the more specific timestamp of the $1,000? Oh, this is easy as hell, man. I'm about to be 1K richer. You did. Thank you.
So let's see it. Underage women. Can you bragged about barging into the locker room full of underage women? Can you prove that?
Okay, so there's the
And I would like
first
actual
bet.
evidence,
Yeah, I
so-
can prove that he did this. So there's the first bet about Trump. You want to listen to the second bet? 33709. 33709. Oh, editor, both of those two links are opening up to 33709. It's to win
I'll
an
tell you what.
and they said yes. And then you asked 5 people at the Walmart.
One, so why would I take another one?
So now that you agreed, okay, 1 second. The editor is finding the second timestamp of the $1,000 bet that you made with me over what you had said right now. No worries, editor. No worries, editor. By the way, I really appreciate you for your help. Thank you so much, by the way. And we'll be getting that open soon. So I'm very grateful for my editor for helping me find that. In the meantime, would you like to tell us why you support Trump?
Yeah, I can actually help out the editor. It doesn't exist. So you're looking for something that doesn't exist. But why I support Trump is because I felt that we needed to. Are you playing the video or what are you?
Oh, this is... Yeah, no, just go ahead.
Yeah.
315... Wait, you just said it didn't exist. Okay. That might have been my fault, editor. I think that my metadata was just saving, so it kept on opening to the same time. Not sexual exploitation. Address that.
That what was not sexual exploitation?
Pulling somebody's pants down and grabbing their private parts.
Address that.
You said that wasn't sexual exploitation.
Yes, that is sexual exploitation.
But 2 minutes ago, you said it wasn't sexual
I never said that.
How much do you want to bet?
No, I never said that.
How much do you want to bet?
I'll bet you 1,000. Dude, you can't follow a conversation.
$1,000? Let's do it. Okay, but I'm going to go to replay the VOD.
You guys are just cheap. Do you have the...
Listen, wait, stop talking. I'm going to replay the VOD. You're about to owe me $1,000. Okay? Keep in mind, we're betting $1,000 on the claim that you said that wasn't sexual exploitation. Perfect. Let's go to rewind the bet. Agree that the definition of sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Define unjust.
To do... No, I'm just...
You just get to answer the question. You've been running for me for months.
The definition is to wrongly take advantage of somebody sexually. That the definition of sexual exploitation is to wrongly take advantage of somebody sexually.
Depends on the context.
Can you give me an example of wrongly taking advantage of somebody sexually that's not sexual exploitation?
Yes, when you like go into a room and you pull down the pants of an individual and you grab their parts, I guess you could say. I don't know what you can say here on TikTok. Okay,
$1,000 popcorn right now.
And then play the rest of it. I get it. I concede. I did not honestly.
So you admit that you lost the bet.
You did not hear that part that you would not consider sexual exploitation. I did not hear that.
And then you explain why you lost the bet.
So I backtracked that statement.
Okay. And then you backtrack this statement. $1,000 popcorn.
So again, the bet was without the sexual exploitation.
The bet was over what you said. You said that you didn't say something that you did say. And you bet me $1,000 that you did not say it. And then I played you the clip of you saying it. So not only did you lose that bet and you owe me $1,000 now, okay, but you also denied that this bet even existed less than 5 minutes ago. So here are my two questions. My first question is, how stupid do you feel that you denied this bet existed 5 minutes ago?
I don't remember the bet.
Okay, when am I going to get my $1,000?
You didn't prove anything other than I did make a bet, but you didn't prove that you won the bet.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
What was the bet?
You didn't.
What was the bet?
The bet that I made was give me an example of sexual exploitation or give me a example of SA.
No, that wasn't. We all just listened to the VOD. The bet that you made is that you never said that pulling somebody's pants down and touching their private parts is not sexual exploitation.
Because I didn't hear that part, and I'm saying now
okay,
it is.
But that's why you lost the bet. But you lost. That's why you lost the bet.
That's not what I bet on, though.
Yes, you did. You bet on if you said it or not, and you did say it.
I bet on saying what
you're just arguing here. Listen, popcorn. Listen, you're just arguing here that you didn't mean to say it. Okay.
No.
But we didn't bet on what you meant to say. We bet on what you actually said. You actually did say that. Yes.
No, I didn't.
Bro, I'll play you the fucking clip of where you said it again.
I was answering a question that only had part of the question.
Listen, I'll play it for you again where you said that. I'm going to play you the clip again where you said that pulling somebody's pants down and then touching their private parts is not sexual exploitation. I'll play you it again.
It is sexual exploitation.
Can you give me an example of wrongly taking advantage of somebody sexually that's not sexual exploitation?
Yes.
What question did I just ask you, popcorn? In that clip, what did you?
I didn't hear the second part of that.
No. What question did I ask you?
I thought you asked.
No, I'm not asking you what you thought I asked. What did I ask? No. What did I ask?
I thought.
No, I'm not asking you what you thought I asked. What did I ask?
Well, I didn't hear what you asked.
I'm not asking you if you heard it or not. I'm asking you, what did I ask?
You asked me, give me an example of sexual exploitation that isn't considered grape. I think that's what your question is.
Dude, you're so fucking lost. I'll replay the question. Take advantage of somebody sexually. That the definition of sexual exploitation is to wrongly take advantage of somebody sexually.
Depends on the context.
Here's the question. Give me an example of wrongly taking advantage of somebody sexually that's not sexual exploitation. The question was, can you give me an example of wrongly taking advantage of somebody sexually that is not
Bam,
sexual
right there.
exploitation?
And that's what I was answering, because technology is a bitch. I did not hear that second part to that.
Okay.
But
now let's listen to your response.
That I was
when you like go into a room and you pull down the pants of an individual and you grab their.
It doesn't matter if you want to claim that you heard me or not. All that matters is what you said.
It does matter.
And what you said made you lose the debate. It made you
I didn't lose the debate.
Made you lose the debate.
Dude, you got demolished. Dude, you got cooked.
Says the guy that owes me a band.
You got cooked.
Says the guy that owes me a band.
Discussion.
Says the guy that owes me a band. Says the guy that owes me a band. Again.
And even if I did owe you 1,000, you owe me 1,000 for the other thing that we bet on.
Oh no! Wait, guys, he's finally faltering. He's finally. Even if I did, it doesn't matter. Even if I did, it doesn't matter. You should change your name.
Did I not say that I did not hear the full question? Even if it doesn't matter. Yes or no? Because you said that. Hey, let's bet that you said this.
Doesn't matter. What you said matters. You did.
But what I said.
Holy
I did not say what you
fuck.
Said
Holy shit. Dude, why does he keep on going for it?
I didn't say what you
I sat you down.
I didn't say what you said I said. So.
We all listened to it, Popcorn. You're delusional.
We all listen?
We all listened to it. You're delusional. Let's get a delusional Popcorn in the chat. Let's get a Delulu Popcorn in the chat. Says the guy that owes me a band. Delulu Popcorn in the chat, guys. Let's get a Delulu Popcorn down. Let's get a burnt popcorn in the chat, everybody. Let's get a burnt popcorn in the chat.
And then play the other one where you lost that debate.
Sure, after you pay me the band you owe me.
So again, what was my claim?
Yo, Serpent, thank you so much for the $9 Canadian who says, cough up that 1K Popcorn. Agree with Serpent.
What was my position?
Well, are you going to respond to Serpent there? Are you going to pay up
Yes,
that 1K?
I would like to ask you and Serpent, what was my position?
Okay. We bet $1,000 on if you did or did not say what you said. Delulu Popcorn. I'm not going to disconnect you from my life because you're clearly not going to give me the money that you owe me. Very unfortunate, folks. And we have people as delusional as Popcorn out here that are making reckless debates that they can't pay up on, and they know it. Very reckless, very reckless. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Imagine being that guy's wife. Terrible mic. Imagine, guys, seriously. Imagine legitimately being that guy's partner. How terrible would that be? How absolutely terrible would it be? If he can't even agree on what he said. Come on. My editor just sent me a text who says people owe you $22,000, $22,820 from lost bets in 2016 alone, 2026 alone. That's crazy. And I believe her, because you know they watch every VOD to cut them down to edit them. So if anybody would know, it would be them. $22,000. That's crazy. That's actually nuts. You know what? I think that we need to add another $1,000 to that from. No, I guess he proved that he didn't know that. Hi, do you support Trump, Carolina?
No.
Okay, then we got to kick you. We're going to go put the rules up on the... No, I'm not going to wait. We got to go to put the rules up on the phone screen, guys. You got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Them's are the rules. Make sure that you're following the rules if you want to join the live stream. Really appreciate it if you could do your very best to pay attention to them, to follow them to a T. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Why are you, like, deepening your voice?
Oh, yeah, I mean, can you hear me? That's my boys. What the hell?
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, give me a moment.
Yeah,
here.
I was like laying down on my car. My bad, bro.
Frog, thank you so much for the $10 in Super Chat. Who says, PSA to all the callers. When you answer a question from Dean, you say yes or no, chef. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Awesome. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Frog. Show some love to Frog down below. Let's see. Release the Bats. Thank you for the $10 in Super Chat as well. Who says, Trump supporters are always so narcissistic and in denial. Oh my God. Yes, they are. And then Tim, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says, have not donated in a while. Here's some of my tax refund. Oh, David, that's very nice of you, Tim. Make sure to show some love to Tim down below in that comment section right now for the $20 donation. I'm very, very grateful for you. Let's get 200 Tim W's. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over on PayPal, William, thank you for the $5. SJ, thank you for the $10 with no message attached. SJ, I hope you're doing all right today. Show some love to SJ down below. Thank you so much for being here again, SJ. Saul, thank you for the $5. And then Nurse Carrie, thank you so much for the $140 donation on PayPal. That is fucking nuts. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. I want to see 1,000 Carrie W's down below in the chat for the $140 donation. That is legitimately fucking insane. That is so incredibly kind of you. I do not deserve that much love, and I've told you that many times before, but you continue to show up and show out. Thank you so much for your continued generosity. Like, that is so unbelievably kind of you. Nurse Carrie with a $140 says, loved you know King's speech. Keep on rocking it, changing hearts and minds from Nurse Carrie. Thank you. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much, Nurse Carrie. Like I said, let's get 1,000 Carrie W's in that chat, please, and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beyond kind. Genuinely beyond kind. Abby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says that guy was a greasy barnacle head. Yeah, fuck popcorn. Valerie, thank you for the $10. She says, I sent the link to the Reuters article today to your TikTok message feed. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you for the $10, Valerie. Kaylee, thank you for the $5. And then Shelby, thank you so much for the $20. Who says the guy that owes me a ban, repeated in all caps 5 times. Yeah, I should have just spammed that low key. Thank you for the $20, Shelby. You were awesome. Let's get 200 Shelby W's. Then Andrea, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says a thank you for actually talking about the 1 in 5 West Virginia kids starving under Trump. Yeah, such a big issue, Andrea. Thank you for the $10. Then Matthew, thank you for the $5. And with that, we are all caught up. Now, folks, unfortunately, that restriction that we have on the stream has not been lifted, so it is time to do a restart again.
Yo, can I join back?
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I was about to invite you to do. Do you want to join back after the restart?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. For everybody watching, I'm so sorry that we have to do this again. Once again, this is not something that I choose to do willingly. It is something that we are forced to do by TikTok, and I'm so sorry that this is the second restart in literally an hour and 20 minutes. I know that sucks, and I know that's terrible. But unfortunately, we're just going to go ahead and do that now. Hit that follow button. In the top left-hand corner, it looks like a red little cross if you haven't already. Even if you don't want to follow me, you could always unfollow me after you come back because that's just the fastest way to find the live. The even faster way to find the live after we just hit this 5-second restart. Seriously, they only take 5 seconds. They don't take a minute. They don't take 2. They don't take 10. They take 5 seconds. Okay? The faster way to come back is once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended. If you click on the profile picture, that will then be in the middle of the phone screen. You'll find my account page, count to 10, 15, refresh the account page, and click into the new live. Like I said, I do apologize that this is the second restart of the day. We're going to go ahead and do that now. We'll be back in 5 seconds. Oh my God, bro. Fuck TikTok for doing this to us. Actually sucks, man. Second restart of the day. Somebody over on YT said, "Oh, I think I can't even say that. That's the issue." Somebody in the other chat. That's what we're gonna say instead. So it's so nice to be on the other chat. No, I know it is nice to be over there. You don't have to deal with all the restarts. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back in, guys. We're gonna just go ahead and hop right back into those debates. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends, hopping in that queue of your MAGA. Let's try to get that stream bumping again, folks. We're waiting for Looksmax. We're going to go and get him up here, so let's just give him a moment to try to find his way to that queue. In the meantime, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, shouting out, saying what's good in that comment section. Appreciate everyone so much for returning. I know that it's really annoying to have to do these constant perpetual restarts. It is what it is. We got that guest loaded back up in here. As well as thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat, John. I saw that just came through. No message attached, just sent the love. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you, John. Show some love to John. Let's go ahead and start off that restart by spamming 200 John W's down below. Thank you so much, brother. Take it away, man. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
You know, I do support the president because of maybe it's not just all about his politics or policies, but it's more about what the Democrats believe, and it doesn't align with me at all, right? Like one of the things is abortion. I believe that abortions are something immoral, And also, I do believe that we have two genders, and I don't want to advocate for transgender people or gay people. I don't believe on those things. I think those people are insecure and they want to be accepted, right? It's just my belief, right?
So the first way that I wanted to kind of combat this train of thought was just by bringing up how absurd it is to say, well, if Trump thinks it's okay to call the Democrats terrorists, that's fine. If Donald Trump thinks that it's okay and actually does call for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress, that's fine. If Donald Trump thinks that it's okay to rape somebody, that's fine. If Donald Trump thinks that it's okay to break his promises and go to war in the Middle East, that's fine. If Donald Trump thinks that it's okay to announce a possible invasion of one of our allies, that's fine. If Donald Trump thinks it's okay to skirt the Constitution and position himself above it, it's fine. If Donald Trump thinks that it's okay to try to change the outcome of the last election to install himself for a second term, it's fine. But if Donald Trump were to think that there's more than 2 genders,
we can
that's not
talk about
fine.
those things.
We cannot support him in office. So that was going to be the first line of counter-argumentation that I was going to choose to engage in. But I instead just want to ask you a very simple question. So that you don't agree with being gay. So first, let's exchange the word gay for the phrase non-straight. The reason why we have to do that is for TikTok terms of service. So why don't you think it's okay to be non-straight?
Oh, because I think that if we advocate for those type of things, children will tend to feel like they are insecure about themselves, right? And they will look for different ways to change their lives forever, right? When I was born, I mean, your parents expect you to be a male or a female, right?
Well, and we're not talking about being trans. We're talking about not being straight. The question that I asked you is, why is it not okay to not be straight?
Oh, because I think those people have, they lack, brain cells. I think that they don't think straight, basically.
They lack brain cells?
Yeah, like, for example.
Is that a metaphor of speech, or are you saying, like, they literally lack brain cells?
I think they're dumb. I like, that's how I see it. Like, I don't.
Like, being dumb?
I don't picture myself as them or people in my family or my
why
culture.
Do you think non-straight people are dumb?
Because they have to make a change in themselves, right? In their train of thought in order to feel accepted.
Wait. So that last statement hinged on the premise being true that they're changing from being straight to being gay. Right?
Yeah.
Prove that.
I mean, that's what they believe in, right? Am I wrong, dude?
You are wrong.
So you don't think that's a option?
No, I don't think it's an option.
So you're telling me when that person was born, right? And they were raised, obviously, I mean, you would expect it, right? Maybe in my culture, when you're obviously a biological male,
Let me just go ahead and cut to the chase. People are born with a biological predisposition to either be straight or gay. It's not something that you could choose. It's hard-coded inside of you.
So you don't think that's because of what they see around themselves? Like that's influence?
Correct.
Oh, so you think being, can I say that word or am I going to get banned?
Say non-straight.
Gay? Oh, non-straight, I'm sorry. So do you think being non-straight is something that is inflicted in people because of their surroundings?
No.
Oh, you're saying that they biologically come like that?
Yes.
So who invented, sorry, you're telling me right now that a, non-straight person has been a thing, right? A definition for a long time, and people are just like this. They're born like this. That's what I'm trying to say. Like when they're kids, they're born like this.
Yes, people have always been born with the biological predisposition to be gay as a percentage of the population. Yes. Many people have, yes, for the entirety of human history.
Yeah. So why are there people that, that they clearly, right, live a normal life, they have a girlfriend or they have a girlfriend, right? And out of nowhere, they are like, you know what? I don't feel like I'm socially accepted. I don't feel like I feel secure about myself. I feel insecure. So I'm going to come out and say that I'm this.
Okay. So you're asking me how somebody could go from having a girlfriend to having a boyfriend. Sure. So on one hand, bisexuality exists, which means that you're attracted to both men and women. So this would be the same as a straight man going from having a girlfriend named Amy, breaking up with Amy, then having another girlfriend named Rose. Okay, just simply changing who their partner would be, predicated on the group of people that they're attracted to. Same thing would be true for bisexual individuals. Having a girlfriend named Rose, then a boyfriend named Tim. Okay?
Yeah,
Now, for
wait.
gay individuals, on the other hand, what we'd be talking about here would be the impact of heteronormativity, where gay men is told by society that it's wrong to like men, they're supposed to like women. Okay? Then they agree with that. They tell themselves that it's wrong for them to like men. They have to deny that part of themselves, and they're supposed to try to like women. They'll do everything in their power to reject their same-sex attractions, do everything in their power to accept opposite-sex attractions, even though those are not the attractions in which they possess because of their biology. Okay? And then inevitably one day they'll wake up to that fact. They'll say, I can't do this. Never been attracted to this person. I've been trying my best to force myself to me. Break up with them and live who they truly are.
So, another thing that I do want to talk about what you just said, right? You said that it's inflicted because of society. I mean, these kids are not born like this, right?
That's not what I said. I'm arguing the exact opposite, in fact. I'm arguing that people are born like this.
But it clearly doesn't make any sense because when you're a year, like when you're 2 or 3 or 5 or 6, you're taught to be a certain way, and you obviously develop that mind. You develop those ideas, right? You're not born like that. I wasn't born like how I am right now.
Okay. Were you born with a biological predisposition to be the person that you are today? In many senses of like your anatomy? Were you born with a biological predisposition for your lungs to develop to the size they are now?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's the point. Is that people are born with a biological predispositions to possess the sexual attractions that they do, and then inevitably those sexual attractions begin to develop and then emerge throughout adulthood, so on and so forth.
But the definition, right? You said it's unstraight. Don't you think that's hella unstraight?
What?
Don't you think like developing those ideas that are obviously weird and not in
that are obviously
many
weird. So now you're saying weird. What do you mean by weird? Do you just mean not accepted by yourself?
No.
So now you're arguing that it's actually wrong to be gay because you just think it is? That's how you feel?
No,
The feelings in your tum-tum are informing you of that fact?
No, I'm saying it's not accepted by
so if
many
it's not accepted
cultures.
by society, then it's wrong. So it was wrong to be left-handed in the 90s? Because society didn't
we're
accept
talking
left-handed
about-
people in the 90s. So it was wrong to, it was wrong to be black during American slavery? I don't even need to explain that one.
You think you got me
It's wrong
here,
to be
buddy.
Jewish in Germany? Don't need to explain that one either.
It was wrong. Back then it was wrong, right? But now it's not wrong.
Wait, it was wrong? Wait, so your moral compass and what you think is right and wrong is purely determined based upon the social acceptance for or against a thing. So therefore, you think 100 years ago in Germany it was wrong to be Jewish, and 300 years ago in America, or the 13 colonies, I guess, it was right to marry children.
So we didn't have the same perspectives as we do in life.
So let me clarify here that the logic you are using, okay, to argue that it's wrong to be gay, also concludes that it was right to marry kids at one point in time.
No.
I don't like that logic. I don't like that logic at all. See, this is why it's wrong to be homophobic, because seemingly like your homophobic logic says that sometimes child rape is okay. What are we doing? Clearly we have to reject any sense of morality, any sense of logic, quote unquote, that would conclude it's ever okay to rape a child. And that's seemingly what you're telling us, because at one point or another, society definitely thought that was okay.
No, I'm saying that at one point it was okay. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I do disagree. Listen to yourself. Child rape is never okay. Child rape was just as wrong 1,000 years ago as it was 500 years ago as it was today. Yes, I'm thinking as my moral standard.
Oh, got you. But I'm saying if you were born during those times, do you think you will be Dean Withers?
Wait. So you're saying, Dean, if you thought that child rape was okay, would you think that child rape is okay? This is like asking, I would never think that child rape is okay. This is like asking, Dean, if you had red shoes, would you have red shoes? Dean, if you ate pancakes for breakfast, would you have eaten pancakes for breakfast?
No. It all depends.
Hey, look, Smacks. If you were a murderer, would you be a murderer?
You're not understanding what I'm trying to say.
Answer my question. Look, Smacks. If you were a murderer, would you be a murderer?
I would be a murderer because.
Oh my God! No! Really?
You're speaking as a person. You're not speaking as if you were like in the past.
What we'd argue what we'd argue here is that those in which held to moral values in the past that concluded that child rape is okay, we're not truly measuring reality were unreasonable, and were building their beliefs not on a basis of fact, reason, and logic, but rather on the basis of purely decrepit, immoral emotion and nothing more, right? We don't give any validity to anybody who's ever thought that child rape is okay, right? But like, notice how like you're trying to convince me why it's okay to think that child rape is okay in order to argue that being gay is wrong.
I think like you're trying to manipulate me here, or you're trying to get a gotcha moment. We can talk about policies because
the
I
sad
think
little
you're-
boy is getting manipulated. Oh
No, you
cry
know
me a
why? It's
river.
because
Cry me
it's
a
because
river.
you only talk what's bad about the Republicans, but you don't really talk about what's bad about the Democrats.
Oh, you're just
at
gonna
all.
pivot me a river. I want the argument why it's wrong to be gay.
Like I said, I told you already.
Well, how
Because
about-
we need to produce.
let's
we need.
form-
Listen. Let me give it to you like in a moral way, right? You, Dean, you know that we need to produce more babies, right? We need to make more babies, and I think it's morally wrong because if you become a unstraight person, that means you are a waste. You're wasting your sperm, which could technically produce babies, right? Because when I nut on my girl, I hope she has a baby.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Does your girl know this?
Yes.
So you guys are trying to have children?
No, because I'm doing it the
Do you guys live with one another?
the safe way. Yes, we do.
You live with one another?
We live together. Yes, I'm
Are
in
you
my car
married?
right now, waiting for her. She's getting off work.
Are you married?
Yes.
Then don't call her your girl, bro. That's your wife. Disrespectful.
I mean, you find it
Don't
disrespectful.
don't call your wife your girl. No, that's not your girl.
Isn't it my girl?
No, that's your wife, bro. No.
Well, I don't think-
Marriage changes everything. You don't call your wife your girl. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. No, it's your wife, dude.
Well, but can you debate what I just said? I said,
Yes,
you know,
I can.
you need to make babies because we need to make more babies. That's our future. But if you become gay, you don't produce babies.
Okay. First things first. Is it immoral for a man to marry an infertile woman?
Like, what the fuck are the bro? I'm gonna debate you on policies like in the
So you're
future
pivoting.
because I'm gonna go pick up my girl.
Oh,
and
don't
I'm gonna
leave.
fuck her
And I
later.
just want a yes or no. Oh, yeah, what a weirdo. Yeah, he just left. So let me get this straight. I think that guy was projecting something. We're not going to conclude with certainty here. This is mere speculation, you guys. First thing, this is a fact, is that studies have concluded time and time again that closeted gay men are significantly more likely to experience internalized homophobia than straight men. Okay? Speculatory claim here, or actually second fact, not any speculatory claim. Second fact, that guy was clearly very homophobic. Third fact, he couldn't stop talking about how he has a girlfriend that he has sex with. So you have these three facts. Closeted gay men are much more likely to experience homophobia. Second fact, he was very homophobic. And third fact, he was very adamant about the sex that he has with his wife, apparently. Not girlfriend, wife. I don't know. What does that tell you? Let's go to move on to the next guest. Oh, we got that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, I love making people like that run. No, let me say this to the last guest. Welcome in. I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to the last guest. Know your place. To all the homophobes out there, all the transphobes out there, know your fucking place. And know that your place is below that. Fact, reason, logic, and critical thought. Just like I proved to that last guest. And if you want to come up here and give me an argument, you can get us wrong, hop in that queue. Okay? Hop in that queue. Mr. Scientist, welcome in. I think that we're just going to go ahead and kick this off from the jump. I think that we're just going to kick this off from the jump. You're not going to interrupt me. Yesterday.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Stop.
I'll kick you. No. I'm going to kick you. I'm going to kick you if you don't let me speak. So if you want to stay on the live, shut up. Until I'm done speaking. Thank you. So yesterday, we started having this conversation about Donald Trump sexually exploiting women backstage at Miss USA. Teens too at Miss Teen USA. Women and girls. You denied it. You said that he never said he went into a dressing room, and I proved you wrong. And in response, you said, Dean, I got to go back to class. I can't be here for this conversation. I don't have time. I need to go back to class. And then Parker offered you a debate about what makes a woman a woman. And then you spent 40 minutes debating Parker without going back to class, without leaving the live, without running off to whoever the hell you told me you had to run off to. So, Mr. Scientist, today is the day. You've demonstrated that you are free. You're demonstrating that you have the time and that you are able to debate. What we will debate is Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms, sexually exploiting the people inside. If you don't like that, feel free to run again. We are all going to laugh at you. We're going to laugh at you so hard. And honestly, I'm just going to take this as a moment to just kick us off. We're just going to kick off the debate right now. So I'm actually going to go ahead and play you a clip. You go on mute.
I'm going to correct.
You go on mute. No, you go on mute. You go on mute. 30 seconds, and then you will have the platform to speak. 30 seconds, and then you will have the platform to speak. We're going to go and kick this off with a refresher and a reminder of what Donald Trump said to Howard Stern that proves he took advantage of people inside of their dressing rooms.
Say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
you're like
everything
is
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no... Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. Now that we've played that clip, I want to know. Do you agree that he barged into dressing rooms and sexually exploited the people inside? Or do you disagree that he barged into dressing rooms and sexually exploited the people inside? The mic is yours.
Disagree. So let me correct something that you said earlier. The reason why I said that I was going to leave, because you and I were not having a productive conversation. So when you offered for Parker and I to start debating one another, I said, okay, cool. Maybe Parker and I can have a conversation since you and I cannot. Now, I would like to know, what was Howard Stern referring to? I don't remember what he said in the beginning. He said, have you ever done something like that? What was he referring to? Is there more than just the clip that you're playing? Is there something before that?
Oh, yes, there is. You want to listen to the whole context? It only makes it worse. Everybody, brace for impact, because this is gross.
Thing, it's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the country.
I would say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You're meeting the girls. It's like one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
Well,
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no... Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So I still don't understand what Howard was referring to. So if you like to articulate to me what you think he's referring to, then we can go from there.
We heard Howard Stern say many things in that clip. What would you like to know what Howard Stern is referring to?
Right, when he said, have you done, what did he say? Have you done that before? Is that what he said?
At what moment? What timestamp? Was it towards the beginning of the clip? Was it towards
like
the middle
okay,
of the clip? Was it towards the end of the clip?
the first time you played the clip, he said, "Have you done that before?" Or something of that sort.
Was it before or after this?
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's
was it before or after that?
Hold on, keep playing.
your
it.
obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that
there.
I'll go back.
You right there. You have done that. What was he referring to when he said that?
Let's see.
It's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
Put out all of the girls is that one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful."
Okay, so Howard Stern seems to ask Donald Trump if he's ever had sex with any of the pageant contestants.
Powerful man. Right. I want to sleep with you. Now
Howard Stern then asked Donald Trump what he would do if one of the pageants said that they wanted to have sex with him.
You're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be
Super gross, by the way.
construed, however, as
I would agree.
Conflict?
That's inappropriate.
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Okay, then they mention how that might be a conflict of interest.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina.
And then Howard Stern is just being gross again by re-suggesting that the women may want to sleep with him.
And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
And then Trump says it's actually his obligation as the owner to sleep with him.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the.
And then he says, now you have done that, so tell me. Okay, so I know. Okay.
Okay,
So
all right.
Donald
So,
Trump
well,
is saying that it's his obligation to have sex with the beauty pageant contestants. Okay. And then Howard Stern says, so you have done that, saying that you have had sex with the beauty pageant contestants. And then he says, tell me, probably asking for a description of one of the times that he's had sex with the beauty pageant contestants. But then Donald Trump cuts him off and he says, well, I'll tell you what I have done. So then he talks about the sexual thing he did to the beauty pageant contestants, which of course was to go into their dressing rooms and look at them naked.
Well, he didn't say dressing room. He said backstage, but we'll get to that in a bit. What I will say is, I would agree with you that it is inappropriate if he's the owner of the pageant to be sleeping with anyone. However, I mean, if it is consensual, regardless of it being inappropriate, it's still consensual at the end of the day. And then he hasn't admitted to him sleeping with anyone from the pageant. You can speculate
the
that he
reason
has,
my reason of playing this clip.
Wait, Dean, can I finish real quick?
Yeah.
You can speculate that he has or has not. But I mean, if it's consensual, then it is what it is.
So,
but like I said, I do agree with you that it is inappropriate for an owner of a pageant to sleep with the contestants.
So my reason of playing this clip has nothing to do with what Donald Trump and Howard Stern talk about prior to him admitting to sexual exploitation. Okay? Right? It does seem to be the case that before they talk about the sexual exploitation that occurred in the dressing rooms, that Howard Stern is asking if he's consensually slept with any of the beauty pageant contestants. I agree. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
I think it's weird. I think it's gross. I think it's pervy. And honestly, I don't know if it could be consensually because of the power dynamic that he as the owner of the pageant would hold over the heads of the women. And that's a big old can of worms on its own. Okay? But that's not the can of worms that we're opening in this conversation. The can of worms that we're opening in this conversation would be his admittance to sexually exploiting the pageant people by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. Something that you said there was, it was not a dressing room. He didn't say dressing room. He said backstage area. So what he says is that he'd go to the backstage area. Okay. And then he'd go into
these
the space
incredible looking women.
No, that's actually not. You actually just cut out around 20 seconds there. So what he says is that he'd go into the backstage area. Okay. He'd abuse the fact that A, he was the owner of the pageant, and then B, the fact that he was doing a fake inspection. The guise of doing an inspection to get into this place where we know 1, there was no men anywhere. 2, there's women that were naked and changing. 3, that he was not allowed to be because at the end he said he got away with doing this thing that was wrong. Therefore, 4, we know he was in a dressing room because if it was a general backstage area, he would be allowed. If it was a general backstage area, he wouldn't need to go in under the guise of doing a fictitious inspection as the owner. if it was in a general backstage area, he wouldn't be getting away with anything wrong. And if it was a general backstage area, we wouldn't expect a bunch of naked women. Not to mention that we'd likely expect some men too when he expressly said that there is no men anywhere.
Okay, can you play that? And this will be the last time I ask you to play. Can you play that portion of the clip real quick?
The funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to
right.
make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
The last thing I'll add on here,
yeah.
and then before I let you speak, just to kind of end the debate about if it was a dressing room or not, is the fact that every single woman who remembered this happening to them reported that it happened in the dressing rooms. Not in a general backstage area, but in the dressing rooms. Even the women that reported that this never happened to them, okay, because Donald Trump would announce when he was coming into the dressing rooms, said just that. They said he would announce before he came into the dressing rooms, not that he never went into the dressing rooms, and that this just occurred in a general backstage area. So, because of all these facts, we clearly know that it was indeed the dressing rooms.
Well, how do we know that these women aren't lying?
Okay. Well, we know that all the women aren't lying because they all have the same story to tell about it being in the dressing rooms. Even the women that came out in support of Trump, saying that he never took advantage of anybody, but he still walked in. Okay. We also know that they aren't lying because it perfectly corroborates to what Donald Trump admitted to.
Wait, quick question. If my mom is in a changing room and she gives me consent to come in, and I'm a man, have I violated her in any way?
Can we use an example that's not your mom? That's really weird. Can we use an example that's not your mom? Like, bruh?
I mean, no.
Blunder. No. We're just gonna use.
Let me finish.
We're gonna use your wife, okay? So if your wife is in a dressing room and she gives you consent to come in, then yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. Keyword is consent. Go ahead.
The reason why I said mom is because I know when I was 6 and 7 years old, when my mom would be at like Ross or something, she would ask for me to come into the changing room with her. So, I mean, that was the reason for the reference. But I mean, we can use my girlfriend. If my girlfriend
you blundered because then you followed it up by saying as a man.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
So if my girlfriend were to ask me to come inside of the changing room with her, would I have violated her?
Yeah, no, if you have her consent, you're not violating her.
Okay, so what's your contention? Is that because Trump went into a changing room and there happened to be women inside that he violated them? Like how do we know that he didn't have consent? Because you just said that he announced that he would come in before going in.
Well, we know that he didn't announce that he'd come in before he went in all circumstances. Because Virginia Giuffre, okay, no, not Virginia Giuffre. That's the Epstein victim. Virginia H, I think is her name, was the one that said that he'd announce it before he went in. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then she said that, they'd get dressed, they'd get clothes on, so on and so forth. But in this clip, Donald Trump says, that they weren't dressed. They didn't have clothes on. So we know that therefore there were circumstances where he would announce it ahead of time. And that therefore there's also scenarios where he wouldn't announce it ahead of time. And in this conversation, we're just talking about the scenarios where he wouldn't announce it ahead of time and the people inside of the space wouldn't have clothes on. Okay?
Honestly,
what's relevant here is, would the people inside of the space have clothes on or not? Because if they don't have clothes on, okay, it's sexual exploitation. End of story.
Not inherently, no. Because I mean, if they consensually allowed him to come in while they were naked, then that's not sexual exploitation. I'm not talking about teens. I'm talking about women.
You are
not
talking
teens.
about teens because you just said, well, didn't he announce that he'd announce that he'd go in before?
Wait,
him? The person that told that story was a teen.
Dean, are we not talking about?
Please
women?
don't interrupt me. So in the question that you just asked me.
No.
In the question that you just asked me, we were talking about
teens.
teens.
Not the teens.
So in the question that you just asked me, you were talking about the teens because you said, didn't he announce that he'd go in beforehand? Okay, it was one of the teens that said he would announce that he'd go in beforehand.
While they were naked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then he needs to be put in prison. I'm not going to defend that. If he went into a changing room with little girls, he needs to be put in jail. I'm not defending that.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple examples here, on top of the ones that I've already given you. We have Mariah Bilato from Miss Teen USA 1997, who said that he'd just barge in without an announcement, that she was naked, and that he'd just say, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Same thing was true for 3 other teens that told the media that same thing, but they didn't share their names because clearly, that would have possible consequences for them. And then we had women, too, that competed at Miss USA that said the same thing, so...
What was I going to say? So I'm going to do my own research on that, but I'm telling you and all 14,000 people and people on YouTube that are watching that if that is true, that he barged into a room with little girls and while they were naked, I think he should be put in prison, and I will not be supporting our president.
But why does it change for women?
Why does it? Well, if he violated women as well, it's the same thing across the board. But I just think that, well, honestly, I think we should castrate P3DOs, anyone who violates children in that manner, given the fact that, I've experienced that when I was a child. So I think I quite literally think we should unalive people like that, because that's gross and disgusting.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, man.
Yeah,
Second of all,
it's all, yeah.
I agree with everything that you just said there. But third of all, I think it's a good thing that you want to go do your own research after this and, find the testimony of the teens specifically. That's great. Okay, but fourth thing is, I don't even think that you need to do that additional research to stop supporting him on the spot right now. The reason why I say that is because all that we need to know that this happened to either women or girls, okay, at the bare minimum, just women, would be what Donald Trump said in this clip that requires no further research. I agree. It does require a little bit further research to conclude that it happened to the teens as well, because you have to go listen and read what they said. But in this clip, he's very clearly admitting to doing it. He uses the word woman. Therefore, at the bare minimum, we know it happened to women. So is knowing that it happened to women enough for you to stop supporting him? For you to stop supporting him?
If he violated women, yes, that's enough. But however, from the clip that you're playing, one, I don't hear dressing rooms. And we're not going to keep going back and forth about that. I hear backstage.
I want to go back and forth with you on that.
Wait. Okay, that's fine. And then I hear him saying that he's going in to make sure everyone is okay.
Dressing. Well, the men can't do that, regardless of what the intention of a man is. Okay, if they go into a space that is private and just for women, where they feel vulnerable enough to get naked, to get dressed, regardless of what that man's intentions is, that is unconsensual sexual conduct. Okay, but clearly we know that wasn't his intentions, because if his intention was truly just to make sure that they were okay, well, then he wouldn't be talking about it on this radio show in response to Howard Stern asking him about his obligation to do sexual things to the beauty pageant contestants. He wouldn't have said that they looked great when they were naked, and he wouldn't have said that he got away with it. So those facts completely dispute and refute the notion that he possessed any benevolent intention whatsoever.
Well,
once
the women,
again, that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, the women that we're talking about in this in the clip that you're playing with him and Howard Stern, have any women, like you said earlier, that women came out and said that he came in unconsensually?
Yes. So we've had the testimony of the women to corroborate what he admitted to.
Do you have a link or something for that? You can just read it to me and I'll type it in my phone.
I have something better. I have an audio clip.
Oh, okay.
So this is Tasha Dixon. This is
and who is Tasha Dixon?
So
who is she?
She was Miss Arizona from Miss USA in 2001.
Okay.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong opinions about what she thinks were Trump's motivations.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump owned the pageant for the reason to utilize his power to get, around beautiful women.
Dixon, who lives in West Hollywood, was 18 at the time.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
The year she competed, the theme was empowering women. And after hearing recent audio of Trump talking about women, she decided to speak out.
I miss Arizona, so I veer more on the conservative side. But I just like to choose what's right.
Dixon tells me she hadn't heard this.
Quick question. Did she ever go to the police about this?
No, as far as we know.
Because my heart truly does go out to her, and anyone else who felt violated or anything like that. But my only contention with that, given the fact that I can relate to her on some sort, is that if this happened to you, I think you should be going to the police. If you felt violated and uncomfortable, or you felt like you were being sexually exploited, at one point or another, you should go to the police.
So the conversation, does not start. The conversation will never start with questioning the response of a victim to
Yes, I
sexual
did go to the
violence.
police. For people asking me, yes, I did go to the police when my yes, I did.
The conversation will never start with questioning the response from a victim to sexual exploitation. Rather, the conversation will always start with affirming the experiences of the victim, which means condemning Donald Trump for doing the sexual exploitation.
I've already done that.
If you could sit here and agree that now that you've heard Donald Trump admit to it, if you could sit here and agree that now you've heard a woman corroborate what he said it happened to her, if you could sit here and agree that it's now irrefutable that this is something that he did, he's guilty of sexual exploitation, and then you could sit here and agree for this reason you shouldn't support him as president, I'll have a conversation with you about what good responses would be from victims. So can you do all of that?
Can I do what? What's the first thing you would like for me to do?
Agree that he admitted to sexual exploitation. Agree that sexual exploitation is something that you've now heard corroborated by at least one woman. Agree that therefore it's undeniable that he did the sexual exploitation. Agree that because he did the sexual exploitation, he shouldn't be president.
I don't necessarily. I don't agree that he admitted to sexual exploitation. I don't think he would admit to something like that. But like I said, if he did commit exploitation, I condemn it.
So, why don't you think he admitted
wait, hold on,
to it?
wait, Dean. I want to ask you a quick question.
There.
Well,
after
Dean, I
you
want to
explain the last thing you said.
What? Because I don't hear anything that would make me believe that he admitted to.
Okay, the things that
sexually
we
exploiting
heard,
women.
the things that we heard that amount to an admission of guilt of sexual exploitation would be the fact that he admitted to going into this space and abuse of his position of power, and then took advantage of the position of vulnerability that the people inside of that space were in by being naked to get dressed, which was unconsensual sexual conduct. That by definition is sexual exploitation. He therefore, by definition, admitted to sexual exploitation.
Well, no. I mean, like I said, I agree with you that him, being the owner and wanting to or sleeping with women consensually, and
It's
that
not what we're talking about.
Right,
Him
but
saying
Dean,
that
but
he used the fact that he's
that's
younger
what
to
I'm
go
saying.
into their dressing rooms to look at them naked. That's him admitting to sexual exploitation by definition.
That's not what he said. But Dean,
What did
I
he
don't
say?
I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget my question.
No,
That's why I want
what
to ask
did
the
he
no.
say?
Wait. Let me ask my question to you real quick.
You want to?
If someone no stop. If a woman came out and accused you of raping her, should everyone just start
Already a
believing
non
that women?
sequitur. Already a non sequitur.
It's not a
Already
non-sequitur.
completely
It's
irrelevant.
not a
The
non-sequitur.
reason
It's
that
not
question is
non-relevant,
completely
Dean.
irrelevant to the debates
It's
is
not
because I
irrelevant.
haven't admitted to raping a woman. Now, if I had admitted
Well,
to
whether you
raping
admitted
a
to it or
woman,
not,
one moment. If I had admitted to
What?
raping a woman, and then a woman came out and accused me of rape, it'd be a little bit more comparable. Because what we're talking about here is Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation, then women coming out and accusing him of that sexual exploitation. With the first words that came out of your mouth, Dean, if a woman came out and accused you of rape, the first words that came out of your mouth, okay, your question became an irrelevant non sequitur. And if it's not about that, then it's not relevant to our conversation about listening to Donald Trump admit to sexual violence. And you want to completely pivot and change the topic of discourse to what should we believe? Should we believe everybody with an accusation? Should we only believe those in which are credible? How do we determine in which are credible? Instead of a conversation, did we just listen to Donald Trump admit to sexual violence? So far, all I've heard from you is he did not admit from sexual violence, even though I've played you to the clip now 4 times of him admitting to sexual violence, and I've broken it down to you in 5 different ways to get you to understand. So open your goddamn ears and try again. I want you to give me a cohesive counter argument against the following claim. Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation by claiming that he went in to a private space where women would change by abusing his position of power as the owner of that private space. Then he looked at them naked, which amounted to unconsensual sexual conduct in violation and in abuse of their privacy and in abuse of their vulnerability. That's why it's sexual exploitation. What is the counter argument?
Donald Trump admitted to going backstage to check on women of the pageant. We don't know if it was either consensually or unconsensual.
We do.
And you are relying on other people's testimony on that, correct?
No, we are not just relying on other people's testimony. We're relying on what he said in the clip, because he said the way and the reason he'd be able to get in there is by abusing the fact that he's an owner, then lying about doing an inspection. He didn't say the way and the reason he'd be able to get in there is by getting the consent of the women inside.
Well, what I did hear him say was he's the owner, so he's going in to inspect to make sure that the people that he
exactly, not because he has their consent.
The people that he employs is okay. That's what I'm saying. We don't know if that was consensual or unconsensual.
I'll repeat, we do know it's unconsensual, not only because that's what every single person has said, but we also know that it's unconsensual because he said the reason he'd be able to get in there is by abusing the fact that he's the owner, then lying about doing an inspection, not by getting their consent.
Well, he didn't say he would abuse his power, but
he did. He said the reason I was able to go in there is because I'm the owner.
Because I'm the owner, and
he abused his position of power.
And I'm going inside to inspect and
exactly.
Dean,
he says the reason he's able to go in is because I'm the owner. I'm doing this fictitious inspection, not because they let me in, not because they consented.
Dean, I'm trying to have a productive conversation with you, but it's not going to get anywhere if you're just going to talk over me.
Well, it's not going to get anywhere if you keep on repeating the same bullshit claims you've been making for the last 15 minutes there, little bro. That's right. Okay. Sit the fuck down. Let's get some new substance here, okay? You're spinning in circles like the clown fucking you are.
Alrighty. No one is spinning in circles. I mean, I don't really know what else you would like for me to say.
Spinning in circles, dude. Because I continue to say that the reason we know it was unconsensual is because that's what every single fucking person who recounts this experience has said. Not to mention in the clip, he says the reason he was able to get in there is because I'm the owner. I'm doing a fictitious inspection, not because they consented.
How do you know it's fictitious? Because it's from Donald Trump?
God, because he fucking laughed about it. He said to do an inspection. Then he laughed, and then Howard Stern was like, "Oh, so you're like a doctor, right?" And then everybody laughed, and then he went on to continue to speak. Use your fucking brain, common sense.
So laughing makes it fictitious.
Yes, not to mention the fact that men don't inspect private women's spaces when women are in there naked. Women inspect private women's spaces while women are in there naked.
Okay. Like I said, if someone accused you of something, I would want to do a little bit of
non sequitur.
research.
I've already described this. The reason it's a non sequitur is because if it doesn't start with me admitting to rape, then it's completely irrelevant because Donald Trump started with him admitting to sexual exploitation.
Well, we're never going to agree on that. So let's
The
agree
reason
with
that we're
this.
not going to agree is because you're an obtuse, dense fucking cult
Dean,
member who
I
wants
would-
what
I'm
happened
not
to
a-
you as a child to happen to more people, because that's exactly what's going to occur
No,
when
no,
you
no,
sit
no,
here
you're
and
straw
argue
manning me.
that regardless of the level of evidence that we have to prove that these events occurred, we're not going to believe that they did, even when the person that did them admitted to it. And I understand that the last sentence that left my mouth was really fucking harsh, okay? And was something that was likely a little bit triggering to you, okay? But I don't apologize, because that's the reality of the situation. I will not apologize for telling the truth, and I'm going to need to tell you that truth to get you to understand the weight and the gravity of the argument you're making. It is more than trying to make an argument on a political live. It amounts to completely excusing the actions of men like Trump, even when they admit to it, which will only ensure that there are more victims in the future, because that's what allows people to get away with it. Therefore, that's why people would do it in the first place. Okay? The reason this conversation's not getting anywhere is because I have comprehensive, irrefutable argumentation to prove that you're wrong. You have emotions, you have denial with no reason, and you have repetition, and that's about it.
Yeah, can I speak now? Are you finished?
Yes.
I don't want anyone to get essayed. Like I don't even know why you would put that in. Like why would you put those words in my mouth? Like why would I want someone to experience the trauma I experienced when I was 4 years old?
If you do not, I never said that's what you want. I said that's what will happen, and that claim is true.
Well, is it also wrong for me to say that if someone is accused of something, I would want people to figure out if that accusation is true or false?
Hearing the person that was accused admitting to it is figuring out that that accusation is true, undeniably so.
He did not. He did. Oh my gosh, he did not admit to sexually exploiting women.
And I've already proven that he does.
You haven't proven that. We
I will
just keep
prove
going
it
back and
again
forth about
right
the same
now.
thing.
I will prove it again right now. The way that I've already proven to you that he admitted to sexual exploitation, and the way that I will prove it again is by pointing out the very simple fact he said he abused the fact that he was the owner of the pageant to then lie about doing a fake inspection to then go in to a private space for women and women only, in which you would then look at the naked bodies of these women, okay, and take away some sense of power and control or sexual gratification because he said he thought they looked great. And then he acknowledged that the sequence of events that I just described were wrong, because he said he got away with it and we only quote unquote get away with bad things. You are not going to respond to a single syllable that my mouth has uttered in the last 30 seconds. You will only repeat that that's not what he did. You will only repeat that he never admitted to it. You will only say that you disagree, and you will claim that this conversation is not going anywhere. Not because I cannot prove my perspective, but rather because you can't disprove my perspective, and you don't like that.
He said he was looking at naked women.
Yes.
Unconsensually. Unconsensually.
Yes.
Can you play that where he said unconsensually?
Yeah, the unconsensually bit is described by saying that he went into the private space for women only in the abuse of his position of power. The looking at the naked women part would be when he said that they didn't have clothes on.
I don't hear it. I didn't hear him say anything about it being unconsensual.
It being unconsensual is necessarily implied because it was a private space for women only, that he was entering by abusing his position of power.
So your argument is because it was a women's only space that made it automatically unconsensual?
And because he said he was entering into that space under the abuse of his position of power. Yes.
That's not what he said. He was entering the space because he was the owner.
Which is his what? Is that his position of power? Is that his position of power? One.
Yes,
no, we're going to stop there. So you admit that he was entering into that space because of his position of power, right?
Because he's the owner, one. Two, because
so you admit that he was entering into that space because of his position of power, right?
I mean, if you're the owner of something, you're obviously in power.
So you admit that he said he was entering into that space because of his position of power, right?
Not only because his position
No,
of
no, no.
power,
Do you admit
because,
at least one of the reasons why he said he was entering into that space was because of his position of power, right?
because he was the owner.
Wait, right? You admitted that being an owner was a
Because
position of
he
power.
was-
So you admit that one of the reasons that he gave insofar as why he was entering into that space was because of his position of power, right?
Well, yeah, sure. Well, when I'm the owner, of
I just want a
something,
yes or no. I just want a yes or no. Do you
I
admit
just said
that
yes.
one
I
of the
literally
reasons
just
that he
said,
gave? Okay,
Dean,
perfect.
can you listen?
Yes.
I just said
So what
yes.
were the other reasons that he gave for entering into that space in the clip that we listened to besides his position of power?
Was for him to do to make sure that the people who he is employing are okay and good.
And we know that was
I mean,
a lie, right?
How do we know that's a lie?
Because he
someone
said that
else
he'd
it was
look
a
at their
lie?
naked bodies, they looked great, and he got away with it, and he brought it up on a radio show talking about his obligation to do sexual things to his beauty pageant contestants. Do you admit that those 4 reasons prove it was a lie?
No, just
What?
just because just because he's looking at naked women doesn't mean that he's looking at them unconsensually.
Wait, no, that's
Because
not even what we're talking about. We're not talking about the consensual bit. We're talking about him lying when he said he was like genuinely inspecting the space. We know that he was lying about claiming that he was genuinely inspecting the space because he brought it up after being asked about his obligation to do sexual things to his contestants. He said that he'd look at their naked bodies and they looked great, and he said he got away with doing this. Because of those reasons, we can agree that he was lying when he said he'd do it for a genuine inspection of the place, right?
No, I
Then
don't
you're
agree that he was
fucking
lying.
stupid. Then you're fucking
Okay,
stupid.
well,
You're
then I'm
absolutely
fucking
fucking
stupid.
stupid. You are so goddamn stupid if you are holding to the claim that
You
Donald Trump
invited
was
me to turn
being
my mic
honest when he said that he was doing a genuine inspection of the place after being asked about his obligation to do sexual things to the beauty pageant contestants. And then after he said he'd do it for an inspection, he laughed. Everybody laughed, and then he went on to say that they were naked, they looked great, and they got away with it. You are dense, you are dishonest, and you are not worth my time. Either explain to me how these 4 facts, that this was his response to the question of being asked to describe why he has an obligation to do sexual things with his beauty pageant contestants. Explain to me how him telling us that this was a genuine inspection would compartmentalize with and not contradict the very next statement that left his mouth, which was, they were naked, they looked great, and I got away with doing it. Or, I'm going to kick you because you are not worth my time and you are a dishonest little boy with no value in this live stream.
You said a lot of things at once. So what's the first thing you wanted me to explain?
I
Let's
want
go
you
point
to
by
explain to me how the claim
Just say the first
that
point.
he was
Just say the first point.
genuinely inspecting the place and had nothing to do with the naked women, just genuinely inspecting the place, does not contradict the fact that this was inside of Donald Trump telling Howard Stern about how he had an obligation to do sexual things with the beauty pageant contestants. How do those 2 things not contradict?
So I think that him being the owner, right? Because from what it sounds like from the clip, it sounds like this wasn't his first time doing it. So it seems to me that he went in there to make sure everybody was okay. And you could just play the part where he was just like, I think something about like, hey, is
You're
everybody
not
all right?
answering
Or
my
something.
question.
I quite literally did. I mean, I don't know what you want me
Let
to
me
say.
clarify
Dean.
what the question is, Mr. Scientist. The question is, explain to me how him talking about how he would genuinely go in there to inspect the place, having nothing to do with the sexual attraction towards the naked bodies of the women, does not contradict the fact that this was him answering in response to Howard Stern asking him for a scenario of him obligatorily doing something sexual with or to the beauty pageant contestants. The reasons why we know he was being dishonest and telling a very sadistic joke, quote unquote, when he said he was doing an inspection of the place that had nothing to do with the naked bodies of the women, okay, was because this was literally Trump describing how he would be obligatorily doing sexual things with the beauty pageant contestants. The claim that it was just a genuine inspection of the place is not a sexual thing. The claim that it was a genuine inspection of the place would have nothing to do with sex or sexual acts. So why would he bring up him genuinely doing this thing that has nothing to do with sex or sexual acts in response to Howard Stern asking him the question, tell me about the sexual things you've done with the beauty pageant contestants?
So I don't think he was doing anything sexual with anybody in the backstage or in their changing rooms. I mean, if he was going to do something like that, I mean, that would be in private.
Then why?
And if we, and
Then
if we're
why is
being,
this him telling Howard Stern the sexual things he would do with the beauty pageant contestants?
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because I want a response to what I'm asking.
I've given you like multiple responses. You just don't like the response, so you're just going to label it.
You haven't explained.
You're going to label it as a non-response.
The one thing that you haven't explained is how this relates to Howard Stern asking him about the obligatorily sexual things he do to the pageants.
Or not. So
no, answer the question. Explain why this was an answer to Donald Trump asking him for the obligatorily sexual things he'd do with the pageant contestants.
So what the Howard Stern asked? He said, "Have you done this before?" Implying like, have you slept with any of the contestants before?
Doing sexual things with them.
And hold on. And what Trump says, he said, "Well, what I tell you, what I have done is I've done, going to see if everybody was okay and yada yada yada."
So if this wasn't a sexual thing because it was just an inspection of the place, why is this his response to the question about Howard Stern asking him about the sexual things he'd do to and with the beauty pageant contestants? That proves that he was making a sadistic quote-unquote joke when he said it was just an inspection. The second item of proof would be the fact that he said that they looked so great when they were naked. That is inherently a sexual thing. A man saying that this woman looks so great when she's naked is a sexual claim. He wouldn't make that claim if it was just a genuine inspection. Or at the end when he says that he'd get away with this. Well, he wouldn't be getting away with anything if it was just a genuine inspection of the place. No, that statement is saying that he'd get away with looking at them naked, which he said explicitly by arguing that they look great. And all of this was in response to Howard Stern asking him about the sexual things he'd do with them. So because all of this was in response to Howard Stern asking him about the sexual things he'd do with them, he comments on how great they looked while they were naked, which is inherently a sexual claim for a heterosexual man to make about the naked body of a woman. And then the bow on top is him saying that he'd get away with this. What would he be getting away with if it wasn't sexual and it was just an inspection? We know that it was just a sadistic joke when he said that he'd be doing a quote-unquote inspection. And everybody else in the room filming the podcast with Donald Trump caught onto that. This wasn't an elusive drawing for straws thing that I'm saying here. Listen to them laugh.
Allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're saying a lot.
Yeah, the dressing.
Yeah, the woman says, right. And then Howard says, so you're like a doctor. So because of all these things, we know that it wasn't a genuine inspection.
Well, we don't know that. I think Trump gave his response.
Respond to the proof I gave that proves we do.
You're going to break your table by punching it. So I think Trump gave that response in which he did because I don't think any owner is going to admit to sleeping with their contestants consensually. So instead of admitting on a podcast that, hey, I'm the owner of this pageant and I've slept with some of the contestants, why would he admit that on the podcast?
What does this have to do with the proof that I gave to demonstrate that this had nothing to do with a genuine inspection?
Because Dean, you're labeling the inspection as not genuine because he gave his response response to what Howard Stern asked him when he said, "Have you ever slept with a contestant before?"
And what else?
And what else? What?
I also said I'm labeling it as non-genuine because he also brought up
and
the
then
inherently sexual thing of looking at their naked bodies and commenting on how great they looked, and because at the end of the clip he said he'd get away with it.
Well, what did he say? You go in. He's going in and inspects it, and then something about you see these incredible looking women. What else did he say?
And I'd get away with it. I got away with these things.
I mean, he got away with doing an inspection. I mean, he's the owner.
That makes no sense. Exactly. That makes no sense
I
to say
agree.
that.
I mean,
you see my
I
point.
mean, that doesn't make sense. Right?
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Which proves it wasn't a genuine inspection.
Dean, calm down. Like, relax, chill, bro.
Okay.
Like,
so you now agree that it wasn't a genuine inspection, right?
I mean, I really don't know at this point.
You don't
I mean,
know? Come on. Yes, you do.
I mean, I think that's a wait, Dean, hold on. Let me respond. I think it's a fair assumption to say I don't know because I mean, I truly don't know. That's literally why I said let me do my own research. Because
but there's no more research to be done beyond this clip, and then the testimony of the woman that I've already shared with you.
Not necessarily. I mean, Trump says a lot of stupid shit. I mean, genuinely. Like, I mean, I think he's a dumbass.
Oh
sometimes.
my god! So you're
Like,
so now that you've lost the debate about
I haven't
holding
lost
to the
the
position,
debate.
yes, you did. You just
No.
admitted that we cannot say that he genuinely was doing an inspection. You just admitted it.
This is not my first time saying that. I said that 2 other times, but you were probably talking over me, so you didn't hear it.
So then you
Like,
accept that he admitted it. So listen, if we accept
I didn't
what he
admit to
said
anything.
on
Hold
face
on.
value, did he admit to sexual exploitation?
I don't think he admitted to sexual exploitation.
Why?
I don't think.
Oh my God, this guy. This is MAGA, everybody. Thank you for your service, Mr. Scientist, by the way. You are pushing people away from MAGA. You are pushing people away from the right. You are pushing everybody to the left. You and Trump and all of the other crazy rape apologists, sexual exploiting apologists against the world because no one agrees with what you're saying. Everybody can see through your bullshit. It didn't even require my hyper-technical, nuanced counter-argument going over the individualistic specific facts and reasons why you're wrong. It didn't even require any of that. Everybody sees through it. It's you and Trump against the world at this point, bro. There's not a single person in here that doesn't see through it. You are the only dumbass in the room arguing that the man who said he'd barge into the woman private-only areas with no men around to look at their naked bodies disingenuously and unfactually saying it was to do an inspection, then he said he got away with it, is not sexual exploitation, is you. You are the only person saying that because you are the only dumbass in the room with a mic right now. You're by yourself, bro. No one's on your side. You're ostracized and isolated on an island alone.
I'm gonna let you crash out.
Yes, call my facts a crash out because that's the only thing you could do to deny them. I'm going to thank a couple people. Release, thank you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat who says Momo, my cat dad 2. Simon says hi. Oh, shout out to Simon. Thank you for the $5. Kat, thank you so much for the $5 as well. He says, hey, Jana here. Just wanted to point out that the last guest said we need to make babies. Broski, the world is populated enough. We don't need babies. So real. Yeah, I decided not to comment on that just to continue with the debate about his thoughts on gay people, and then he inevitably left. Tip, thank you for the $10. She says, this is for your sanity. This dude is a grade A idiot. Funny enough, I'm not losing my sanity because I know that I'm right, and I know that he's wrong. Undeniably, I know that I'm absolutely slaughtering this guy's ass on this topic. Yasmin, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, wait, so this guy got assaulted, then he went to the police about it when he was 4. This happened when he was 4. Thank you for the $10, Yasmin. I don't really want to, investigate that claim. I feel like that's unfair, regardless of what he's arguing. Gordon, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, Trump is a rich and powerful man. Many victims in such a power imbalance do not feel that going to the police is safe because they feel for harm or retaliation in doing so. Believe women. Abso-fucking-lutely, Gordon. Same thing to Tori. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Super Chat. Let's get to it, Tori W's. Thank you so much, Tori. Tori with the 20 says, consent is never present when one person is in a position of power, similar to students and teachers. Yes, because it necessarily entails coercement. Thank you for the $20 and the absolute truth nuke, Tori. Let's get 200 Tori W's down below. Then Duty, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, Kitty, yes, Mom was up here hanging out with us. And then Forgotten Studios, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I hate arguments like this. Not only do they sound stupid, but it's hurtful as fuck and makes violence seem rational against people. Yep, thank you so so much for the $20. Forgotten. I know. I hate these arguments too. I really appreciate you. Let's get 200 forgotten W's down below in that comment section though. Thank you. Jack, thank you for the $10 as well. I really appreciate you. And then Tori, thank you for the $10. And then Sandra, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. That is outrageous, Sandra. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see 500 Sandra W's down below in that comment section. Holy shit. Thank you from the very bottom of my heart. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Sandra. Show some fucking love to Sandra down below. My God. Same thing with you, Squishy. Thank you so much for the $20. And this was a comment back when we were debating that guy on why being gay is wrong. Squishy with the 20 says, never knew a gay person growing up. I knew I was gay as a child. I went to school in Sunday school and church, was teased by family for being a tomboy, and that I'll quote unquote be gay, so I purposely dated men. Hated every minute of it. I love women. Thank you so much for the $20 Squish, and I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. T, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on Super Chat. Show some love to T down below. Thank you so much, T. You are awesome. And then one more here on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Reven, R-E-V-E-N. Thank you for the $20 as well. Who says the only reason why these idiots try to argue over the dressing room is because they refuse to let go of their beloved cult leader. He could probably commit murder, away he is, with Iran and the schoolgirls. You know what, Reven? I think that you make a good point. I think the reason why people such as Mr. Scientist down here just like refuse to acknowledge reality, right? Like, by the way, just the synonymous and the identical argument that's being given right now would be like if somebody were standing outside and the sky was blue and then they said that the sky was bright pink. You know what I mean? Right? That's how like far in refusal of reality is. It's because if they accept it, then they have to stop supporting him as president. And these cult members will never do that. Never. You will call the sky bright pink. You will say, I have 4 feet before you stop supporting Trump as president. And that is why you're so fucking regressful and so fucking stupid. Over on PayPal, Joe, thank you so much for the $14 donation. Let's get 100 Joe W's, who says, as a gay woman, I thank you for standing up for us. Makes us feel seen, so thank you. Thank you so much for the $14 donation, Joe. I really appreciate you. I know that you watch the live streams frequently. Show some love to Joe. And Collie, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, tomorrow's my birthday. Would love it to be possible to come on your live and say hello without getting banned by your mods for being a Democrat. Yeah, you know what, Coley, you've been watching for a while. I'm going to make a one-time exception for you. I'll let you up for like 15 seconds just to say hey real quick. And I'll wish you a happy birthday, man. Thank you for the $10. By the way, one-time exception, seriously. Then Katarina, thank you so much for the $36 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 300 Katarina W's down below in that comment section. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support, Katarina. Seriously. Katarina with the $36 says, to guess, I did go to the police. It was so awful and re-traumatizing. Even if you end up in the ER and do a literal rape kit, it's not enough for them. They take years to get the results. Never blame a victim for not pressing charges. Often it's unsafe for them to do so, like with powerful men. Abso-fucking-lutely, Katarina. And I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Caroline, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says they really just don't want to listen, do they? Even worse, they agree, then go back to disagreeing. Truly a sad time for humanity we now have. Education resistance is real. I know, man. It is so fucking sad that people like this exist, Caroline. Thank you for the $20. Keeping it real. Thank you so much. And then Alex, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, quote unquote, and I got away with it, is what Donald Trump said at the end of that clip. This is clearly an admission that he was breaking the rules. I wouldn't go into the corner shop, buy a soda, then walk out and said, I just bought the soda and got away with it. I'll never understand their ability to overlook this fact. I know. That is absolutely them saying that he broke the rules. 110%, Alex. I think that you also described it in a really good way. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Quickly, over on Venmo, thank you so much for the love. Rita with the $10 who says, Dean, scientists will never admit that you were right because he's only on your platform to gain followers. Might be true, honestly. We're probably going to kick him soon. Thank you so much for the $10, Rita. Altered, thank you for the $5, who says, I don't know how you deal with this guy. It's because I'm good at dealing with dumbasses. Carl's, thank you for the $5, who says, thank you for being a voice for SA victims. Well, thank you so much for the support and love. Ben, thank you for the $10, who says, I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's show some love to Ben down below for the $10. I'm not going to read that off, man. Mackenzie, thank you for the $5 as well for some Tylenol for the headache that you probably have after this guy. So real. And then Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. And Caroline, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. My fucking God, you two. Show some love to Carrie and Caroline down below in that comment section. My God. Carrie with the 50 says, can't catch the stream today, but hope I sent this while you're still on. I am on. Thank you so much for the $50, Carrie. They literally just like took a guess. Thank you. Let's get 500 Carrie W's. Caroline with the $40 says, point number 1, what did Trump have to inspect? Point number 2, just as you said, a woman would do the inspecting, not him. When my husband had to inspect the Bronx rooms of women soldiers, they knew he was coming and there had to be a woman with him. Keep up the good fighting. Exactly, Caroline. Thank you for the $40. Then Claire, thank you for the $25, who says, so thankful for white guys like you doing this important work. No need to share this. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you so much for the love, Claire. I guess I already did share it. Let's show some love to Claire down below. Thank you so much for your support. Then Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I'm going to keep your message to myself just because of the nature of that, but I'm really sorry to hear that. Matthew, thank you for the $25 donation. It says, thank you for standing up for what is right. We love you. I love you too, Matthew. Hope that you're having a good day. And then Tina and Michael, thank you both for the $50 donations. Holy shit. You guys are going off today. My God. Michael with the $50 says, the recent SCOTUS decision in Colorado really upsets me, and I'm a member of the LGBTQ plus community, and hearing that last guest really made my skin crawl. Thank you, Dean, and good to see you. Good to see you as well, Michael. I know. I looked a little bit into that SCOTUS decision. It really upset me too. I'll be talking about that tomorrow once I'm able to learn more. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, Michael. And then Tina with the $50 as well says, I've been watching for a few months now and really appreciate all that you do as a fellow educator. Please keep up the good work. So many woefully need what you have to share. Well, thank you, Tina, and shout out to you. Thank you for what you do. I'm guessing that you're a teacher. I'm so very grateful for you, and thank you so much for educating our next generation. Julian, thank you for the $10, who says happy Transgender Day of Visibility. Yes! Shout out to all the trans individuals watching the live. Rin, thank you for the $10. Theo, thank you for the $10. Thank you guys so much for the love. Caroline, thank you for the $10 as well. I enjoy watching my favorite cooking show. Oh, thank you so much for the support, Caroline. And with that, we're all caught up, guys. I'm so fucking grateful for you all. Thank you so much for all the love and support. If you want to support me, the stream and the work that we do here, or if you want to ask a question, you can find my Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YT, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Thank you guys so much for all the love. I'll do something about it, you guys. Thank you so much for the love. All right, man. Listen.
Can I? Well, I'll let you speak, but can I get like 30 or 45 seconds to speak? Because I sat here very quiet, and let you do your thing, whatever. So after you say whatever it is that you're gonna say, can I just,
Yeah. Let's see. Listen, you're either gonna get right with me today, right with the world today, admit that you were wrong. I don't know if you happen to be a Christian. I'd assume you are. Because if you think that God exists, it's either you get right with us today, you get right with the world today, admit that you're wrong and condemn Donald Trump, or you continue to live your life the way that you are, deny reality, and cause there to be more victims through your very violent, heinous beliefs, and get right with God when you die. So what will it be? 40 seconds uninterrupted.
Yeah. So I just want to say that I will never defend any kind of P3DO or anything like that. I mean, given the fact that I've experienced SA when I was 4 years old and I was vulnerable, I mean, I would never do something like that. However, I know the consequences of people spewing out false accusations that can hurt someone's reputation. So I do think it is important to believe victims, but I also believe that it's important to make sure that we're investigating the claims of victims. I just think that it's inappropriate, and I have a message here from one of your, I guess, followers saying that they hope that Trump molests my asshole. Like I don't really get how that's appropriate, or not saying that you're excusing that, but I just think that's very gross to say, whether you agree or disagree with me. And then to you, Dean, I mean, I believe you're very intelligent. I mean, I disagree with you on practically almost everything. I think we agree on a few things. And I applaud you for having a platform that you have, advocating for what you advocate for, whether I disagree or agree with it. And I mean, that's about it. Now, as far as the Trump thing is concerned, if Trump violated little girls, like little girls or little boys, he needs to be put on death row. Like, I mean, it's just that simple. And same thing that goes for anyone who touches anyone inappropriately, grapes anyone. Those people need to be taken off the face of this earth. I mean, I don't know how to make that more clear. I mean, it's really just that simple. So what is it that you wanted me to get on the same page with you about? Dean?
After all of our conversation, after I've gone over all the facts, we agreed that he dishonestly suggested that he was doing a genuine inspection. We listened to him say that he was able to do this because he's the owner. Because he would lie, barge into that space under the guise of doing an inspection. We listened to him admit that inside of this space there were women naked and changing with no clothes on. And he'd look at these naked women, and he thought they looked so sexually arousing and attractive that he made sure to tell it to Howard Stern on his radio show. And at the end, he admitted that he broke the rules. Because the rules of a woman's dressing room are women and women only. If a man comes in, it is unconsensual. He admit he broke that rule by saying he got away with it. We listened to Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona, from 2001, so that he'd barge in there when she was naked. We talked about Mariah Bilato from 1997, said he'd barge in there while she was naked. We talked about Miss Vermont. We talked about Miss Massachusetts. We talked about the other 3 unnamed teens from 1997 that said the same thing as everybody else. After all of this, can you admit that Donald Trump sexually exploited these beauty pageant contestants? Because if you can't, like I said, I assume you're Christian. You're gonna have to
No.
work
You
that
asked me
with
if I
God
was
when you
Christian.
die.
No. I'm not Christian. You
Okay.
asked me that yesterday.
So can
No.
you admit that Donald Trump sexually exploited these people or not?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Now that we could agree that Donald Trump sexually exploited these people, can we simultaneously agree that it is just so far beneath the Oval Office to engage in those depraved behaviors? I mean, I think that you said it best yourself. People who deserve to engage in these depraved behaviors
They
the
deserve to be
worst of the
unalive.
worst.
Yes, they do.
So,
I mean, it's just, yeah.
So can we agree that this is a man that neither of us can support as president?
No one should be supporting a P3DO, let alone a child rapist. Like,
Sexual
yeah.
violence at all, regardless if it's directed
So,
towards a child or an adult. And you agreed
correct.
that Donald Trump engaged in the sexual violence. Can you agree that you are no longer a Trump supporter?
I will not support Trump. No.
Wow. Thank you.
Question. Does that mean that this is our last rodeo? We can never debate again. We have to wait until 2028,
I'm
or
sure
maybe
that...
or maybe a Jubilee episode.
Yeah. Yeah, have you been on Jubilee before?
No, but actually, I'm all over. I guess like Fox News right now. You guys can go look at my page and my reposts. But yeah. I mean, I hope to get on a Jubilee episode one day.
Okay. Well, yeah, might run into you again.
Hopefully.
Thank you for the conversation today. What a roller coaster that was. You have a good rest of your day, okay?
You as well. Have a good night, and to all the 13,000 people, have a good night as well.
Holy fuck. Holy shit. I have never fought that hard to change somebody's mind. At work. Wow. Dude, jeez, man. Dude, jeez, dude. And by the way, I believe him, because it's not the first time I've talked to Mr. Scientist either. Okay? And that dude rejects something, he rejects it. He fucking rejects it. Okay? Should have listened to the conversation he had with Parker yesterday. It ended in a similar position as the one he found himself in today, but instead of like conceding that Parker was right because there was no way to argue that Parker wasn't, he just kept on fucking going, dude. So I actually think that he meant it. He's not one of the people to admit that they were wrong just to save face. And I think we all witnessed that today and yesterday, so. Wow. Holy cow. Okay. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Like I said, that is genuinely the hardest I've ever fought to change a mind. Ever. This whole time. I've been doing this for years. That has like probably got to be one of the most successful examples of me reaching.
Why'd you just lie to everybody?
So far, one moment. Of me reaching like so far deep into the cult and being able to pull somebody out. Clearly, there's so much more work that needs to be done there. But like, that is one hell of a start. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm 38. Voted for Trump. Why'd you just lie to everybody?
Lie about what?
Yeah, you said that you didn't say that he wanted that to happen to others. What happened to him?
Because I didn't say that?
And then you didn't say that?
Yeah, what I said is that it will happen to others if he continues to believe in what
No,
he does.
you said you told that guy he wanted that to happen to others. What do you mean?
Okay. I think I remember saying that it would happen, but regardless, I meant to say that it would happen, so maybe I misspoke.
Oh, okay.
We're going to agree on that. So let's
The reason that we're not going to agree is because you're an obtuse, dense fucking cult member who wants what happened to you as a child to happen to more people, because that's exactly what's going to occur when you sit here and argue that regardless of the...
Yeah, and then you try to backpedal because you're dumb.
Okay. Well,
I didn't say
I
that.
misspoke.
That's not what I said.
Mr. Scientist, if you're still in here, I apologize for saying that too. What I meant to say and what I further expanded upon after he just cut it off is not that clearly you want it to happen, but rather that it would happen. So thank you for pointing that out.
So backpedal. So backpedal now.
No, that's just me correctly representing the sentiment in which I try to communicate. I misspoke. I mean, and like a genuine sense, I actually do appreciate you for calling me out on that, because I think it's incredibly like
because you're a dumbass.
grotesque, regardless of the context, to like tell a victim of sexual violence that they want that same thing to happen to somebody else. So, I mean, you know, like regardless of the fact
What is violence?
you're clearly like
If I
coming
look
at
at
it
you,
from
is
a
that
very
violence?
a moment. Regardless of the fact that you're coming at it from like a very dishonest angle, like I still appreciate you. Right? I'm happy that I have the opportunity to tell the last guest, Mr. Scientist, that that's not what I meant. But
Well, how's it dishonest when I'm just holding you accountable? How's that
because
dishonest?
you won't hold Trump accountable for raping a woman. You won't hold Trump accountable for killing 174 schoolgirls in Iran. You won't hold Trump accountable.
How
for
should I hold
cutting
them
10
accountable?
million
What do you
people
want me
off
to?
of
You want
healthcare
me to
in
go
America
tell
through
them
the big
that-
beautiful bill? You won't hold Trump accountable for arguing that 6 Democrats in Congress should be executed. So, due to these reasons and about a billion more, right? Like clearly, I know that.
Did
it's,
you hold
coming from
Jay
their
Jones?
perspective
Did you hold
of
Jay Jones?
disingenuousness? Okay, but regardless of that perspective of disingenuousness, of course, I still appreciate it. But go ahead.
Did you hold Jay Jones accountable for doing the same thing?
Yeah, by not
The
supporting him.
Democratic.
And that's he didn't do the same
By
thing.
not supporting who?
So he
Yeah,
didn't
he
do the
did.
same.
He did in a text message. What do you mean?
So I disagree. I could point out the differences. I'm not defending it. I still condemn it. I'd still argue that people like Jay
Yeah,
Jones
let's
shouldn't
see
be
it.
in public office. Okay?
Pull it
What
up.
Jay Jones said is that he wouldn't be upset if the
How about just
children
pull
of
it
the
up so we
person
can all
he
see?
How about I finish what I'm saying before you start talking?
Yeah, go ahead, ramble. Go ahead.
So what Jay Jones said is that he wouldn't care if the children of the person that he was running against were to die. Okay? Not that he
Oh.
wanted them to die, but more so that he wouldn't care if they died. Now, like I said,
Did he mention
even
bullets at
though-
all? Did he
I'm
mention
almost done.
bullets at
I'm
all?
almost done, Ronnie. You just agreed that you were going to wait until I'm done. Okay?
We just monologue forever, but go ahead.
I've spoken less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, pull up the text so we can all see.
I'm not
From Jay
going to do
Jones.
anything until I could finish my statement.
Go ahead.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. But anyways, to get back to what I was trying to say there. So there's a difference between Donald Trump saying that he wants these people to die, actionably calling for their execution, and then somebody like Jay Jones
No, he
saying that he
didn't.
wouldn't care. Rana, you know exactly what I'm about to say. Just wait your turn.
Yeah, I know,
dude.
but you didn't though.
I want
Live
you to be
again.
able to speak on this platform. That's why I have you up here. That's why I run these lives, is to talk to Trump supporters. And you will be like well within your right to deny that Donald Trump called for the execution of people. Like I will be well within my right to prove you wrong. But let that unfold once I'm done with my statement, and I'll try to extend you that same courtesy, okay?
Sure, go ahead. Monologue again. Go ahead.
Okay, you can't call that a monologue because once again, I've only spoken for 10 seconds, but I just continue to have to repeat myself because of your interruptions.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So you said that Jay Jones did the same thing as Trump. I disagree. I don't think that's true. Trump actually called for people's executions. Meanwhile, Jay Jones just said if someone were to die, he wouldn't care. But even though they're different, I would still argue that both of these two personality types should be disqualifying for politics. You have to care about the people that don't fall on your side of the political aisle in order to be a successful politician who wants to advocate for the betterment of the average American. Okay? I have to care for you to have free access to universal health care in order for me to support universal health care. I have to care about low-income Trump supporters having access to food stamps if I think that food is a human right that everybody should have access to. So when people like Jay Jones are like, I don't care if my opponent's children were to die because they don't agree with me politically, that is not somebody who could be in politics. And when Donald Trump says, I want the Democrats in Congress to be executed because they disagree with me politically, that's not somebody who could be in politics.
Yeah, so the first thing you mentioned was he just says he doesn't care if his children were unalived. You missed out this whole second part of the text. Can you just pull up the text so everyone can see? So we could see that he mentioned bullets.
I'll Google them if they're easy to find. Sure.
Well, I'm considered disingenuous if I quote it. So how about you just pull up the text so we can all see it, right? Isn't that fair?
Text. JJonesText.com.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone says to Jay, that isn't a nice... Well, actually, this is actually my first time reading them. I just kind of got told what was in them. Let's see. So Jay says to somebody else says to Jay, they say nice things about everyone, lol. Jay says to them, if those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals and piss on their graves, send them out awash in something. Jay Jones, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets in the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the worst people that you know when he receives both bullets every time. Jay, stop. Lol.
Oh, that
okay.
sounds like him saying that he just doesn't care if his children are unalive, right?
Attacking your logic. Who's Gilbert?
Who is it? Isn't that the candidate he was running against?
That's what I'm asking you because I don't know.
Yes.
Is that the person he was running against?
Are you deflecting now?
No, I'm just asking you for clarification because of Gilbert is some historically bad person or some extraordinarily bad person. I don't really care. So we just have to preemptively ensure that Gilbert is not an extraordinarily bad person who does deserve to die. But assuming that this Gilbert figure, because I don't know who they are, is not an extraordinarily bad person who literally deserved to die, clearly I would condemn Jay Jones for that and advocate for somebody else to fill his shoes.
Hold on, I gotta go answer this door real quick. Can I come back or what?
How long do you have to leave
I have
for?
to sign for something.
Okay, then just put yourself
you
on
can
mute
wait.
and go sign for.
You can wait.
Just go put yourself on mute and go sign
Sure.
for something real
Give me
quick.
a
It's
second.
fine. All right.
Yeah, give me a
sounds
second.
good. All right. Bran, thank you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much. Then Release the Bats, thank you for the $5 as well. You says this caller's insufferable. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to quote unquote disarm him if that makes any sense. Just help him calm down by being calm myself and just trying to be fair here. But I am expecting him to be insufferable as fuck. Cammy, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Cammy W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you, Cammy. Cammy with the $20 says, stay strong, my friend. Love you. Love you too, Cammy. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Then Giselle with the $5. And then Brianna, thank you for the $10. Who says, Trump could genuinely shoot their own mother in front of their eyes and then they would still defend him. Abso-fucking-lutely, Brianna. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. You are awesome. It looks like we're all caught up over there. Let's quickly get caught up over on Vimeo. Thank you so much, Fasi, for the $7. You're asking me to not read that out loud. Well, I appreciate you. Maddie, thank you so much for the $5. Shout out to you. Then Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $5, who says this guy's unbelievably submissive to male authority. And then Abby, thank you so much for the $10, who says appreciate you, Parker and Santana. Y'all make me feel sane. Try my best, Abby. Thank you for the 10. And then EC, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500 EC W's down below that chat. I appreciate you so much because that is unfucking real, dude. 500 ECWs down below in that chat, please, and thank you. That is so kind of you. $50 goes a very long way, and I'm very grateful for your love and support. EC with a 50 says, thank you for not holding back with this disgusting specimen of a person. He's infuriating me with his bullshit arguments, and that came in before he conceded. And I completely understand why you'd say that. Thank you for the $50, EC. Same thing to you, Miss Virginia. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, you guys. Virginia with the $50 says, I have so much respect for you. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Virginia. I'm really happy that you're enjoying the streams. I'm happy that you're taking something positive away from them. Show some love to EC. Show some love to Virginia. And if you want to support me in what we do here, get a message across or ask a question, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, and TikTok handle at the top of the phone screen, with them also being pinned in the pinned message over on YT. Thank you guys so much for all of the continued love and support. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show some love to all of our donors. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
So your question was, who was Jay Jones referring to?
So what I'm saying here is
that what you wanted to know?
So if Gilbert is not an extraordinarily bad person that would deserve to die, then yeah, like clearly this is something I condemn. Like clearly they should have run somebody else other than him.
Yeah, so he was mentioning Todd Gilbert, the Republican he was running against.
Yeah.
So if you were to hear that, hold on real quick. So if you were to hear that a Democrat literally called for the execution of a Republican, would you not therefore then be a Democrat anymore?
I'm confused on what you're asking me.
Would you or would you not?
Yeah. So if a Democrat basically called for the execution of a Republican, I wouldn't support that Democrat in office.
Oh, would you still be a Democrat?
Yes. Still vote blue. Yes, just not for them.
Oh, okay. So even though you know that Democrats call for the execution of Republicans, you would still be a Democrat.
Well, I don't view Democrats as a monolith. That's the thing. So in the similar sense, like,
what do you mean they call
from your
for the
perspective?
execution of their political opponents? What do you mean?
Well, it wouldn't be they as a group. It'd be like one individual person.
Oh, so one individual person doesn't disqualify the whole party?
You're right. So, like, for instance, I don't expect you to like become a Democrat because like Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats in Congress. Like, for instance, if there's some other Republican out there that like hates Trump, hates him for that, says fuck Trump, and then runs on it, like, okay, I'd understand why you'd want to vote for them over the Democrat.
What if they called for
so then that's why I give you like further
What
convincing
if they called for the
of like why
execution?
you should support progressives, why you should support the Democrats over the Republicans. Like, I kind of view this as like a two-step ideal here, right? We're A, trying to get you to stop supporting Trump, but like you could be a Republican that doesn't support Trump 110%. So then the next step is to get you to switch from being a Republican that doesn't support Trump to then being a more progressive individual, right? And I actually feel like it's very harmful for anybody to reject this notion, because if we reject that you could be a Republican that doesn't support Trump, then we are only adding more resistance and more boundaries/barriers to people no longer supporting Trump as president. I actually think that that's a really good alleviating step to give almost like an in-between the first step away from Trump to then that second step of endorsing more progressive policies now that you're being exposed to them. So I wouldn't argue.
So how come
that
you
just
didn't,
because
how come-
Donald Trump has
why
called for
didn't
the
you- why didn't
execution
you-
of Democrats,
Oh my God.
that means that you cannot be a Republican.
So why didn't you make a video on Jay Jones calling for the execution of Todd Gilbert?
Good question.
You're into politics, right? Is your only thing sucking Donald Trump's cock, or you don't?
No, that
you're
would
like,
be
whatever
your thing.
Democrats do is totally okay with me.
So I focus on federal
I mean,
politics.
you
and
make
Jay Jones-
you make the videos though, right?
So I focus on federal politics, and Jay Jones is not a federal politician. He's a local politician.
Oh, you only focus on federal politics.
That's
Oh,
what I
okay.
do. Yeah, that's what I do with my
Got it.
platform. Yes.
Got it. So if a Democrat calls for the execution of his political opponent, it doesn't matter at all.
No, that's not what I
Just
said.
brush it off. No big deal.
Well, actually, I've argued the opposite. I'd argue it is a really big deal. See how you're cooked? Like you're trying to run the arguments that I would run on a Trump supporter against me, But do you see how I'm giving you the reasonable responses that you can't give about Trump? You can never sit here and say
what reasonable
that we
response
shouldn't
do you want?
support Trump for calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress. Like, I actually appreciate that guy for that demonstration. I feel like that was like really necessary for like everybody to see how like hopefully we should respond in scenarios such as this. Like he just had like nothing to say. He just had nothing to like, dude. He was expecting me to be a cult member like he is. No, the reason why I host these lives is because I'm not the cult member. You're the cult member. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Red pilled perspective. Also, Ronnie, you could come back up in 10 minutes. You got a violation for harassment. Okay. How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
07.
Why do you support Trump, bro?
Because he does not support men in the women's bath.
We've actually been talking all day about how he does actually support men in women's bathrooms and changing rooms. He finds it funny, and he finds it enticing to the extent that he's personally done it. Like, we've been talking all day about how the opposite of what you just said is true, sir. You are wrong.
He didn't, though.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, he did. Is this like a troll? It like, seriously, is this a troll? Like, literally, the theme of today's live stream has been Donald Trump endorsing himself, barging into the dressing rooms of naked people to look at them. Like, this has to be a troll.
So I mean, I just tuned into your live about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes max on this because we've already spent all day on it. Here's Donald Trump.
All right, that's fair.
Like I said, we're not gonna do the whole hour and a half relitigating what Donald Trump said. We've already done that today. 5 minutes max. If you don't accept it, I'm just gonna kick you. Okay, we're not relitigating it. But to prove your claim wrong, you said that you support Trump because he doesn't endorse men in private women's only spaces. Here's Donald Trump endorsing himself, a man in private women's only spaces.
The pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Should clarify, not smiling at the clip, smiling at the kitty. All right, now that you've heard Donald Trump endorsing men in private women's only spaces, do you regret your vote for Trump, and do you drop your support for Trump, considering the fact that your argument was literally, I support Trump because he does not endorse men in women's private spaces?
And like the video said, he's legally allowed backstage. And
okay. So now you're just gonna endorse men in private women's only spaces too. What? Wow! What a shakeup! What a shakeup of events we're experiencing. So just to clarify, you came up here saying that men shouldn't be in private women's only spaces. Once you learn that it's something Trump has done, you'll actually just defend men in private women's only spaces. Is that where we're going? Is that the direction we're heading in? I cut you off. Why don't you finish your statement?
I mean, all he said was he goes backstage. He goes backstage. He's allowed backstage.
So saying I went backstage takes about 2 seconds to say. But we just listened to a 30-second audio clip. It is literally impossible that that's all he said. So what else did he say?
He also said that there's beautiful looking women, which I'm sure there were.
Okay.
And
what else did he say?
Again, there were no reports of sexual misconduct in his quote.
Okay. What else did he say? Because saying I went backstage and there was beautiful women, that takes about 4 seconds to say. But once again, we listened to a 30-second audio clip. So it is also literally impossible for that to be all he said. What else did he say?
I'm not sure what you're trying to prove. He said he's allowed backstage, so what's the problem?
Allowed by whom?
His job.
His job?
The law?
Oh. Did he say that he was allowed by the law? I heard him say that he said that he was allowed to go in because he's the owner. How do you know that that allowance is from the law?
I mean, look it up. Legally, he is allowed.
Okay.
Google
So if I'm the male owner of a business and at my business I employ a woman, would you argue that I'm legally allowed to follow that woman unconsensually into her bathroom, peek my head over the stall and look at her vagina?
That's not what he did, and he didn't go in the bathroom.
Well, what he said is that he went into their dressing area where no men were in breaking the rules, because at the end of the clip he said he got away with it. And then inside of that space would be naked women with no clothes on that he thought looked great. So it actually is the same.
I mean, you're basically inferencing pretty much.
No, nothing I just said was an inference. Everything I said was quoting Trump. Like, for instance, with them being naked, he said they had no clothes on. That's them being naked. I quoted him. Him breaking the rules, he said he gets away with it. That's what it means to get away with something. It's to break a rule, then face no consequence. I'm not inferencing shit. I'm quoting shit.
True or false? Did he not say backstage?
Yeah, I said he'd go backstage and go into this area where no men work, et cetera, so on and so forth. Yeah, that's a dressing room backstage.
And is he legally allowed backstage?
Well, he is not legally allowed, at least I'd assume, to sexually exploit women, and that's what he did. Unless you're arguing here that it was legal. And in that sense, you're arguing that there's not just an issue with Trump, because Trump sexually exploited people, but he did so legally, right? So this is an issue with Trump and an issue with the law, okay? Because sexual exploitation isn't defined by the law. It's defined by unconsensual sexual conduct, regardless of the law.
Okay, you said he sexually exploited women, but
true that.
Where can you prove that he sexually exploited women?
By playing the clip.
He's allowed backstage. He can go there.
So do you think that so did he just go backstage, or did he go into a dressing area?
It is to my knowledge that there is dressing areas backstage.
Do you think those dressing areas are private? Oh, Bomo.
Not private.
Then why would he have to abuse the fact that he's the owner, lying, claiming to do an inspection to get in if it wasn't private?
I had misspoken.
So they are private. Right? So they are private just for women?
No, I misspoke. You're right. Backstage and dressing areas are two separate things.
Okay, so you accept that he went into dressing areas that were private for women, or not?
No.
Okay, so at the end of the clip, he says that he'd get away with this. What was he getting away with? See how silly it is to argue that it wasn't a private dressing area? Because in order to get away with something, you break the rules and face no consequences. So what rule did he break?
Sorry, you would cut out, but are you still on the same thing of the private dressing area?
So at the end of the clip, he said that he would get away with it. So to get away with something means to break a rule and then face no consequences. So what rule was he breaking?
He did not break any rules.
Okay. So then what did he mean by, quote unquote, I'd get away with it at the end of the clip?
He is legally allowed backstage. But
so then what did you mean?
Support
you're answering my question.
Men being in women's areas anyways?
Don't run, my friend. What did Donald Trump mean by saying, I'd get away with it at the end of the clip? The way that we understand that phrase, getting away with something, is to break a rule and face no consequence. But you just told us that he didn't break a rule. So then what did he mean by, and I quote unquote, get away with it? Tell me, seriously, what did he mean?
Yo, I'm not running, but I don't know why you're running from my question.
Oh, you're running from my question. I'm happy I could clarify. Do you notice how I asked you a question And then in response the first time, you tried to ask me a question of your own. And I said, no. Then I re-asked you the question, and now you're just not saying anything. That's an example of you running from the question.
No, it's just that what you're saying is not true.
Oh, wait, I'll prove it to be true. Because the question
You're doing
was...
mental gymnastics by
I'll
saying
prove
he
it to be
got
true.
away with it.
I'll prove it to be true. My question was, what did he mean by saying he got away with it? Your response was, Dean, you're saying things that aren't true. My response is, here's him saying he got away with it, so I could prove it's true.
It's incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so now that I've proven it to be true that he said he got away with it, answer the question. What did he get away with?
You'll have to ask Donald Trump that question because I don't know the answer to that one. I don't know what he meant by that.
You can't answer the question because the only way to understand what that phrase means is to argue that Donald Trump broke a rule. Let's make the question a little bit easier now. Conceptually, what does it mean to get away with something? How do we use that phrase, I got away with it?
I answered your question. Answer mine before.
Here's the pivot attempt. Well, your question
No,
was about...
I'm not pivoting.
Okay, listen, I'll address your question. I'll address your question. Your question was, Dean, don't you support men in private women's only areas? And that's when I say, oh, you're talking about trans women. And then that's when you say, trans women are men, aren't they, Dean? And they say, no, trans women are women. And that's when you say, Dean, what's a woman? And then I give you my definition of the word woman. And then you say, no, that's not the definition of the word woman. The definition of a word woman is an adult human female. And that's why I say, no, I think that gender identity is unrelated to a biological reality. And it would exist beyond the scope of material biology. And they're like, well, that's completely insane, Dean. No, that's not how we understand gender identity in the slightest. And then it goes on and on and on. And now all of a sudden, we've completely gotten away from the conversation about how your argument was Donald Trump does not support men in private women's only spaces. And here I am playing you a clip of him arguing he does. Meaning that you were wrong with the first sentence that came out of your mouth the moment you joined this goddamn live. So because of that, sir, yeah, I am refusing to answer your question because it is a complete, unequivocal pivot. Now, in understanding that fact, let's stay on topic. What does the phrase getting away with something mean?
Are you not going to let me rebuttal what you said?
Sure, why don't you rebuttal what I said and then tell us what the phrase getting away with something means?
All right. All right. Sorry. Dean, there is only men and women, right? When you were born or before you were born, when the doctor went to your parents and said it's either a boy or a girl, he said boy, right? Not it's a transgender.
So I clocked him. Why did you let me do that to you? Like, deadass, why would you just let me do that to you? Like, you just, like, let me, like, tell you exactly what you were going to do, and then you did it? Like, you didn't have to prove me right. But, I mean, I guess thank you. Thank you for proving... So now that you've proven me right, that you want to pivot into a conversation about gender identity, trans individuals, so on and so forth, I don't know why you do that. Thank you for proving me right, I guess. Answer the question that's relevant to the topic of discussion. What does the phrase getting away with something mean?
Well, it's more just that I think this matters more compared to something that happened 30 years ago.
Okay, so you're arguing that you do want to pivot, but it's okay to pivot because the thing that you want to pivot to matters more. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so pivoting, regardless of what your justification for it is a bad faith debate tactic that low IQ MAGA chuds like you use to escape the reality that Donald Trump is an indefensible man regardless of the angle in which you want to use to justify him as president. And the angle that you used to justify him as president was what? What did you say? You said, Dean, I support Trump because he doesn't support men in private women's only spaces, right? And that's what you said, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah, and also...
Right, exactly. So here I am. Of course I'm going to play you this clip of Donald Trump full-heartedly endorsing men in private women's only spaces because it proves you wrong. So now that we understand that you're pivoting, now that we understand that pivoting is a low IQ debate tactic for MAGA chuds, now that we understand we're not going to pivot because we follow linear dialogue in this productive debate space, answer the question. What does getting away with something mean?
Well, I think you're arguing in bad faith because, I mean, you're arguing your own
Says the man unable
wait,
to answer the
interrupt me.
only relevant question proposed in the last 5 minutes.
I'm about to, but please. I thought we were doing so good here. I know you interrupt a lot, but we were doing really good. Now I lost my train of thought. Give me 30 seconds.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll give you 30 seconds to think of an answer. That's fine. We can do that. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Jennifer W's down below. Thank you so much for the support. You are awesome. 200 Jennifer W's down below, please and thank you. Jennifer with the $20 says, I think that a lot of these guys wish that they had Trump's privilege and find it hard to reconcile the fact that this aspiration is morally wrong. Right. Unfortunately, you're right, Jennifer. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you, Taylor. Thank you for the $20 as well. Let's get 200 Taylor W's. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Taylor. Taylor with the $20 says, Dean, I watched your lives for years, and I just want to say thank you. Your courage to speak up for grape survivors and LGBT matters. I showed your debates to my dad, and after years, he admitted that being raped at 11 wasn't my fault. Say hi to Mom.
What I was saying was, you are arguing your own interpretation of what he said.
Go on mute. Not done. Taylor, thank you for the $20 donation, and thank you for sharing that with me. And, wow. I don't even know what to say in response to the last thing that you said there, Taylor. Just know that I'm so grateful that I'm able to help make the quality of your life better. And I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you, and I'm so sorry to hear that your dad denied that it was your fault for so long. Thank you for the $20. That is seriously unreal. Caroline, same thing to you. Thank you for the $10. He says, my dog Momo just told me that your cat Momo needs more toys and treats. So this is from my Momo girl to yours. Oh, what a cute name for a dog. Thank you for the $10. And then Emily, thank you for the $25 donation, who says these quote-unquote gotchas never work because we're not a cult. Deadass Emily, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Show some love to Emily down below. Same thing to you, Lindsay. Thank you so much for the $20, who says, love that you expedited the argument that he was going to give by simply debating yourself as him. I was cackling out loud at your savviness. Well played. I love angrily washing the dishes to your streams. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the $20, Lindsay. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Lindsay and all the other donors down below. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to skip past the pivot. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. As well as over on PayPal, Heidi, thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to you. Priscilla with the $15, who says he's a weirdo with his own daughter. These people are Delulu. So fucking for real. Thank you so much for the $15, Priscilla. And then Shannon and Lee. Thank you guys both for the $5. If you want to support, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pay message over on YT, and the handles at the top of the phone screen as well. Let's see if the guest has an answer to the question. What does it mean to get away with something?
What was your question?
What does it mean to get away with something?
You tell me.
No, I'm asking you because I've already told you and you rejected my definition. I think what it means to get away with something is to break a rule and then face no consequences. On top of that, you don't think this. Because earlier, I brought up the fact that at the end of the clip, Donald Trump says, and I got away with things like this. So therefore, Donald Trump broke a rule. So then I said, so Donald Trump broke a rule. What rule was he breaking? And then you said he didn't break any rules. So this means that what you think it means to get away with something is something other than breaking a rule and facing no consequence. So I'll ask, what do you think it means to get away with something?
Dean, he didn't break a rule.
I know, which is exactly why you reject my definition of what it means to get away with something. Because that would be necessarily entailed by getting away with something. No, I'm accepting that you're arguing he didn't break a rule, which must mean you disagree with my definition of what it means to get away with something, which is why I'm asking you for your definition of what it means to get away with something.
Thank you for
answer the question.
Thank you for conceding.
So a concession would be when I'm holding on to one belief, and then I adopt another belief in rejection of the first. But I'm not conceding in this circumstance because I've never held to any belief other than I acknowledge that you're arguing Donald Trump did not break any rules. So now that we've, cleared up the air.
If you did something illegal, which is what you're implying.
Please answer the question. What do you think it means to get away with something? And honestly, why can't you answer the question? I've been asking it to you for 10 minutes. I'll give you my explanation. The reason why I think you can't answer the question, what does it mean to get away with something, is because there's no way to understand what it means to get away with something other than you're breaking a rule and facing no consequence. That's at its core, at the fundamental level, that's how we use the phrase to get away with something. But you reject that Donald Trump broke a rule, but you can't reject that he said he got away with it. So that's why you won't answer the question. Prove me wrong.
Oh.
Prove me wrong. Tell
Prove me
me what
wrong
it
now.
means to get away with something.
Why gotta be so cold? I was about to answer your question.
Good
Listen,
boy.
I don't know what that means, but anyways,
You don't know what anything means. You don't know what good boy means. You don't know what to get away with something means. You don't know what stop means. You don't know what consent means. You don't know what patriotism means. You don't know what America first means. You don't know what common sense means. You don't know what a lot of things mean, but just answer the question. What does it mean to get away with something?
My definition of getting away with something is word for word exactly what yours is. However, I do not think that Trump broke a rule. Therefore, he had nothing to get away with. He said so my own interpretation of what Trump said by he got away with it, I think he just saw some beautiful women and was stating that he was legally allowed to see beautiful women.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Actually.
No, I don't know. I
have
asked you that. Oh, you do? Okay. So let me ask you a question. So you're and your girlfriend, you guys have been together for a very long time. Okay. You're very comfortable with her. She's very comfortable with you. Okay. And then your girlfriend, okay, consented, okay, to you engaging in sex with her. And you consented to engaging in sex with her as well. Okay? Consensual sex with your girlfriend forever. Would it make sense for you to say that you got away with having sex with her?
Yeah, because she's fucking gorgeous, way out of my league.
Okay, so
I'm
the
getting
rule
away
that
with
you
it.
broke there would be your league, right? That's actually a really, really good example. You say you got away with having sex with her because she's way out of your league, which she probably is, by the way. Okay? So therefore, the rule that you broke there was the rule of your league. See, we could even make sense of what it means to use this phrase to get away with something in reference to breaking a rule as it would even relate to the claim that you made. Okay, but clearly, when Donald Trump says that he got away with it, the rule that he's breaking here would be the rule that only women are allowed in private women's only dressing rooms. Okay, and we know this because he also said that there's no men around. We know this because he said that he had abused his position and powers of the owner and then lie, saying that he was doing a fake inspection to get in. We know this because we've had so many women and so many girls all tell the same tale that he would barge into to their dressing rooms and look at them while they're naked, like Tasha Dixon, Maria Bellato from Miss Teen USA 1997 and Miss USA 2001, so on and so forth. We know this because he said that they were standing there naked and changing. That's why we know that the rule that he was breaking was the fact that men are not allowed in private women's only spaces.
I have 3 things for you, all right? First thing, I'm going to repeat myself here. Trump was allowed back there. Second thing.
Wait, so you're arguing that men are allowed in private women only spaces?
Second thing.
No, are you
okay?
arguing that men are allowed in private women only spaces?
I am not arguing that.
Wait, so you don't think that was a private woman's only space?
Here is my second
I just,
statement.
yes or no? Do you think that it was a private woman's only space that he went into?
No.
Then why were no men around?
How do you know that? Were you there?
Well, Trump wasn't. That's what he said. I'll play it for you right now.
You
don't
have
have
done
to.
that.
You played
Well,
it
I'll
before.
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. No men are anywhere, everything else. And, no men are anywhere.
There you go. So why were no men around if it was not a private woman's only area?
Can I finish my previous rebuttal?
If you could tell me why no men are around, no men were around, even though it was a private woman's only area, sure.
No, I want to finish my rebuttal before I rebuttal that.
Okay, just at the end of your rebuttal, explain why there were no men around if it wasn't a private women's only area. Okay?
I got you. I can do that. All right. First thing, Trump was legally allowed back there. Second thing, when you were talking about consent, the women who are adults, by the way, at an adult pageant, technically consented to Trump being allowed back there when they chose to be there. Third thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Wow, go ahead.
We can leave it at that. I'll save the third for later.
Does your girlfriend have a job?
She's a hardworking girl, I can tell you that.
What industry does she work in?
Business.
Business. Does she work at an office?
She has one.
would her boss be technically justified in looking at her private parts after following her to the bathroom because technically she consented by getting the job there?
This is the most off-topic analogy I've ever seen.
What? No, you said that he was technically justified in looking at their naked bodies because they technically consented by being there, by working for him, by being at his pageant. So would the business owner of the place that your girlfriend works be technically justified in following
He would not be.
her into the... Okay,
No.
exactly, right? Because that's not
But
how
that had
consent
nothing
works.
to do with
because,
Trump.
because yeah, it does have a lot to do with Trump because that's not the way in which consent works. Consent doesn't work in the way where if you are to like work or be at a place where then the business owner of said place then has the ability to do whatever they want to you. Which is why, no, you were wrong when you suggested that they technically consented by being there. Which is also for the same reason why the owner and the boss of your girlfriend at the place she works couldn't just follow her into the bathroom. You don't keel your bodily autonomy and right to consent over your body to the owner of the property in which you stand. Your landlord can't bust down your apartment and then bust down your pants. Okay? Your girlfriend's business owner, okay, can't bust down the door to the woman's bathroom then bust open the stall door. Okay? Because we still have, okay, the right over our bodies and consent over who sees our bodies, even when in or standing on the property of others. By the way, that's like third grade logic. We're taught this in middle school, if not even earlier. And it's very concerning that you don't know this. And it definitely describes you to be a very scary red flag. Because if Trump would be justified as a business owner at looking at the naked bodies of any woman who stands in his business, then so would you. And that's what scares the shit out of me.
All Trump said was he was allowed to look at beautiful women. He didn't say anything about anyone's private parts or anything.
He said that they didn't have
of
any
that
clothes
sort.
on. He said that they were naked.
You are bringing variables.
He said that they didn't have any
into the
clothes on.
conversation that were never there.
He said that he was allowed to do it in a space that was private just for them while they were naked.
Legally, he is allowed backstage, and there were no police reports of
okay, so
sexual
once again,
misconduct.
you continue to
There was no police reports,
You
my
continue
friend.
you continue to appeal to the standard of legality. Okay, so then legally, do you think that the business owner of the place in which your girlfriends work could follow her into the bathroom and look at her vagina? Yes or no?
Your business example is completely.
What the fuck is the difference? What's the difference? What is the difference? Tell me the difference.
Situation.
Tell me. Oh, no, not the entire situation, because in both scenarios, we're referencing the business owner. In both scenarios, we're referencing women in private women's only spaces in the business of said business owner. And in both scenarios, we're referencing that business owner going into said private women's only space to then look at the woman. So very similar, very similar. What's the difference?
I know you think it's not, but
What's the difference?
Very different.
What's the difference?
It's very different.
Well, then what is it? Then tell me. Oh my God, I must be so fucking
Going
stupid.
into the
What's the
bathroom
difference?
is separate from going into the backstage.
Wait, no, because it wasn't just a general backstage. It was a private dressing area for the women that was backstage. Which is why he said that there's no men around. Which is why he said he got away with it. Which is why he pointed out the fact that there's a bunch of women who were naked and changing. Which is why he said in order to go in there, he had to be the owner under the live doing an inspection. It was not just a general backstage area. It was a private women's only dressing room.
Still different.
Wait! No, it's not! Because you just said it is still different even if it were to be a private woman's only dressing room. Why is a private woman's only no. Why? No. Why is a private woman's only dressing room different than a private woman's only bathroom?
Does it matter? Trump never said he wanted
Answer
to
my
go-
question. No, it does matter. It does matter because you said it doesn't matter. It's still different. What is the difference between a private woman's only dressing room and a private woman's only bathroom? What is the difference?
One's private, one's not. But he
They're
never
both,
went in
dude.
dressing
So
room.
you think that women's dressing rooms aren't private?
I honestly didn't hear your question, so I just.
So
said
do you think
What?
that women's only dressing rooms aren't private?
Women's only dressing rooms are private?
Okay, so then you accept
Backstage
that they're
is
both private. So then you accept that there's no difference. That fucking idiot. God, yeah, get fucked, you little fucking puny chud. God, you're so embarrassing. I bet your girlfriend hates you. I bet she hates your ass. I would too if I was her. Oh my God, you should honestly just break up with her. You know, help make her life better. If you
My
really
girl
love her,
never
right?
cheated on me.
Your girl never cheated on you. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna say anything,
Well, I
but what
know
I am gonna
yours.
say is that if there's anybody to cheat on, if there's anybody to cheat on, it'd be a little gross chud like you. Just saying. There's the 5 minutes. Went longer than it should have. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Dude, these people are so gross. They're so gross, man. They're so fucking gross, man. Oh, God. Puke. Fucking puke. Oh, my God. So gross, dude. Every single one of them. Dude, the MAGA movement. Defend men sexually exploiting women. The MAGA movement. Say men have the legal right to women's bodies. The MAGA movement. Say that women, like give all of their rights to men when they work for man. The MAGA movement in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're at, man. This is where we're at. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Oh! No, hop back inside of that queue, please. I'm sorry. If you're a Trump supporter, hop back inside of that queue. I kicked you because I didn't think that you were there. I'd honestly love to talk to you, given that you are a Trump supporter. You sounded like your pronouns might be she, her. And I would love to talk to a woman. Been talking to these terrible men all day long. It'd be nice to hear an alternative perspective on why Trump is a good president from somebody that will hopefully not tell me that men own women and can do whatever they want to them. So feel free to hop back inside of that queue. I think that your name was Black Sheep. All right, let's go to get the next guest up here just because I do not see them rejoining the queue. Here we go. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yo. No, I just had a question to ask.
Tyler, appreciate you so much for coming up. Unfortunately, today we are
Appreciate you so much for.
just looking to talk to some Trump supporters. Hi, Black Sheep Nation. Do you support Trump?
Actually, I do not.
All right.
But here's my question to you, Dean.
Okay.
Is I got to ask you, and I'm anonymous on purpose. So I was actually a victim of Donald Trump. I was 14 years old.
Do you want to connect offline?
No, because I'm not going to be. Here's a story I'm going to tell you, and this is why I want to ask you. You cannot change MAGA. Have you turned one MAGA?
2 today.
I hope you have. And I'm not even sure, not 100% sure about that. Because I'm going to say something, because I know this. I've dealt with my own family.
Well, the thing is I want you to be able to share your story.
I know.
But I would first have to connect with you offline.
Okay, I will absolutely do that. If you do not believe me, I absolutely will.
No, it's not that I don't believe you. It's that I have to do necessary and proper due diligence
Okay,
in 100% of scenarios. So
no problem.
I added you on my second account, DNC Dean.
Okay.
I would
What
love
is
to
it?
connect with you.
I'm sorry. I'm still have issues with TikTok. I'm,
No
you know,
worries.
60
No worries.
now. So
Yeah, of course.
how do I connect with you offline?
Yes. So I just followed your TikTok account from
Awesome.
another TikTok account, and it's
Okay.
called in its username is not the account that I'm on right now. It's on the account I
Gotcha.
have logged into my phone. The
Awesome.
username of the account that I followed you off of is DNC Dean. So,
Okay.
check that out. I'll even just shoot you a quick message right now. It's going to say test. So if you check your message
Gotcha.
request, it'll say test. So
Okay.
check that out. And then if you want to respond with your story, and I'll just take it away from there in DMs, that'd be great. Thank you for coming up, okay?
You got it. Thanks.
All right, you have a good one. Just going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got D-Boy connecting into the live stream. How do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 42. Gonna be 43 soon.
Okay.
Say happy birthday to me.
Happy early birthday, man.
Appreciate it. I got a question though.
Well,
Just real quick, it's just a quick question, bro. It's a simple question for me and for all your viewers, bro. I want to know, it's like, why should we take any of your word to be truthful when you were sitting here trying to floss and like selling this fake program and saying, "Hey, I'm a rich guy" and all that at one point in your life. Like, why
Okay.
should we take your word to be truthful?
Okay, well, first and foremost, you shouldn't take my word to be truthful because of my character. Rather, you
Yeah.
should take my word to be truthful because of the evidence in which proves it to be right. Now, second of all, about the mischaracterization shared by you about my character, not necessarily true. Never scammed anybody, never quote-unquote flossed anybody. What you're referring to is when I sold legitimate products of web development and e-commerce, which I was very good at. I won 2 international awards for web development. I worked as the creative director at a 10-figure brick-and-mortar e-commerce store for dog treats. After working as an independent contractor for various firms across the country, from real estate to e-commerce. But before this all, when I was a youngin', like 16 and 17, still doing what I did, what I did in e-commerce and web development, I sold my services by saying people could use them to get rich. You know, that's when Andrew Tate was popular. That's when I was immature. Call the marketing cringe. I agree. Call it a scam. Absolutely not.
I feel like calling people broke and everything wasn't like calling people broke and trying to floss all this money and just trying to make yourself better than other people.
No floss, dude.
Yeah,
super cringe. It was super cringe. Half a joke.
I just wanted to know that, bro. I don't even want to debate with nothing. I was always curious because I've seen you online, and I just wanted to know what was the whole purpose of that, and why should we believe you on anything when, you know, and like you just said, I shouldn't believe you based on your character.
Bro. You didn't do anything like cringy when you were a kid. Like nothing. Like,
Nothing
come on.
like that, bro. Nothing like that.
Listen. What you're referring to is like that. You're operating under the assumption that I was like actually scamming people. I didn't actually. Like, once again, the product I sold was legit. It was real.
I mean, if you say so. I mean, but why you just said, why should I believe you based on your character? Like,
No, I said that you shouldn't believe me based on my character. You should believe me because of the evidence that I have to prove what I say to be true. But then I followed that up by pointing out that your remarks on my character were false.
well, I mean, if that helps you sleep at night, you know. I mean, I like I said, bro.
Well, it doesn't help me sleep at night. It's just a fact of reality.
That's just something I've been wanting to ask you, bro. Every time I see you on here, and I guess I got my answer to it. You know what I mean? I still don't believe you, though. You know.
I know you don't believe me because you have a bias against me because you're a Trump supporter.
No, I really don't have a bias against nobody. I just
How about
try to
this?
see
Let me
for
prove it.
people what
Let me
what it
prove
is.
your bias. Let me prove your bias. Because you're asking me, how
I do
can
have
people
my TV
believe?
on pretty loud.
Could you mute that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me prove your bias. Because you're asking me, how could you believe me? Because when I was 16, I sold a legitimate product with really like cringy advertising that at the
Yeah, it
time was
was
really popular because of people like Andrew Tate. Okay? Right? In turn, it leaves you the question, or more so the belief that you can't believe anything that I say now. So how can you find Donald Trump credible? How can you believe a word that comes out of his mouth in consideration of the fact that he literally can't open a charity in New York because a court ruled that he defrauded the Trump Foundation, in consideration of the fact that he got sued by the New York Justice Department in 1997, and he's gone. Okay. And he's gone. And he, okay, all right, man. All right, dude. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. No, I get it. You know, Dean selling a very real and very legitimate product that actually did make people money with super cringe marketing because it's what was popular at the time and Dean was a kid. Okay. Boo, can never trust Dean. No, but Trump defrauds Trump University. Trump defrauds Trump Foundation. Trump gives pardon to person culpable for $60 million of fraud not only not even 2 days ago. Okay. Like, oh yeah, trust him. Welcome in, Kristi. Do you support Trump? Apparently not. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got the next guest, David, connecting. I guess I asked and answered. He wasn't there to address his bias or hypocrisy. Whatever, man. Moving on to the next guest. Priscilla, thank you so much for... Oh, I actually already did thank you earlier. Thank you again, Priscilla. Very, very kind of you. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. And then Courtney, thank you for the $3. And Nina, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you guys for supporting the scam.
Savior Trump.
Hello, David. Do you support Trump? David, you're connected to the stream. David.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to connect. I don't support him. Sorry.
No worries, dude. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Heidi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Do follow the rules, guys. Do follow the rules. We got the next guest, Austin, loading up into the box right now. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yo, this is over at Vimeo. Thank you so much.
I'm from Nigeria.
Let's see. Yo.
Yeah, I'm calling from Nigeria.
Calling from Nigeria. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. We're just looking to talk to people in America. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Caroline, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says all this to say that Trump's victimization goes so much further than the people he intentionally victimized. Deadass. Thank you for the 5. Donna, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says your patience is unbelievable.
Rape
Thank you,
all
Donna.
niggers. Fuck all niggers.
DJ Magician Cody. By the way, he's banned. Clearly removed him. Violated TOS. DJ Magician Cody. Let's see. What happens if we go to TikTok.com/DJ Cody. Give me one moment here. Boom. Search. Dang! Yo, you guys sniped him fucking fast as hell. Somebody banned him from the live stream in like less than 3 seconds. Copy image. Images.google.com. Save image. Post image. Upload for exact matches. One moment, you guys. Only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, please. We're just looking for some Trump supporters to come up here and debate. I'd appreciate it if you'd follow the rules, please and thank you. Okay. I found Cody. You guys want to see Cody? Look at this picture of Cody. Oh, that's not Cody. That's not Cody. That's from yesterday. Let me find Cody. Here's Cody. So that's the guy that's saying to rape all inwards. This guy right here. Look at Cody. Anyone recognize that guy? What? We have like close to 20,000 viewers combining TT and YT. Anybody recognize that guy? You tell me, because if you do, he thinks that all black people should be raped. Okay. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Santana joining. Hell yeah. What's up, Santana? How we doing?
Good. You know, it's always interesting that people think that doing that is going to somehow like get your stream impacted, and when like TikTok fixed that actual like the whole issue with it, but two, like that's their go-to just to come in and slur. It's weird and wild.
It is disgusting and wild. I agree with you, Santana. What's going on?
What the fuck are you wearing?
He's such a dweeb.
What?
Why are you disrespecting me, bro?
Wait, I need to take a good look at what's going on here. Why do you
I
have
got three tats on.
Yeah, why?
Because I think I look good.
You
Am I
think you
fly?
look good? You think you look fly?
Yes,
Okay,
bro.
and
I
are
look
you
good.
are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah, Trump. Wait, I actually want to see something else. I just put you back on the small little stage.
Okay.
One moment. Phil, what are you doing here?
Stop calling me that, first of all. Like, I'm not here.
Stop
I'm
calling
not
you
here to
what?
play.
Stop
The
calling
P
you
word,
what?
bro. I'm
Then
not here to
what's
play
the P
games.
word? Can you clarify? I don't know what the P word is.
PHIL, bro.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not that good at spelling. Can you just say it?
I'm not saying it, bro, because I don't say that word.
Phil?
Stop! No, bro. Actually, stop.
Wait, but is that the? I just need confirmation. Is
yes,
Phil
that's the word?
Wait, which
that's
one?
The word.
Please, I said is. I said Phil. I said I said word. So which
I'm
one of
not
those 4
saying- no,
words
bro, I'm not
is the one
saying
that you
it.
don't want me to say?
No, I'm not saying it, bro. No, I'm not saying it.
Okay, well then I don't know which one of those 4 words that you don't want me to
all
say.
right, bro.
All right, Phil. So why do you support
No,
Trump?
that word.
Wait, so is it the why? Do you support Trump or Phil? Like which one?
No, that last one, number 6, that one.
Phil, please
So one?
properly pronunciate which word that you have a problem with.
No, bro, I'm tired of it. I'm not even joking no more. Like, come on, dude. Like, I'm not, dude. Like, actually, stop. This isn't funny no more. Like, it's been like 6 months. How is this still funny to you guys?
We're a little confused. Maybe you
No,
can.
Santana, bro, no, it's not funny. You guys look like cornballs, bro.
Well, Phil, the thing is that you said the P word, but you could be talking about platypus, you could be talking about periscopes, you could be talking about
Okay, I'll say it. I'll
pontification.
say it. Everybody, no, I'll say it this one time, and this is the only time I'll ever say it. The word that we're talking about is.
Let's see if you get a screenshot. Can you like point your head down?
Why would I have to point my head down?
No,
bro?
no, don't just be natural.
your head down.
Point down a little bit and go ahead. You're good. Go
Just
ahead.
do it. Just real quick, please.
You got it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna kick you if you don't. Just point your head down real quick. Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, what does that have to do, bro?
Don't worry about it.
No,
Just go ahead.
we just wanted to make sure we could see you.
Yeah. Just go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, so it's the P word, bro.
Wait, you said you were going to tell us so we weren't confused anymore.
Bro. Okay. Phil.
Somebody clip that. Thank you. Clip
What?
it and send it to me. I appreciate you guys.
What?
Oh wait, 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm working on something. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
Because, bro, because of course I support Trump because he's a pretty good president, man.
It's a pretty good president. Why is that?
Would you say? Would you say that he is the?
He is the what?
Philosopher of all presidents?
Oh my gosh! Why would dude? Please come on, dude.
I mean, he is really wordy.
Why?
He does
Like,
know the
no,
best words.
He's not a philosopher, bro.
Oh, okay. He is though a philanthropist. I mean, he
That's not
definitely
funny.
says that he looks to donate
Not
money,
funny.
right?
Not funny. Not funny, Santana. Not funny.
Okay. I mean, maybe we should just call him President Fallopian Tube because, you know, he some reason decides he wants to control women's bodies.
Can we actually stop, bro? Can we actually stop?
Yo, earlier you called us a cornball? Cornballs?
He
You look
did.
like a cornball, yeah, bro.
You're telling me I look like a cornball?
Yes, bro.
Buddy, you unironically look like a fucking cornball. Dude, we got fucking Captain Cornball over here. Like
Get
down to the
cornball.
detail,
No, bro.
down to the color, down to the shape and the round edges. Fucking Captain Cornball over here.
I don't look-
has something smart to say. You look like a cornball. You look like a cornball. Bro, take that goddamn cornball off the top of your head, dude. What the
Bro,
fuck are we
it's not-
doing? The fuck are we doing, man?
I'm not here to play games with you, bro. I'm not. I'm not here to play games. I'm here to
Damn
debate.
sure I'm here to
one-on-one.
debate. You're not good at that.
Dude, Santana, I've cooked you in debates, buddy. So don't even speak.
Sure.
I've cooked you in every debate. Same way, Dean's beat me on 1 point ever. That's it.
Oh wow, you admit that you got cooked? Good boy, Phil.
I'm not a good boy! No, bro, that's nasty. Ew. Just stop saying that. That's disgusting, honestly. From a man to man, you're gonna call me a good boy, another man a good boy, bro? That's weird. That's
I
weird.
mean-
No, that's actually weird, bro. What?
Do you more so identify as a bad boy?
No, you're actually weird. No, you're actually weird.
Phil's a bad boy. He's a
Stop
real bad
calling
boy.
me Phil! Actually, stop. And you can stop laughing, Dean. You're not. No, nothing's funny here, bro. Nothing's funny. Nothing is funny, bro. I'm tired of this. This is bullshit, bro. No. Why is? Oh my gosh, dude, we got the whole gang up here. Why is Matt up here, bro? Oh my, dude, I
Yes,
haven't
I
seen
can
Matt.
be, that's why.
What up, Matt?
Hey, Santana, how you doing?
Honestly, Matt's pretty nice. I actually kind of like Matt more than anybody else in here.
Yeah, well, that's because Matt's
Man, even
a
MAGA likes
philosopher.
me, like...
Yeah, he's
No,
some positive.
Santana, no, Santana.
He has some
Santana,
positive feelings for you, Matt.
He does.
No, yes, Matt doesn't call me the P word a lot.
Also, he's the
Matt's
closest
respectful.
one of us to Philadelphia, so he could always, have access to Philly cheesesteaks. So
Bro,
that's pretty based.
Can you please take a chill pill?
Shut that,
Sorry,
dude,
chill pill. That's
no, bro. Like, no, because you don't understand, dude. Say it to my face, bro.
Am I not doing that right now?
In real life, buddy. This is over a telephone.
Okay.
I don't know. You're having really big feelings right now. I think you need to calm down.
Can run. No, wait. You got Dean. You want to box? I'll actually box you on everything. I will, and I'll box for free. You want to box?
Well,
and Santana, we can run a 2v1. Let's have a boxing match. Come on. We can run it anywhere, anytime.
You wouldn't want to box me.
No. On my life, I'd want to box you. On my life, I'd want to box you.
Dude, you don't even have the confidence to show your face on stream. You don't have the confidence
Because I'm
to
not
throw a
getting
punch.
doxxed, bro. What? I just seen what you did to that last person. Of course, I would never, say those words, but like, I mean, he deserves to be doxxed. But either way, like, you have powers, bro. Of course, I'm not gonna show my face.
I'm not going to Shane McDougal you, bro, I swear.
No, I don't trust you, Dean Withers. You're a
You don't
manipulator.
trust me to not Shane McDougal you?
Don't even know what that means, but anyway, so, right. Dude, stop. Can you have your chat stop spamming corn as if, like, and you made that stupid photo of a corn
Why?
ball
Do
as
you
if
feel like
that's
it's
me.
directed towards you?
Because you did that, of course it's directed at me. What?
This one? This photo?
Dean, will you actually stop, bro? I don't have time for this.
Sure. I'll cut your face
Stop.
out of it.
Like, can you actually stop?
Listen,
bro?
I cut your face out of it. No longer.
Okay, and you got the corn over your face, so you're the corn ball. Good.
I don't know. I think it's a pretty phenomenal
You
picture.
guys are so disrespectful and just inconsiderate pieces. Dude, how is this funny? How are you even laughing at any of this, bro? Like, Matt, can you control your friend, please? You're at least
I'm not
respectful.
going to. No. Actually, Dean, I was thinking that he looked like this when I first saw him. This is what I thought. Let me pull something up.
Oh my gosh. Matt, please don't. Matt, I kind of like you because you play
I was
guitar.
thinking.
also.
I was
play
thinking.
guitar
You maybe
also.
can't see it well, but I thought he looked like Beaker, actually. So.
Really, bro? Now y'all are making fun. No, I'm so sick and tired.
Put your
of
hair
this.
down, like see the
I'm
pink
so
with
sick
the little.
and tired of this. I'm actually tired. I have been gone for 2 months without being on any of your guys' lives, and I come back today on Parker's, and he was being a complete and utter asshole. And now Dean and Santana and Matt. The
Wait,
whole
hold on. Didn't he make you like a deal though? Like Parker said, he wouldn't call you Phil anymore if something, right?
Yeah, he did.
And you said no.
If I didn't want to deplatform Dean, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very
No,
So
it's not a big deal
your
for
obsession with Dean is going to get you to be called Phil. I'm sorry, but like that's
No,
just
bro, because Dean needs to be deplatformed.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? I think Dean should be deplatformed. Stop floating the cornball over me, bro. Stop. Stop. Come on.
I will say Benjamin just sent a $2 donation, and he made a great point. He said Phil tried to hide, unfortunately, still Phil.
Stop! Bro, I'm so tired of you guys. I'm so tired of you guys. You guys are just so. You know what? I'm starting my live streams again. I'm done. No. All right, Dean, you're gonna be deplatformed. That's it, Brady. That's it for you.
I guess you could call that, instead of a cornball, it could be a Philospear.
That's not, bro. I'm actually no. You're so, dude. Let's run a boxing match on everything. Let's run a boxing match.
On everything, let's run a boxing match. On everything.
Stop
let's run a
mocking me.
boxing
Oh,
match.
dude, no. Let's run a boxing match.
Oh, I mock. Did I hurt your feelings?
Bro, I don't care. You hurt my dude. No, you didn't hurt no feelings, bro. Now come on, let's box. Let's have a one on.
How about let's just
Dean?
hear
How much
why
do
you
bench?
support Trump? How much do I bench?
How much do you bench?
Right now?
Yes, right now.
I mean, I'd argue 260, 265.
You do not bench. No, your body weight is like 130, bro.
I bench.
It's
I
actually.
benched
Santana, I can see. I'll guess how much you bench. You bench like 2 plates. That's it.
355.
No, you. That's a good one, bro.
No, that's literally the truth.
Actually,
I'm 6'3" and a half,
really
285.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, then let's box, Santana. Come on.
Also, I sparred. I took boxing lessons,
Bet, no,
kickboxing,
Santana, bet, no, no, no.
Aikido.
Bet, Santana, $5
I
grand.
promise you,
Santana,
it would not be
$5 grand.
good, buddy.
Santana,
Phil,
$5 grand.
you
You
gotta
beat
know-
me in a boxing
Phil.
match, I'll give you $5 grand.
Phil, you
On
gotta know
everything.
you gotta know your limits are. You need to know.
No. Santana,
listen,
let's run it.
I
Santana, let's
think
run it.
that
5 grand.
I think that you and many other people fail to forget that like boxing can like kill you. That's why weight classes exist.
Exactly. Okay, and me and Santana are in about the same weight class. You said how much do you weigh, Santana?
I'm 6'3.5", 285.
Bet. Okay. I mean, I'll be a little lighter than you, a lot, like 40 pounds lighter than you, but let's run it.
Okay, so you're 240.
I'm about 237.
So that.
Well, let's run it, bro.
Okay.
Let's actually run it. Come on.
Okay.
How about you tell us why you support Trump, and if you're able to beat us in a debate, then Santana will box you.
No, he's gonna box me either way.
I will take it. I'll take it. Yes.
Santana,
yes,
I'll give
but
you
you have to
that.
win the debate first.
Bet. Okay, that's easy. And then if you win, 5 grand. If I win, you give me 5 grand. Deal?
No, you said if we win, you give us 5 grand. If you win, I'll box you.
No, if you win the boxing match, I'll give you 5 grand.
Oh, that's an easy TKO.
Then bet. Come on. Then bet. Let's run it. Okay. Win and where? We can run it anytime.
You have to get past the debate first, Bubba.
All right, bet. Let me smoke him. Let me smoke this little kid in a debate real quick, and then we can get to the debates, and then we can get to the talking. We can run it on like a Misfits card or something, or like Aiden Ross's boxing match or whatever he runs. We can just run it on there.
Oh my god.
What is it called? What boxing matches Aiden Ross run? Let's debate. Come on.
Zella, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says Phil is a little Phil boy?
That word, bro. No.
I'm just reading my donations. Calm down. I'm gonna have to start from the top. Phil is a little Phil boy in a Phil world. Phil corny. Phil. Thank you so much for the $20, Zella. As well as Thomas, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says I think that Phil guy needs therapy.
I don't need nothing other than like nothing.
Did you just wait? Did you just call yourself that Phil guy?
He is embracing it.
No, I didn't because that's what they called me.
The message said that Phil guy. That you said me, a lot of yous. So okay.
Shut up, bro.
Joe, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Joe. Show some love to Joe down below. Joe says, "Hey Dean, can Santana, Matt, and you say happy birthday to me? It was yesterday, but I couldn't make it. Well, I hope you had a good birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing one. I hope your birthday was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Shut up!
that.
Happy birthday to that person. Hopefully they don't support Phil.
And then Joe, I'm not even joking here. Actually, Finn's ends her message by saying, "Phil, take a chill pill."
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm actually not.
I hope they really had a bad birthday. I'm not even trolling. I really hope they had a bad birthday.
Unreal. Yo, what an asshole we got here. And oh my God, Michelle, thank you so much for the $150 donation on PayPal. Let's fucking go, dude. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the love and support. I really appreciate the hell out of you. Let's show some love to Michelle down below in that chat. Thank you, bro. From the bottom of my heart, Michelle. That is beyond kind. Michelle will be $150 as best way to end the night, but seriously, no man should ever enter into a woman or teen's dressing area at a pageant. Thank you for changing two dudes' minds earlier. Why does Phil not like his name? Love watching you guys. Where's Parker? You know, I was asking myself that same question. We'd be able to finish the dream team. Thank you so much for the $100, Michelle. I want to see 150,000 W's, billion, trillion W's for Michelle down below in that comment section. Thank you so very, very much. You are awesome. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Alyssa, for the $20. Who says, I just found out that my 3-year-old fur baby has terminal cancer. I need the Phil crash out for a smile. Thank you, Dean. I'm so fucking sorry to hear. Dude, she just found out that her fur baby has cancer. Calm down, dude.
But she called me the P word. I really hope whatever that is has.
Dude,
I don't know what a fur baby is.
Just give it to her. Just let her call you Phil, dude. Come on.
No. I hope that whatever cancer.
Hey, be nice.
I am being nice.
Just let her call you Phil.
No, I hope that the cancer stuff goes well and they get it fixed or whatever. But don't
it's
call
terminal.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Yeah, it's terminal.
Oh, well, that sucks. But like, stop! Don't call me Phil, please. I hope you live a long and beautiful life.
But on a real note, Alyssa, I'm sorry to hear that. I had my family dog die not too long ago from cancer as well. It's a really hard experience, and I wish you and your family the very best of luck. Thank you for the $20. Fussy, thank you so much for the $7. I appreciate you. And then also, Caroline, thank you so much for the $5 in Venmo. Says, why is he so in his feelings right now? Deadass. Amy, thank you for the $5. Says, I feel like Phil feels bad when we call him Phil. I know. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo to Ragebait Phil. Selfie with the $5 on Venmo saying he's being corny. So real. Ben, thank you for the 1.
Corny,
Johnny, thank you
bro.
for the 5, who says, I'd just like to philosophize that Millard Fillmore from Philadelphia, I believe, filled the role of president with a philanthropic.
None of this is funny, by the way. None of this is funny.
It's pretty
It was
funny.
actually elite.
Joseph, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, who says, to read in the Trump voice, me and Phil are the best. You heard it here first, folks. The wedding side involves Phil and Trump side by side holding hands.
Only
Do you hold
person
Trump's
that,
hand?
like-
Are you submissive to male authority figures in your life?
No, I'm not.
Are you
Ew.
submissive
No.
to male authority
Ew.
figures in your life?
I'm not. Wait, Dean, who was that one person? this
Come
morning
on,
about-
thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo.
Can we get the
He says, not sure if you
cornball
saw
outta
my
here?"
other message because I was chatting with a hubby, but I just know that I feel like you'd be an amazing therapist. I don't know about that, but that's just my feelings on the subject matter. Thank you so much for the love. Show us some love to Kamani down below. There's Parker.
Hey, Phil. Hey, Phil.
I shot him a text, Phil.
Phil, when's the face reveal? When's the
Parker,
face
get
reveal?
out! Parker, get out! No, Parker, you know what you did this morning. Get out!
Yeah, why did you run away, Phil?
Because you played the song and my name's not Phil.
Yeah, Dean, I played the We Are Phil song.
Oh my
Stop
God, what a
this
jackass.
We are Phil.
Shut up!
We are Phil.
Dude, stop. Can we actually stop, Parker? Why do we got 4 people? Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it
Oh
off!
my God.
I turned it off. We're good, dude.
Like, bro, like, it's, bro, like, in Parker.
I was the mistake. I hit the space bar. I didn't mean to.
Turn it off, bro.
Okay.
I'm tired of this stuff.
It's off, bro.
I'm so sick and tired, dude,
Dude,
and I had to
we're
listen
good.
to that.
No, you don't.
I had to this morning because of your friend. Why am I getting quadruple
Yeah,
teamed?
literally, he ran away because I played the We Are Phil song.
Why am I getting quadruple teamed?
Poor
Get
baby.
Parker
I'm
out
sorry
of
to
here.
hear that happened to you, Phil.
All right, well, I'll
That's not
I'll drop Phil because you're so scared of me.
I'm not scared of you. You're literally in a bathroom.
Wait,
right now,
wait.
buddy.
Before,
I'm in
I
my
was just
room.
gonna say, could we play Parker off before he goes?
Can we what? Turn it off! We are Turn it off now! Parker! We are Parker! Box
Everybody
me!
put your lights in the air.
Box me! Box me! No,
Put the lights in the air.
So slow. Turn it off! So unreal. Turn it off to Parker! Dean, turn it off! We are Phil. Hear the comment section cry.
This makes me so emotional.
Shut up, Santana! Turn it off! As he sighs. Turn it off!
He said, please. He said, stop. So we sang it even more. We are real, floating high above the chat. Every that's not my name.
Turn it off!
That just fills me with so much
Turn
patriotism.
it off, bro. I'm so tired of this.
Santana, I think that's actually our national anthem now.
Turn it. No, it's not. No, it's not. Shut up, bro. No, I'm tired of this. I can't do this no more. That's not my name, and I know. Stop, bro. I'm tired, dude.
That is
I
our
can't
national
do this no
anthem.
more.
We should sing that at every single day before school.
No.
Every day.
Dude, Parker, box me, bro. Box me, because I want to lay some hands on you.
Okay, I'll box you if you take off the mask.
Ooh.
Actually, deal.
Do it.
Bet.
Do it right now.
Do it.
No, bet. Actually,
Do
you
it.
guys in here will box me.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
How do I know you're not lying?
Just do it.
Parker's too much. Parker won't box me. He weighs like 100 pounds soaking wet. That wouldn't even be fair.
Fucking do it, bro.
Why are you scared?
You're stalling.
Dude, I'm not getting doxxed by you guys.
What do you mean docs, bro?
Your fans hate me, bro. They threaten me
Can
multiple
you admit
times.
that your name is Phil?
Not
And
my
then
name.
Maybe I'll box you.
Not my name. Not my name.
If you
Not
admit
my
your
name.
name's Phil, I will box
Not
you.
my name, dude. No, I'm so tired. Dude, not my name, bro. Like how many? You guys can't
Maybe if you
respect my
admit we
name.
are all Phil.
No, move
We
the
are.
cornball. Move
We
the
are all
cornball.
Phil. We are hive mind Phil.
No, we aren't. No, we aren't. Stop putting the cornball by me, bro. This isn't funny.
All hell, cornball Phil.
Dude, you guys really must why do you guys support bullying?
No.
This isn't.
No,
Then
but
why
we
are you
support
doing it to
Phil.
me? Oh my
we
god.
support Phil.
What are you guys bullying me for, bro?
Phil
Because
is us.
we are
Hey,
Phil.
talk to us about how you feel.
Bro.
Phil.
Genuinely, please, will you turn it off, bro? Turn it off.
I think he's filled with anger.
I'm not filled with nothing, bro.
Every time I
But
hear
anger.
this song, I feel like an eagle soaring high above the sky. I feel a sense of pride and patriotism. It feels like America.
Box me. I really want to lay some hands on you.
How beautiful, Satana, how beautiful.
Dang, you want to lay hands on Parker? You want to lay hands on Santana?
Listen.
You want to lay hands on me? You want to lay hands on Matt? You want to lay hands on us all at the same time?
At the same time, yes.
Leave that on AO3, dude. This is a debate live. Dude, leave it on AO3.
Married. No, thank you.
He's married. Okay,
No,
leave it in the Saturday
Not
2
like
a.m.
that.
notepad. Leave it in the notepad. Leave it in the notepad, please. Thank you, Phil. Because
Okay, I have one thing to say to Phil before I gotta go.
That's not my name.
Hey, Phil, let me just let you know the Broncos mog you. The Broncos mog you, bro. You guys get mogged. Look at our record. Look at your record. Get mogged.
Look at who won the Super. Look at the past 5 years, bro.
Wait, look who almost went to the Super Bowl last year with
Can you name 5
literally
Broncos players? Can you
second-year
name 5
quarterback.
Broncos players? Can you name 5 Broncos players? No, that's what I
who
thought.
almost went to the Super Bowl with a second-year quarterback.
Can you name
guys get
5?
mogged.
Can you name?
You're gonna get mogged for the next 10 years, 20
God,
years.
can we get?
You're getting
Parker out
mogged
of here?
repeatedly,
Nobody
over and
likes
over again. You're gonna be at the bottom of the division. How does it feel?
Oh my God. Oh, yo, I
Alrighty,
actually
I'll see
gotta
y'all.
see ya. Thank you for coming up, Parker. I actually gotta read out a donation real quick. Phil, you're gonna love this. Sorry, Creed, you're gonna love this. Thomas, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get 500 Thomas W's. Thomas with a 50 says, "For the love of God, stop calling him that name. This can only end badly. Somebody could actually get hurt."
In a boxing match, yes. Or legally, yes. Yes. I don't support crimes. Yes. Legally, one of you guys are going to get hurt.
Should I listen to Thomas?
Should you listen to Thomas? Let me think. Stop raising the cornball! Legally, I wouldn't do nothing illegal because I'm not like you leftists, but, you want to run a boxing match? Yeah, there will be some bruises and marks coming off, yeah.
That was really fucking corny, dude.
It was.
Not corny, bro.
That was so fucking corny, dude. Just like, holy shit. I'm gonna throw up, man. Okay, I'm gonna thank a couple more people, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Thank you so much for the $10. Sapphire says, "Keep on making MAGA cry. It's entertaining as hell." And hi, Parker and Santana. Well, shout out to you. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Forgotten Studio. Thank you for the $10. Who says Phil's cortisol is so high, meanwhile Dean is just filled with joy. I couldn't be happier, Forgotten. Then of course, Reality Warp. Thank you for the $20. Who says, "Wait, somebody explain why he hates being called Phil." You know what? Let's ask him for that explanation. Thank you so much, Reality. 200 Reality W's. Why do you hate being called Phil?
Why do you hate that?
Why does it fill you up with rage, Phil?
All right. Shut the hell up before I really smack you in GTA.
I guess Thomas was right. God damn, Phil.
GTA in GTA.
Okay,
buddy.
all right. I'll slow my roll, Phil. Why do you hate being called Phil?
Not my name. Anyway, I hate it because it's dehumanizing and it's just absolutely disgusting for you guys to make fun of my name. Basically,
My question:
is what
Wait,
you guys
do you think that men who are named Phil are lesser of a human than you are?
No. Nope.
So then how could it be dehumanizing?
It's dehumanizing to me because you're disrespecting my actual birth name that is on my birth certificate, and you're disrespecting it by calling me a name that I already said I don't want to be called.
Okay, so if the name on somebody's birth certificate is Daniel and I call them Danny, do you think I'm dehumanizing them?
Well, actually, it would have to go both ways. If the person that's named Daniel, likes or wants or doesn't care about being called Danny, it wouldn't matter. But if it bothered him, yes, it would be wrong for you to keep calling him that.
Wait. You do know the rules of nicknames, right?
Nicknames have to go both ways.
No. You don't get to pick your nickname.
Yes,
The only person that has successfully picked their own nickname is Kobe Bryant, and that's the Black Mamba. Everyone else, they're given their nickname. And Phil, You are Phil.
Wait, I actually have a really good question to read.
Nicknames have to go both ways.
Wait, this is from Links with the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you, Links. Links with the $20 says, Phil, would you stop supporting Trump if he called you Phil?
If Donald Trump called me Phil, would I stop supporting him? Yes, 100%.
Okay. All right. But if he like depicts black people as monkeys.
When did he do
Not a deal
this?
breaker.
When
Not
did
a
he
deal.
do this?
Not a deal breaker.
When did he do that?
Truth Social 3-4 weeks ago?
Wait, about the like video?
Yes.
Oh. Well, he said that he didn't do that.
But he did.
But he said that he didn't make the video, which AI made it.
Yeah, he posted it. Of course he didn't make it. He thinks that it's impressive when Barron turns off a computer. Like, of course he didn't make the video. He just reposted it, you idiot.
Dude.
You just...
Idiot. I don't know, man. I think that term needs to change. I've told you.
Yeah,
this
listen,
before.
it's I got you. It's damn idiot. He's an idiot. I don't know.
That's not what I hear. When I hear idiot, I hear something else.
I know.
I'm still on the side of changing idiot. Go ahead, Phil.
Not my name, bro. Like, yeah, it's like, oh man, you are just so disrespectful for what?
Are you gonna respond?
Am I okay? What's the question? What?
You're just gonna completely ignore it?
The video. Trump said that he doesn't run it, and I believe him because why would he make that video? Because that would be very racist.
Yeah, he didn't make the video. He sent it. He admitted that he sent it over to his aide to post the video, but he screen recorded it.
He did. Oh yeah, he did say that he only watched like the first however long, and he didn't see that part.
Yeah, he screen recorded it.
Yeah, right. But he didn't watch that part.
But he screen recorded the video. He screen recorded the entire thing.
He can screen record something without watching the whole thing. He's a busy man. If there was proof that he watched that and seen that and thought,
you know what's the proof? Have you ever did a screen record?
Yeah, before, multiple times. Yeah.
Okay, cool. You know if you're like screen recording from Twitter and how it's like on autoplay, and then it goes to the next video.
Yeah.
Okay, so he actually didn't let it autoplay. It scrolled to the next video, and then after that, he actually went back to the other video. So like he scrolled up, let it play for a few seconds, and then went back to the original video.
Mm-hmm. What about it? That doesn't mean he watched the whole thing. He could have just heard like a new video come on. And you think he has time to be, as the president, to be screen recording memes on
He admitted it.
I don't know, bro. I mean, that's a little, racist, man. I don't support that.
Thank you for admitting that he's a racist. Now, would you like to withdraw your support from the racist?
I think if he did that, then I would do that. I would remove my support, but I don't think that he's seen that part. So, because why would
he did it?
But he deleted the video.
Yeah, but he has a persistent and consistent history of racism.
Yeah, but he deleted the video, right?
Yeah, but so he deleted it. He said that he wasn't going to apologize, and he's continued to engage in racism.
Well, because if he apologized, he'd be admitting that he's seen it and did it.
So you shouldn't apologize for doing things that are wrong.
No, not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that if he actually didn't do it, then he shouldn't apologize for it.
But if he admitted that he screen recorded it and he was willing to take it down, why wouldn't he say that he was sorry for posting it?
But screen recording doesn't mean he watched the whole thing.
I feel like you're doing like a lot of pretzeling at this moment.
I'm not. I mean, I don't know if I think that. Yeah, I think that that's wrong for him to do.
It's clear that Donald Trump is an avid racist. Like he literally has white supremacists in his cabinet writing policy, and you are still supporting the racist?
I'm not. I don't support racists.
So you no longer support Trump?
He's not a racist.
He's an adamant racist. Hey, did you know his dad got arrested at a KKK rally?
Huh. But his dad isn't him, so I don't care.
Yeah, but he and his dad actually were charged for racial discrimination in the 70s together. And Donald Trump took out a hit on black men He literally put out a full page article saying that he wanted to put a reward out on the life of black men.
Okay. So you said in the 70s, right?
No, that wasn't in the 70s. That was the exonerated 5. But again, he's had a persistent and consistent history of racism. He's been actively racist in this term. Did you know that his EOs and not legislation because he doesn't pass legislation, but the EOs and the initiatives that he actually put forward has caused over 400,000 black women to lose their jobs? The black unemployment rate spiked while the white unemployment rate did not change because of Donald Trump and the tariffs and also the EOs he's been passing.
I did not know that, but I don't.
Did you know that Donald Trump also said that he wanted to? Did you know that he was advocating for giving white men reparations because he said, "quote unquote," DEI was racist. It was reverse racism. So he wants to give reparations to white men.
Did he do that though?
He's advocating for it.
It's not going to happen.
I don't know. It feels like you're good with racism.
I'm not good with racism now.
I just want to let you guys know I do have to hop off here soon.
Yep.
Put a bow on it. Hey,
Yeah,
Phil, you're a
because
dumbass.
stop calling me that, bro. No, I'm so tired of it, bro. Please, like it's not
Okay.
even. It was
Let me
never
reword
funny.
myself.
It's not funny now. It was
Let me
never
reword
funny.
myself. Creed, you're a dumbass.
Really? Now you're gonna call me a dumbass in front of 13,000 people, knowing that I can't do anything about it because it's through a screen?
I mean, you could prove me wrong. I guess you couldn't do that either.
He couldn't.
Yeah, he couldn't do that either.
I could prove you wrong.
We're just gonna do a little quick send off, ladies and gentlemen.
No, Dean Withers, I hate you, bro. No, I actually hate you. And I hate nobody.
All right, folks. I'm going to go to thank a couple people here real quick. Thank you so much, Haley, for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, Phil, what's the deal? Oh, damn. Busta Rhymes down here. Thank you so much for the love, Haley. Marissa, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you so much. Raven with a $5 says, Phil lies, the cornball guy. That's funny. Zoe, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Then Derek with the $10. Thank you. Then Anthony with the $5. Bethany with the 8. Pot with a 4. Melanie with a 5. Fallon with a 5. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Then Jalen and Malachi. Thank you both for the 5. Bailey with a 5. Marlene with a 3. Thank you. Joshua, thank you for the 5. And then quickly over on PayPal, thank you so much for the, let's see here, $50, Michelle. God damn! Michelle, the $50 says, last one, this is too funny. Thank you so much to all of you guys for making me laugh. I'm happy I could give you a laugh. Michelle, I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Let's get 500 Michelle W's down below in that comment section. That is very, very kind of you. Haley as well. Thank you so much for the $5. And Catherine, thank you for the 6. Over on Super Chat, thank you so very much to a handful of people. Let's see, it's loading right now. Bridget, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Bread with the $10. Who says, I sadistically can't stop laughing at Phil's crash out and turn chaos into the world. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Who says, Phil is being so shrill because his attempted anaphility don't fly. I tried to follow that to the best of my abilities. I really did. Okay. We're all caught up, folks. I appreciate you all for joining today. Santana, Matt, do you guys have anything to add on?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Nope, I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, just there's a bunch of people that sent donos. I'll send you personal thank you to everyone. Also, I'll just plug this really quick. I'm going live at the top of the hour. It's not debates. I'm doing late nights with Santana. It's a panel discussion. This week, our topic has been cutting through misinformation and disinformation. We're talking about how do you make sure that you are verifying sources? How are you fighting hive mind? All of these different types of things. So if you're interested in joining the conversation, friendlies are welcome. It'll be at the top of the hour. You come, you join, you can actually share information, share your opinions, get information, resources. It's a great time. Top of the hour, 2 hours, late nights with Santana. Matt, I'll see you. Dean, I'll see you.
See you, Santana.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Dean.
What is the app again for that?
Oh, it's going to be on my main, this page right here. Santana Speaks for You everywhere. Santana Speaks for You everywhere.
Okay, and by the way, guys, that's 4 as in the letter 4. Jesus,
the letter 4
as in the number 4 and then U, just the letter U. So check them out, guys. Santana Speaks For You. I think that panel discussions are very, very valuable, sometimes more valuable than even what we do here in debates, because we get to explore more of that nuance. I know I'm going to be tuning in, so that's super cool. I'll be there. You guys should be too. At Santana Speaks For You at the top of the hour. That's going to be 8 p.m. MST, 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern, and 7 p.m. Pacific. So make sure to check it out, you guys. You have a good one, Santana. Thank you so much for joining.
I appreciate you, bro. Have a good one.
Take care. And for everybody with that, I'm going to go to an end for the day. I need to go grab some food. Peace and love, folks. See you tomorrow. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub over on YouTube. And with that,